In this 10-hour compression course, we're going to cover all the basics of a compressor, how ratio, attack, release, and threshold work. But then we're also going to break down in detail when to use compression, how much compression to use, why you need compression, and even how to train your ears to hear compression. Then once we've laid the foundation, we're going to move into some more advanced techniques like fine-tuning your attack and release time, sidechain compression, parallel compression, serial compression, basically everything you could ever need to know about how to use a compressor in detail. And we're also going to share a unique way of looking at compression that we call the peak and valley technique. Now, this isn't going to be the most entertaining video you're going to watch on YouTube today, and it's about 10 hours long, so it's not short either, but it's incredibly in-depth, and by the end, you're going to be an absolute compression pro. And as long as you actually go away and practice what you learn and follow through the practical activities, there's simply no way you're not going to feel extremely confident with compression on the other side. Now, there are a lot of resources that go along with this course, including practice assignments, cheat sheets, charts, and a bunch of other PDFs. So I put it all in one folder, and it's absolutely essential if you want to follow properly to get this. So just click the link in the description below and enter your email address to get access to those resources and follow along properly. All right, I'm going to hand you off to Dylan Pines now. He's a professional producer from Nashville, and he's an incredible teacher. I think you're going to like him. So enjoy.
For this first video, I want to start off with just the absolute basics. What is compression? So to start off, I want you to close your eyes and imagine something with me. I want you to imagine that there is a tiny little man living inside of your computer, and you pay that little man a salary so that he will man the volume knob of an instrument. And you tell him, hey, every single time this track gets too loud, I want you to take that volume knob and turn it down. Just for a second. And then I want you to turn it right back to where it was. That's all compression is. It's just a smart volume fader. It's a tiny little man turning it down when it gets too loud and bringing it right back up. Now, technically what compression is it's a tool that helps to control the dynamic range of an instrument. And we're going to talk about what that means in a few videos. Now, compression is most commonly used to make loud sounds quieter and soft sounds louder. You know, just to kind of squish the overall dynamics and volume of a particular instrument, or maybe even a particular track. That's just the most popular way to use a compressor. There's actually a ton of different ways that you can use a compressor to get different tones and achieve different goals. Like, for instance, you can make a track punchier or thicker or fatter, or you can glue multiple tracks together, or you can make an instrument groove just a little harder, or create a little bit of movement, or maybe push things back in a mix, or fix some problems. Ultimately, there's a lot of different things that you can do other than just make the loud sounds quieter, make the quiet sounds louder. And that's part of the reason why it's such an important tool in the mix, is because it really can do so many things, especially once you actually learn how to use it. Ultimately, you can do an entire mix with just volume faders, EQ, and compressors. You could also probably do it with some reverb and some delay, maybe a little saturation, but those three tools are truly just the most important things you could possibly have in a mix. So being able to master compression throughout this course is going to take your tracks from amateur level to pro level. So let's get started. So in this video, I want to talk to you about why we need compression. Like, what's the point of actually using compression in a mix? You know, aren't having dynamics good? Isn't that something that we've learned just through all of our years of doing music? That a more dynamic performance is usually a better performance? So in this video, we're going to be going through all of the reasons you could possibly need to use compression. And really, there's just four main reasons, four main goals that you're trying to accomplish whenever you're using compression. So here are the four goals of compression. You're using compression to balance, to enhance, to glue, or to fix. So the bulk of this course is going to be teaching you how and when to accomplish each of these goals with your compressor. I'm going to be teaching you how to compress with intention, rather than just throwing a compressor on, twiddling some knobs absentmindedly and saying, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I can guarantee you, it probably doesn't actually sound pretty good. But before we can move on, we need to understand what are each of these 4 goals and why are we actually even trying to accomplish them in our mix? So let's start with compression goal number 1, which is to balance. To get a fantastic mix, you have to balance 3 things: the tone of the mix and all the instruments, the space of the mix and all of its instruments, and the dynamics of the mix and all of its instruments. Tonal balance comes mostly from EQ, and spatial balance comes mostly from reverb and panning and delays and a few other things. Dynamic balance, though, that comes almost exclusively from your volume balance and compressors. So in order to get a balanced mix, 30% of your job is going to be compressing your instruments well. Now, the most important use of a compressor is to make the loud sounds quieter and the quiet sounds louder, right? Whenever you've thought about compression, whenever you've learned about compression, when anyone has ever explained it to you absentmindedly, that's what they've said, right? They've just been like, yeah, it makes the loud sound softer, quiet sounds louder, brings everything together. That is what you're trying to accomplish with balance. So what you're trying to do is to balance the dynamics of an instrument's performance. Now, why is this even necessary? Why is this something that we have to care about when an instrument might already sound amazing in solo? And the answer is this. It's because tracks with large dynamic ranges just pop in and out of your static mix at random. You'll just be sitting there listening to your chorus and it'll all be sounding good, and then randomly just an acoustic guitar note will just boop, and then it'll be gone. And while that might seem kind of random, then it happens again, boop, and then all of a sudden it's too quiet and you can't hear it at all. So you feel like, well, I should just turn the volume fader up so that I can hear it. But if you turn the volume fader up, well, all of a sudden those 2 random loud notes that peaked out of your mix are going to be even louder. The only way to fix that is with compression. Now let me give you another example. So 1 second, your vocals might be perfectly balanced with the rest of the band, just totally in sync. And then a few words later, the singer starts to get emotional and maybe get a little bit quieter. And then all of a sudden you're unable to hear the lyrics because they're just being totally buried underneath the rest of the mix. And then the song builds and it starts to get louder and the singer gets to a line that they just love so much and they just belt it out. And it is just the loudest thing in the mix by far. So the singer has gone from just quiet, unable to hear words to words that are so loud, so much louder than they need to be. That can be solved with compression as well. Okay, so now let's think about this acoustic guitar and let's think about this singer. Now I want you to multiply that problem by 4 or by 6 or by 10 or by 20 or by 100. Every single track in your mix is going to be having these moments where they're too loud or they're too soft, and just constantly things will be peaking in and poking out and getting too loud and too quiet constantly throughout your entire mix. It's going to make it sound like a mess, like nothing is actually being controlled at all. So a fantastic performance that might sound incredible in solo, in context of this mix, might just clash with everything else and cover stuff up or just be too quiet to really ever hear. So in order to fix this, we will be using balance compression, compression that accomplishes that goal of balancing the dynamics of each individual instrument. And we'll be going over the settings for that later on in the course. But that's probably the most important goal of the entire compression goal series, just because without it, you're just not gonna have a good mix. It's just not gonna happen. So now let's go over the next goal of compression, and that's goal number 2, to enhance. And that really just means to enhance the tone of a particular instrument. You know, a balanced mix may be a huge hurdle for you, but it doesn't mean that your mix is going to sound great on its own. You might balance a mix perfectly, just get all the EQ exactly where you want it to be, get the compression to be exactly where you want it to be, get it just 3-dimensional and lush. But if the instruments are boring, well, ultimately it might not really matter that much. In order for a mix to sound good on its own, you need the instruments to sound almost larger than life. To do this, you're going to have to use some tonal compression, compression that is specifically there to change the sound's tone in some way. And that might include making it, punchier, maybe making it thicker or fatter, maybe making it groove a little bit more, causing some movement with the beat of the song. Ultimately, accomplishing this goal is going to give you more exciting instruments and therefore a better mix along with it. So now let's talk about the next goal of compression, which is goal number 3, to glue. Balancing our dynamics and enhancing our tone, those are obviously really, really important parts of the mix. But what makes a record sound like a record? And I really mean that. Like, what makes a CD that you pick up at the store or a song that you're hearing on iTunes sound like a mix, sound like a song, sound like a record? Well, ultimately, what takes it from sounding like a bunch of random tracks into sounding like a completed mix is glue compression. It's compression that's used basically to bring all of these random instruments together, fill in the edges, fill in the spaces, and make them feel like they are all one cohesive unit. Glue compression is a little bit vaguer than the rest of the goals of compression, just because it's really important and it adds a lot, but ultimately it's almost more of a feel thing than it is so much something that is extremely tangible. But ultimately, it does create this sense of togetherness that we're talking about. And the way that you create glue compression is by bussing several instruments together to a single track and then compressing that track. So basically, all of these different instruments are being compressed at the same time, which is giving them all sort of the same volume envelope. It's giving them the same dynamic range to a certain extent, and it's creating that sense of unity that we're talking about. It's just going to make your tracks feel like a consistent package. So now let's talk about goal number 4, which is to fix. With our first 3 goals, balancing, enhancing, and gluing, we created a balanced and exciting record that almost anyone is going to want to listen to. It's no longer just a bunch of random tracks. That's almost everything our mix needs. But there might still be a few things that, maybe they're just sticking out. Maybe the other compression has caused them to be more problematic. Just a few things that ultimately are going to distract the listener, things that we don't really want. There are a few problems in a mix that can't be solved with automation and that can't be solved with an EQ. And those problems, which we'll go over later on in the course, you can solve with compression. So hopefully you can get some annoying sounds just out of the way of the mix so that the listener is constantly focusing on exactly what they need to be focusing on, the song. So that's it. That's the 4 goals of compression. The rest of this course is going to be talking about those goals in heavy detail. When to actually try to do them, why we need to do them, how to know exactly what settings to use to accomplish the goal you're going for. You're going to be able to start to compress with intention, which is huge. That's going to change the quality of your mix just by an unbelievable degree. Because for the first time, you're going to know what you're doing. You're not going to just twiddle random knobs. You're going to sit and you're going to think and you're going to ask yourself, okay, what am I trying to achieve with this compressor? And the answer, one of these 4 goals. Let's move on to the next video. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about dynamic range. Now, you've probably heard before, you've heard me say it, other people have said it. The core purpose of a compressor is to control the dynamic range of an instrument. But what actually does that mean? That's a really, really vague thing to say. So I'm going to assume that you are a musician. If I was to ask you what dynamic range means, what would you say? Now, there's not going to be like a back and forth thing here. This isn't Dora the Explorer. But if you're a musician, you'd probably say that it's the volume difference between the loudest part of the performance and the quietest part of the performance. And you wouldn't be wrong. That's what is taught to us in music. Like, that's what dynamics are. It's like really loud moments and really quiet moments. But for mixing and for compression, that's only a small part of the picture. There's actually 3 different dynamic ranges, and they're all of varying sizes: musical dynamics, macro dynamics, and micro dynamics. Musical dynamics is pretty much exactly what you just thought of. It is the range of volume between the loudest part of the song and the quietest part of the song. Or rather, the loudest section of the song and the quietest section. Like, you might say, okay, well, the intro is however many dBs loud, and the last chorus is however many dBs loud, and the difference between those two is your dynamic range. And you'd be right. Think of this as the shape of the song. Now, macro dynamics is zooming in a little bit. We are going to be looking at macro dynamics specifically at your instruments, and even more specifically, at one performance of an instrument. So let's say that in one of your choruses, you've got an acoustic guitar part, and that acoustic guitar part goes from the very beginning of the chorus to the very end of the chorus. Now, throughout that entire track, the difference between the loudest note in that performance and the quietest note in that performance is your macro dynamics. This is where we're actually going to start getting into compression, because compression doesn't really affect musical dynamics. That's an artistic choice. That's just whatever the song is. But macro dynamics, that's where we could start to control stuff, because we could start to bring down the loud notes and bring up some of the quiet notes. And then finally, there is microdynamics. So we're going to zoom in even farther. Microdynamics is the range of volume between the loudest moment and the quietest moment in every single note an instrument creates. And we're going to talk about that more in a little bit, but I just want you to think of that as the shape of the note. So if we're zooming all the way out, musical dynamics is the shape of the song, macro dynamics is the shape of an instrument's performance, and microdynamics is the shape of the note. Now, macro and micro are the two things that we are going to be learning about primarily in this course. And it might seem maybe a little over your head right now. Trust me, you will understand it by the end of all of this. But in order to compress with the utmost of confidence, in order to know exactly what you are trying to do when you turn on a compressor, you've got to understand macrodynamics and microdynamics. So let me show you an example of macrodynamics and microdynamics over in our DAW. So as you can see, I've got a bunch of different instruments right now. I've got male vocals, female vocals, some guitars, basses, drum stuff. Now, I don't necessarily have an example of musical dynamics, but that's the easiest one for you to imagine. That is just looking at an entire song and looking at the quietest part and the loudest part, just like we've said. Now, if I was to look at, let's say, this clean electric guitar, which sounds like this. I'm going to zoom in on it. The macro dynamics is basically the difference between the loudest note, so kind of this note right here, these two notes, and the quietest note. So probably right here, maybe the very beginning. That's going to be your macro dynamic range. It's the difference of loudest to quietest note throughout the entire performance. Okay, so now let's look at microdynamics. So if I was to zoom in on, let's say, right here, now the microdynamics of this note are the difference between this moment, which we'll talk about in just a second, and the rest of the note. So you can see like this moment is super loud and sharp, and then the rest of the note just kind of sustains, it continues on. That is your microdynamics. Now, there's no math in any of this. I'm not saying you have to like literally find the range. This is more of a concept to help to refocus yourself on what it is you're actually trying to achieve whenever you're doing any kind of compression. So macrodynamics usually makes the most sense to people. Microdynamics is usually a lot more confusing. So let's talk about that specifically. So when we talk about compressing the microdynamics of an instrument, we are wanting to control its volume envelope. Now, that's a piece of jargon. What the volume envelope is it's the pattern of loudness that each note that is produced by an instrument makes. And every single instrument has sort of a standard volume envelope, okay? Now, if you do anything with synthesizers, this is basically the ADSR curve. This is another piece of jargon that is used a ton in synthesizers to create synthesizer sounds. But if you don't use synthesizers, don't worry about it. We're going to go over it right now. So all sounds in nature follow the same pattern of loudness, though The shape of that pattern is unique to every single instrument or sound source that produces those sound waves. It's kind of like snowflakes, how every single snowflake is unique. Every snowflake is a snowflake. It's all made of ice, but every single snowflake is shaped differently. It's the exact same way with microdynamics and the volume envelope. So the volume envelope can be a little complicated when you get down into the nitty-gritty. So for the purpose of this course, we are going to simplify it down into two parts: the peak of the waveform and the valley of the waveform. So I want you to imagine a mountain range with me, and on one side of the mountain range, there's just huge peaks, and on the other side of the mountain range, it slopes down into a nice valley. That's how mountain ranges work, right? There's huge mountains, and then it slopes down and continues on into a flat space. So that's basically what sound does as well. So the peak of the sound, which is also known as the transient, if you've heard that word before, it's usually the loudest moment of the sound, and it comes at the very beginning of the sound. So for instance, you can see right here, this is our peak. This is our little mountain top. So the way that this particular sound wave was created, that determines the shape of our peak. If I was playing a guitar, for example, well, the friction of the pick against the guitar string, that's what creates our peak. The ringing of the guitar string is the valley, which we'll talk about in a second, but just that initial pluck is what causes our peak, or what causes our transient. You can also think of the impact of a snare on a snare drum, or maybe like the collision of a piano hammer against the strings of a piano. It's what gives a sound its punch and its impact and its closeness. That is the peak of the sound. And every single one has one. So this has one. If I was to go and look at, let's say, the bass, you can see that like every single note has a little peak. It's a lot smaller than the one in the electric guitar, but you can see every single note still has one. So the valley, which is also known as the sustain, it's the second half of the sound. It comes right after the peak, just like it would in a regular mountain range. So this is just the rest of the note. There's that initial loud moment with the peak, and then the rest of the note as it continues, that is the valley. That's the sustain. If a note is held, like again, if I was playing a guitar and I plucked a string and I just let that note go, for as long as that note is held, that valley, that sustain, is going to continue to be created as long as the string is vibrating and creating sound waves. It's basically going to continue until either another note is played, so another transient happens, another peak happens, or until the instrument runs out of energy and stops producing that sound. So these are the valleys right here. Here's our transient, and here is our valley. Same over here. Here's our transient right here. Here's our valley. So the shape and the difference of volume in between our peaks and our valleys, that is microdynamics. That's what we call our microdynamic range. And usually our microdynamic range is going to depend on our instrument, like specifically what our instrument is made of, how our instrument is performed, stuff like that. It's going to be pretty consistent for the most part across an entire recording. So the macrodynamics, those are going to be inconsistent. If I zoom out of here, you can see we've got some really loud notes and some really quiet notes. But for the most part, and it's not the same every single time, but for the most part, the difference between, this loud moment and the rest of the valley is the same across all of these notes. And again, we're not talking mathematically. We're just talking, just us looking at it, just what it roughly looks like. So we are going to be using a compressor to control our microdynamics. We're going to be using our compressor to control basically how loud our transients are versus how loud our valleys are. So how loud our peaks versus how loud our valleys. You can even think of it, if you're thinking about a mountain range, you can think of it as, like how tall do I want my mountains and how high up do I want my valleys? I might want my mountain and my valley to be really close together. I might want it to just be more like a bunch of hills. Or I might want my mountain to just be massive, huge, just awe-inspiring, and my valley to be pretty low, and staying out of the way. So for compression beginners, all of the information that we are talking about is going to come a little bit secondary to just this main question. What does compression even sound like? We are going to be covering what compression does, all of the goals that it can achieve, all of the sounds that it can create, the incredible mix that it can give you. But ultimately, it's hard to do anything with it if you don't even know what it sounds like. And this is a big question for beginners because compression, of all of the effects, of all of the basic mixing tools that we have, compression is the hardest to hear. And that makes sense to a certain extent because we're not necessarily trying to get really obvious compression unless it is an effect that we're going for, which we'll talk about how to do that in a future video. But ultimately, I just wanted to give you a bit of a free-form video to show you a few examples of different styles of compression and what they can do to a particular sound. Now, I have intentionally exported all of these different drum tracks on screen right now with different styles of compression. I've exported them with the compression on so that I don't have to create the compression in front of you. And I did that very specifically because I don't really want you as the learner to get too mucked up in the details of like, how did I create this sound or anything like that. We're going to get to that in due time. But I just want you to close your eyes and just listen. Just listen to the sound. Think about the last sound you heard, how it's different, what has made it be maybe thicker or punchier or whatever. And we're just going to go from here. So let's start off with a drum set with no compression. So this is just the regular drum set, a little bit of EQ on it, but that's really it. Okay, so no compression on that. Now, it does have a lot of room mic in it, which is why it sounds like it's got a lot of reverb, a lot of body, but no compression. So I have here a few different examples of different styles of compression, and I just want to show you, let's just say, a very simple one. This is just basically reining everything in. This is just turning some of the louder notes down a little bit, some of the louder snare hits down. So you'll be able to hear it maybe, but this style of compression, which is all about consistency, is not meant to be heard. It's just meant to even out the performance. It's really subtle, right? And that's the point. This style of compression is only meant to improve the overall performance of the mix. It's not meant to be heard. It is just a tool to enhance how well all of the different instruments interact together. Okay, so now that we've listened to a more subtle style of compression, let's listen to this kind of more punchy style of compression. This is going to be just a little bit more in your face. Just like a little bit more attack, a little bit more aggression. Here's another style of compression. This is going to be a lot thicker. This style of compression, which you'll learn how to do later on in this course, is sort of your classic drum room compression. It's going to get a sound that you're all too familiar of. And then I've got another example for you. So this style of compression is all about creating groove. It's not really going to change the tone of the drums all that much, but you might find yourself tapping along to the beat just a little bit more. Like I said, you're going to learn how to create all of these different styles of compression throughout this course. But the main point that I'm trying to get at is that some goals that you are trying to achieve with compression are not meant to be heard. They are meant to be subtle. And other goals are meant to be heard. They're meant to be a more aggressive tonal shift, like, for instance, our thickness compression or our punchy compression. But ultimately, the point of compression is not to be obvious. The point of compression is to create better performances and to create a better mix that all of the instruments fit inside. Now, before we go, I do want to show you what a mix can sound like before compression and after all of the compression that you're going to learn how to do later on in this course. And it's going to be pretty amazing because what you're going to hear is that before compression sounds sort of like raw, boring recordings, what you're used to hearing before you start mixing. But after the compression, you're going to probably say to me, well, Dylan, yeah, it sounds better, but that's just because it's louder. You turn stuff up. But it's important to know I didn't touch anything relating to volume with this. It's only compression. So let's check out what this sounds like.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't want.
It's amazing how much more lively it sounds. It almost sounds like I went in and I EQ'd it and I changed the tone of the entire mix. But truly, I didn't. And this is part of the stuff that we're going to learn how to do in later modules in this course. Congratulations on getting through your first module. You're well on your way. So let's talk about what we actually learned over the course of these past few lessons. We've talked about what compression is, that it's a dynamic controller, and it can basically help you to create balance in your mix. We've also learned why we need compression. We've learned about those 4 goals of compression: to balance, to glue, to enhance, and to fix. And we've learned about the dynamic range, the peaks and the valleys of sound, and how we can use compression to actually change those things. And finally, we've learned about what compression sounds like and why sometimes it's so difficult to hear. Now that you have that foundational knowledge, we're going to be moving on to the next module where we're going to be talking about the anatomy of a compressor. All of the stuff that you actually see on the compressor and might not really know how to use. Stuff like attack, release, threshold, ratio, and all of the other knobs that might be confusing you. On deck after that, we're going to be talking about the styles of compression and how you can actually create different sounds with different settings on your compressor. We're going to be talking about some of the essential tips and tricks to using a compressor, some of the techniques that you're going to be using in, almost every mix that you do. And finally, we are going to be talking about how to compress an entire mix from start to finish. The real secret of this entire course, layered compression. So let's move on to our next module and start learning exactly how each of those little knobs of the compressor works. I'll see you soon. So one of the most common questions that I get is, why is it so hard to hear compression? Why is it that I'll go online and watch these tutorials and I'll listen and, maybe the person who's teaching is just turning the plugin on and off and they're like, oh, it sounds so good. And I just can't hear any difference. What's up with that? So this is something I wanted to address early on in the course because it's going to be relevant for the rest of this entire course. And it's this truth: good compression comes in layers. So what I mean by that is that dynamic control stacks over time. At different points in the mix, you're going to be doing different levels of dynamic control. That could be automation, like volume automation. That could be saturation, which we'll talk about later on in this course. That could be obviously compression, several different layers of compression. And the key to this is that each of these layers is accomplishing a different goal, and each of these layers is very, very subtle. it might be doing something that, though it's not really all that audible on its own, it does a huge service to the mix as a whole. And so by the end of an entire mix, something that was very, very subtle when it was being added ends up having a huge impact on the overall sound. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I've got up a session here that is basically just a vocal. It's just a lead vocal of a particular song, and I've added in lots of layers of dynamic control, the kind that you're going to learn how to do in a later module in this course. You can see, I've got my first one, which has no compression, and then I've got one with some saturation added, and then one with a little consistency leveling added. Then one with some glue, one to make it more punchy, one that has kind of my standard mix bus compression, and one that has some limiting on it like you'll have with your master. All of these things, don't worry about what they mean. Again, we're going to go over them later on in this course, but I want you just to take a look, before we even listen to them, I want you to take a look at the waveform and how much the waveform doesn't really change that much from layer to layer. So I'm going to zoom in just to make it a little bit easier. Let's look at no compression. Fairly standard looking waveform for a vocal. And we get to this little studio saturation layer, and we've got just a little bit of change. Maybe this little peak got cut down a little bit. This little angle got chopped off a little bit. You see just a few changes from time to time. Then if we go on to our next layer, there's just a little bit of change. And you're going to see this each time. Very, very subtle amounts of change. What's going to happen is by the time we get to our limit, which is our final level of dynamic control, if I was to move this up next to our thing with no compression, this waveform looks completely different. But if I was to have just tried to limit it, limit this no compression vocal, well, then I would get a terrible sound. I'd get something that looks nothing like this. But because I added in all of these different layers of dynamic control, even though each layer is really difficult to hear and it's even difficult to see the change in the waveform, by the end, we have a hugely different sound. And let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just going to go from one layer to the next. And like I said, you're not going to hear that much of a change. But then I'm going to go back to no compression, and it's going to sound totally different.
Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long. Childlike wonder, I've almost got none. I'm the greatest no long.
It sounds a lot louder, right? But you'll actually see, if you check out where each of these things are peaking, the no compression one is actually louder than the limit one all the way down at the bottom. And that's only possible because we have all of these layers of dynamic control.
Childlike wonder, I've almost...
See, it's peaking at negative 11.1. If we go over here...
Childlike wonder, I've almost...
That's peaking at negative 11.4. So it's technically quieter, but it sounds so much louder. And here's the crazy thing. In each of these layers, I did somewhere between only 1 and 3 decibels of compression. Very, very subtle amounts. But if you add all of them together, you end up getting a huge amount of compression. You know, if I was to do let's say 3 decibels of compression on each of these, that'd be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 decibels of compression. a huge amount of compression to put on anything. And yet, because each of these was added in layers, and they were added subtly, so subtly that it was even difficult for you to be able to hear them, we were able to get a natural sound with a huge amount of gain reduction. Now, I show you this not to say that, you need to be compressing by this amount of decibels over the course of your mix. That's not what the point of this video is. The point of this video is to say, don't despair if you're really struggling to hear the compression. It will come with time, because you have to start to listen to subtlety. You have to hear the really small changes that are happening. Because if you are able to actively hear huge changes, then I can almost guarantee you that you're adding way too much compression. Because basically, if any one of these layers overcooks the compression, then the entire cake is just going to fall apart. So with that knowledge, we're going to move on with confidence that the more we learn, the easier it's going to be able to hear compression. So in this lesson, we are going to be talking about the anatomy of a compressor. What all of the different knobs and meters on a compressor, what they actually do. And in this module, we are going to be going into a deep dive on each of these parameters. So this video is just more of an overview. It's a bit of an intro, and then we're going to get into the meat of an actual compressor once we move on from this video. So this is what a compressor looks like. Now, every compressor has a different shape. Every compressor has different parameters, kind of like extra stuff that they throw on top of it, or even stuff that they take away. But most compressors are going to have these 6 parameters, or specifically these 5 parameters: a threshold, ratio, makeup gain, which is what makeup stands for, attack, and release. Some compressors will even have a knee, which we'll talk about later as well. All of this extra stuff is just that, extra stuff. It's stuff that your compressor might not actually have, so it's not really that important for us to go over it over the course of this module. We are really just going to be digging into the basics of what you're going to be seeing on pretty much any compressor plugin. Now, before we get started with the explanation, just know that we have, with this video, a resource for you to download called The Anatomy of a Compressor. It's something that you can go back to anytime you have any questions about what one of these knobs actually does. So make sure to download that and you can follow along with this video. So let's start with the threshold. Now, the threshold is this knob right here that you see. Now, what the threshold does is it sets the volume level that actually turns the compressor on. So once the volume of an instrument goes above that level, the compressor turns on and it starts to reduce the volume, or starts to reduce the gain. So you can see on the threshold knob, it's an actual decibel level. So if I was to set it at, let's say, 10 dBs, then basically all that means is that, let's say I have this on a drum set. Whenever the drum set, maybe a snare hit, gets louder than 10 decibels, well, then the compressor kicks on. Then that little man that you've hired that lives inside of your computer starts to turn the volume down so that that particular snare hit is not nearly as loud as it originally would have been. So now let's look at the ratio. So the ratio, which is this knob right here, basically is just how hard the compressor works once the threshold has been crossed. So once that snare hit goes above, 10 decibels, the ratio is going to determine, okay, how aggressive is the compressor? Now, we're going to be going over in another video exactly what these numbers mean, but basically, the higher the ratio, the more gain reduction you're going to get. That's a great segue into our little meter right here. This is the gain reduction meter. Now, as I compress, basically, each of these little lines equals 1 decibel. So let's say if I was to have 3 decibels of compression, then my little line right here is going to go up to 3. And I actually have this on a drum set. So I'm going to play that, and you'll see that this is going to be going up and down. So you can see it's going up and hitting about 5. That means that it's taking out at the most 5 decibels of volume. It's turning down the drum set by at least 5 dBs. The gain reduction meter, really, really helpful for figuring out exactly how much compression that you're doing. But ultimately, your ears are what is important. So if you like the sound, but the meter is showing that you're doing a ton of compression, that's fine. On the flip side, if you like the sound, but the meter is showing you're only doing a little bit of compression, also fine. We're going to talk more about gain reduction in a future video. Okay, so now let's look at the attack. It's basically just the amount of time it takes for the compressor to apply the full dose of compression. So let's say if I was to set this to 10 milliseconds, which that's what MS means. If I was to set it to 10 milliseconds, let's say, a snare hits while we are compressing this drum set. After the volume of the snare goes above the threshold, so we have it set to negative 24 decibels, and the number really doesn't matter. It's totally based on feel. After it goes above the threshold, then it's going to take 10 milliseconds for the gain to fully reduce to whatever amount you have set in the ratio. We're going to go over this again in a future video. It's important to say this is not a delay. It's not saying, I'm waiting 10 milliseconds and then I'm turning my compressor on. It's basically just saying, okay, it's going to just take a little bit of time for the full dose of compression to be added. So the compression is not as aggressive at 5 milliseconds. It doesn't get to its full aggression level of compression until about 10 milliseconds. So now let's look at the release knob. The release knob is right here. It's also in milliseconds. So the release is basically the amount of time it takes for the compressor to fully recover from gain reduction. So once our snare hit goes back beneath the threshold, then wherever we set our release is going to determine how long it takes the compressor to stop compressing. Now, just like the attack, this is a rate. It's not saying that there is a delay and it's just doing full compression until 170 milliseconds. It's just saying it's going to slowly ease off of the compression until about 170 milliseconds. So the attack and the release, those are two of the ways that we are able to create different styles of compression in order to achieve different goals, which we will talk about very soon. And then finally, we have our makeup gain. So our makeup gain is honestly the most simple part out of all of these different parameters. All it is just turning the volume up. It is a volume knob, plain and simple. So as I am turning down volume with my compressor, I'll hit play, see what we're talking about. I'm turning down the volume by about 5 dBs. So that means that I'm making the loud sounds quieter by about 5 decibels. Well, I ultimately want the overall loudness to be the same. I want the overall level to be the same. So I'm going to want to turn up my volume so that I'm turning up about 5 decibels. Now, you might ask, well, if you're taking out 5 decibels, don't you want to make sure that that 5 dBs is still out? You don't want to put that right back in. Well, really what we're doing is we're not turning up the loud sounds. The loud sounds have already been turned down. We're turning everything up. So what that ends up doing is it creates more consistency. It brings the quiet sounds and makes them louder. So the compression, all the compression does is makes the loud sounds quieter. And then with us adding some volume in at the very end of the process, that is making the quiet sounds louder. So compression, loud sounds quieter, makeup gain, quiet sounds louder. You have to have both. Now let's quickly review just a few things that you might see on your specific compressor. So one of the less common but still fairly prevalent parameters on a compressor is the knee control. Now the knee can be a little confusing, but really all it does is it turns the threshold from a single number into a range of numbers. So for example, if the threshold right now is set, we'll just say to 10, and I have a knee of 0, well, then basically the compressor won't turn on until it goes above 10, until the audio goes above 10 decibels. It's a single line. But if I had a knee of, let's just say 1, which is called a soft knee, a knee of 0 is called a hard knee. If I was to have a knee of 1, well, then my threshold goes from being a single line, a single number, to kind of more of like a fog cloud. The compressor will turn on a little bit earlier, so it might turn on at negative 20 decibels instead of negative 10 decibels. And it might take some time for it to get to its greatest amount of compression, maybe up until all the way to 0 decibels, something like that. And again, the actual numbers are really not important in this. It's more just saying that a hard knee is a more accurate compressor, but also a more obvious compressor, whereas a soft knee is a less accurate compressor, but a more subtle compressor because it's working on a lot of different volumes that the audio could be. It ends up not being quite so obvious to the ear that a sound is being compressed. So with the knee, you could honestly just think of it as how obvious do I want my compression to be? Now, another parameter that you'll see sometimes is this little button, the auto button. And we will talk about that more in the attack and release video. But all this does is it basically says, hey, I don't want the compressor to actually pay attention to my release knob. I want the compressor to release when it thinks it's right to release. So it's like artificial intelligence, an artificial intelligence way of setting your release so that the release is perfectly in time with every single note. There are times you'll want to use this. There are times you might not. We'll talk about that in an upcoming video. Now, there's a few more parameters that we'll go over in a future bonus video, but there's only one more I want to make sure that we are aware of, and that is the mix knob. Now, if you've been mixing for a bit, you've probably seen this on a lot of different plugins. It's actually something that's pretty new to the plugin world. In the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, when all we had was analog technology, none of this analog technology had a mix knob. This is purely a digital thing. And all the mix knob does is it just allows you to mix the dry signal with the wet signal. So it allows you to mix the original raw sound of a recording with the compressed sound of a recording. So it's a great way to get some, maybe some of the color that can come with compression, some of the control that can come with compression with your original sound, which might just sound more natural, might kind of have the vibe that you want. So that mix knob is a very helpful way to sort of get a little bit of the best of both worlds. So before we go, I just want to let you know, we're going to be focusing in this module mostly on digital compressors. So the compressor that tends to come with your DAW just stock, as a stock plugin. Now, that's not to say that we're not going to be going over analog compressors as well. We definitely are. But everything that you learn in this module is also going to apply to analog compressors. They're a bit of a different beast though. So if you primarily use analog compressors and you're still wanting to learn about how to use them better, all the stuff that you're going to learn in this module is still going to be extremely useful for you. We'll just be covering the specifics of how to actually use some of the more common analog compressors in a later video later on in the course. So now that I've finished up that quick little PSA, let's take a deep dive into some of the parameters of a compressor. So this video is going to be going over threshold and ratio, two of the parameters of a compressor that determine what part of the audio wave actually gets compressed and by how much. So let's start off with a little bit of a reviewer. So the threshold is the volume level that the compressor turns on once the audio goes above it. So if you have a threshold of negative 10 dBs, once the audio gets louder than 10 dBs, then the compressor turns on. And at that point, it's going to start compressing the gain. It's going to start to turn down the volume of the sound. So the ratio is how hard the compressor works after the threshold has been breached. So how aggressively the compressor actually turns down the volume. It's never going to turn the volume down 100%. Well, that does happen sometimes, but that's only if you're using a limiter, which we'll talk about later. But it's going to turn it down by some amount, and that amount is going to be based on our ratio. So together, the threshold and the ratio are going to determine how much gain reduction is actually happening with your piece of audio, with whatever you are compressing. So let's look at the threshold a little bit more deeply. The threshold can be used to choose the part of the volume envelope, the part of the microdynamics that you are wanting to target. Now, a quick review. Microdynamics, or your volume envelope, has two parts, your peaks and your valleys. The peaks being the transient, your attack, that initial spike that happens at the very beginning of the audio waveform, and your valleys, which is just the sustain, the rest of the note after that initial hit. Now, you could use the threshold to target either the peaks or the valleys, and that's going to allow you to do different things. So to demonstrate this, I've brought up a compression visualizer, and this is one that you can go to yourself on the internet. It's free. And basically what this is it allows us to put in different compression parameters and see how it would affect just sort of the average waveform. So just to explain what's going on here, the green waveform right here, this is just our original waveform. The blue waveform is what's happening to the audio after it's been compressed with whatever our settings are. And this large red blob is basically the amount of gain reduction we're doing. So you can see as I move stuff up and down, the green waveform stays the same, but the blue waveform and the red blob all change. I'm going to be using this to show you pretty much what exactly is happening whenever we are actually changing up some of these different parameters. It's really going to help you to understand what each parameter is doing to the sound more than just listening to it. So getting back onto the threshold, I'm going to take this all the way up. You can see as I take the threshold all the way up to 0, nothing's happening. There's no compression that's happening. And that's because no audio, neither of these peaks, is going above our threshold line. Nothing is loud enough. But if I take it down a little bit, you can see we start to get compression. Our blue waveform starts to get turned down a little bit, and we start to see a little bit of gain reduction happening up here. And if I turn it down even more, we get even more compression. It turns down even farther in volume. So what that means is that I can basically set my threshold to either be activated by these initial peaks or to be activated by the rest of the valley, the rest of the tail. Now, this particular waveform with this compression visualizer isn't the most realistic. Most waveforms look more like this bit right here, where there's just a peak and then an initial trail off as the valley starts. But this particular waveform is probably something that was created by a synthesizer. This really wouldn't happen in nature very often. So keep that in mind as we move stuff around. I might be calling things valleys when they don't actually look like valleys. Like for instance, right here, we're going to call that a valley, even though it's technically increasing in volume. So just keep that in mind. So let's say I just wanted to target the peaks. Like I just wanted to turn down the peaks. Well, I'm going to turn down my threshold, and you can see that just a little bit is getting chopped off the top. So the only thing that's really being compressed is this peak and this peak. There's a little bit of extra compression that's happening down there, but that's based on some other parameters that we will talk about later in a different video. Now, if I wanted to target the valleys, then all I have to do is take my threshold, turn it down a little bit more. And now I'm compressing even more. I'm compressing the rest of the sound. Now, when I combine this with my different parameters, I'm going to be able to get a host of different styles of compression. So now let's talk about ratio. So we said before that the ratio is basically how hard a compressor is working after the threshold has been crossed. And that's true. We are going to be using the ratio to increase the amount of gain reduction that's happening after our threshold has been crossed. You can see that as this number goes down, less compression is happening. Our little red blob gets smaller, our blue waveform gets bigger. But as I increase this number, the opposite starts to happen. Our little red blob gets large, more aggressive as more gain reduction is happening, and our waveform gets smaller and smaller. And you can see as I turn the ratio up, basically these peaks and these valleys, they are getting smushed closer and closer to our threshold line. And that's basically what a ratio is. The higher it goes, the harder the compressor actually turns down the volume. The more volume the compressor turns down. So the ratio is basically a math equation. Both numbers have different meanings. The first number is our input and the second number is our output. So let's start off thinking about it with a ratio of 1 to 1. So a ratio of 1 to 1, all that really means is that for every 1 decibel that goes above the threshold, 1 decibel is outputted by the compressor. So nothing happens is what that means. And if you look at our visualizer, you can see that that's exactly what's happened. I've put in 1 for our ratio, nothing's happened. Now let me put in 2. We've got some compression. So a ratio of 2 to 1 means that for every 2 decibels that are inputted into the compressor, for every 2 decibels that goes above the threshold, 1 dB is let out. Now let's look at a ratio of 4 to 1. Okay, so it's a little bit more aggressive. More gain is getting turned down. For every 4 dBs that goes above the threshold, only 1 dB is let out. So that means that you're getting more and more aggressive with how much volume you're turning down. Now for me, thinking about it as in like inputs and outputs, that tends to be a little confusing. So I like to think of it more as a percentage. And there's a really simple way to do it this way. And it's not something that you have to do while you're setting up your compressor, but it's just going to make understanding what is happening with it a little bit easier. So in order to turn your ratio into a percentage, just follow this really simple step. Think of your ratio, in this case, 4 to 1, then flip the numbers. So 1 over 4, make it a fraction. Now let's think of 1 minus our ratio. So 1 minus 1 over 4. Well, that ends up being 3 over 4. And if you make that into a percentage, well, that's 75%. I know that you're having to do a lot of math right now. I swear you're not going to have to do that math for the rest of this course. I'm just taking you back to elementary school, y'all. Yeah, what that means is that 75% of the gain that goes above the threshold is getting turned down by the compressor. So now let's think about 2 to 1. So 2 to 1, flip that upside down. That's 1 over 2. 1 minus 1 over 2 is still 1 over 2. It's just 1/2. And that ends up being 50%. So that means that the compressor is turning all of the volume that goes above the threshold down by 50%. And you can see if I make my ratio 2, it goes up to where it's about halfway turned down. There's the same amount in green that there is in blue above the threshold. So let's think of another example. Let's think of 8 to 1. So again, let's flip it upside down, 1 over 8, and then subtract 1 by 1 over 8. Well, that ends up being 7 over 8, 7/8. And percentage-wise, that's 88%. So the compressor is decreasing the volume of the instrument that went above the threshold by 88%. I'll put it in here and you'll see what I'm talking about. So a much more aggressive and dramatic decrease in gain. So there's a trend here that I'm really wanting you to pick up on. It's really important that you pick up on this pretty soon because it's something that I didn't pick up on because I didn't think about it this way. I didn't pick up on it for many years. And it led me to maybe do some compression that was too aggressive. So as the ratio gets higher, the amount of gain that it reduces gets lower and lower. You know, the difference from 1 to 1, which is nothing, to 2 to 1, which is literally 50%, is huge. But the difference from 2 to 1 to 4 to 1 is a little bit less. And the difference from 4 to 1 to 8 to 1 is even less. It's like an exponential curve. You have a huge jump between 1 to 1 ratio and 2 to 1 ratio. But the higher your ratio gets, the less it's actually changing that much. Like there's maybe half a dB difference between a 4:1 ratio in this particular situation and an 8:1 ratio. And if I was to do a 20:1 ratio, or we'll say a 15:1 ratio, 16, since that's twice 8, that is so similar to 8. It's almost completely the same. So what that means is that if you're just trying to get a little bit of compression, like you're not trying to just absolutely squash the life out of your sound, you don't have to be afraid to use lower ratios. Like for example, I might want to use a ratio of 1.5 to 1. Now that might seem really, really, really small, but the reason I'm doing that is basically that is turning down my gain by 25%. That might be all I want. I might only want to have it turned down by about 25%. Or 2:1, it's turning it down by 50%. Even that is a little aggressive. Now, that's not to say that there aren't times that I use really aggressive ratios, because there absolutely are. And we're going to talk about those in the future. But this is mostly just to bring up that as you are doing all of this compression yourself, don't be afraid to, maybe set your threshold really low and use a really low ratio. If my threshold is this low and I have a ratio of 10, ooh, it is a sausage. I'm squishing the crap out of that thing. But if I have a ratio of like 1.5, I've got a nice round sound. Now we'll talk about shape here in a little bit, because attack and release is really what changes the shape of the microdynamics so much. But I just kind of wanted to point out to you that this is what the threshold does. Basically, the threshold, you could think of it as like the placement control. You can use it to target the part of the waveform that you're trying to affect. And then the ratio can be thought of as like the squeeze control. The harder the ratio, the more obvious and aggressive the compressor. So if you think of those two parameters in tandem, using a compressor is going to be a lot easier for you. So now that we've talked about threshold and ratio, let's do a deep dive on attack and release. So attack and release are the two parameters that do the most shaping for how a compressor actually sounds. The attack is basically the amount of time it takes for the compressor to apply the full dose of compression after our particular sound has gone above the threshold. So after it's gotten louder than the threshold. Now, the release is the opposite of this. It's the exact opposite. It's basically the amount of time that it takes the compressor to fully recover from the gain reduction. So after our sound has gotten quieter and it's gone back below the threshold, well, then the release kicks in. And it's going to take some time for the compressor to stop working. It's still compressing the audio even after the threshold has no longer been crossed. That's what the release is for. Together, these two things shape the waveform. They are huge in our control of microdynamics. So it's important to mention this, and I'm going to put it at the front of the video, even though it might be a little confusing. Attack and release are rates, not delays. So if you have tried to learn compression from anywhere on the internet, you've probably heard it explained to you that if you have an attack time of 10 milliseconds, then it's like a 10 millisecond delay from the time when your instrument goes above the threshold, when it gets louder than the threshold, and the time that the compressor actually kicks on. That's just not true. That's just a common myth. It's not a delay. It is a rate of change. So instead, what's actually happening is if you have an attack time of 10 milliseconds, then you are basically saying, okay, I want the full dose of compression to be applied to my sound after 10 milliseconds. And I just want it to gradually compress up until then. It's a measurement of slope. It's not a measurement of time. Compression is actually being applied the moment that your audio goes above the threshold. It's just not really being applied that aggressively because it takes some time for it to actually click on 100%. So let me explain the math behind this just a little bit. I don't think you're really going to need this to actually mix, but this will help you to understand what attack time and release time are actually doing to our sound and to the shape of our sound. So our threshold is fixed. Wherever we put the threshold at, that's where it's at. But our ratio is actually fluid. Whatever you set the ratio at, like 4:1, that's just the most aggressive that you are going to allow the compressor to actually be. So let's say, again, that we have an attack time of 10 milliseconds. Basically, the way a compressor works is it's going to slowly turn the ratio up over the course of those 10 milliseconds. Like, I'm literally just telling that little man inside that's turning down the volume of my track. I'm not saying, hey, grab the volume fader, turn it down immediately. I'm really more just saying, hey, grab the ratio and turn it up so that by the time 10 milliseconds comes, it's at 4:1. Now, what that means is that, let's say our threshold gets crossed and we have an attack time of 10 milliseconds. At 5 milliseconds, what do you think is happening? We have essentially a ratio of 2:1. So we have half the amount of compression that we want to have. And at 2.5 milliseconds, we're at a ratio of 1.5:1. It's just a straight line slope. It's slowly turning our compressor on. And the same is true with our release. It's also just a slope. So let's say we have our ratio of 4:1 and we have a release of 100 milliseconds. After 50 milliseconds, after our threshold is no longer being breached, what ratio do we have? Well, we no longer have a ratio of 4:1. Now we have a ratio of 2:1 because half of the amount of allotted time has passed. And after 75 milliseconds, we're back down to our ratio of 1.5:1. And then finally, once we reach 100 milliseconds, we will be back to a ratio of 1:1, which means no compression is happening. So again, it's a slope, it's a rate, it's not a delay. And that's going to help us figure out what our compressor is actually doing when we are changing our attack and release times. Because really, we're not saying, I want to have a 20-second delay so that my peaks can get through. We're more just saying, I don't want the compressor to really compress that aggressively until the peaks have already gotten through. No matter what, the shape is going to be changed, but that's totally okay. So now that we've gotten through the annoying math part of the video, let's talk about what our attack and release times are actually going to do whenever we put them in practice. So I've got our compression visualizer up here again, and I'm going to give us a ratio, again, let's say 4:1. And I'll set our threshold right now so that it's really just hitting the peaks. It's not really getting much of the valleys. So right now we've got a really fast attack and a really fast release. And you can see as I change my attack, the shape of this waveform changes. Same with the release. Now, this particular visualizer doesn't actually allow us to put in the number of milliseconds into the attack or the number of milliseconds into the release. So we'll talk later about what a fast attack means and a slow attack means, just as far as like the numbers go. But this is just a great way to visualize what exactly is happening. So the first thing you can see, a fast attack really grabs on to these peaks, just really, really dramatically turns them down. But you can see if I turn this attack down and I make it slower, well, now most of the peak is actually getting let through the compressor. Even though we are targeting the peaks themselves aren't really getting compressed that much because we're saying, hey, I want to wait. I have no idea what this number is, but we'll say 50. I want to wait 50 milliseconds until I have a ratio of 4:1. Well, this peak might only be 5 milliseconds long. So that means by the time 5 milliseconds has passed, we only have a ratio of like 1.1:1 or 1.2:1. Again, the math doesn't actually matter. All I'm trying to say is that we are getting very, very little compression considering that we are just targeting this specific spot. And we can use that to our advantage, which we're going to be talking about later on once we start talking about how to accomplish the goals of compression. So I'm going to give us a fast attack again. Now I want us to look at release. So you can see that release, whenever I have it really fast, is basically just cutting off whatever goes above the threshold, right? Everything beneath the threshold looks exactly the same. Now, if I get a longer release, you can see we start to see the original shape of the audio. Basically, the entire thing gets turned down rather than just whatever is above the threshold. So with here, just the peaks are getting turned down. But with here, the peaks and the valleys are getting turned down. And you can literally see this in our little red blob up here. This is the amount of gain reduction that we're getting. It's really slow to let go. Even though the threshold stops being breached right here, the release just does not let the compression actually stop happening for a really long time. And what that means is that the original shape of our waveform is going to be preserved. And we're going to use that to our advantage once we start learning how to set up these different styles of compression. If I'm wanting something that's really aggressive, I might want a fast attack, fast release. This is just absolutely squashing our waveform. But if I want something that's maybe a little bit more controlled, a little bit less aggressive, well, then I might want a fast attack and a slow release, because then we're going to be getting the same shape. Or I might even want a slower attack. Then we're allowing a lot of our peak to get through, and we're really only focusing on our valleys. So a little cheat sheet for you. A fast attack is going to grab your peaks really hard. A slow attack is going to let your peaks pass through relatively uncompressed. A fast release is going to make the compressor way more dramatic, whereas a slow release is going to make the compressor more transparent. It's going to keep the original shape of your compression intact. I do want to point this out. There's a lot of talk on the internet about fast attack times and just being like, oh, you should never use fast attack times. Fast attack times are like, they ruin your music. They make your music sound so lifeless, and they make it sound so amateur and all this other stuff. There's just so much demonization about fast attack times that I really don't think is all that necessary. Fast attack times, that's all they had in the 50s and 60s and 70s. It wasn't until, late 70s and 80s on that slow attack times were really even a thing. We're going to talk about this in a later video, but a lot of the classic analog compressors, they have attack times in microseconds, crazy fast attack times. And it wasn't until some of the compressors in, like I said, the late 70s and 80s that we started being able to really get above a few milliseconds of an attack time. So as long as you know what you're doing, as long as you are able to compress with intention and you know what you're trying to achieve, don't be afraid of using a fast attack time. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. But first off, I want to talk to you about what a fast and slow attack and release time actually means. Something you can actually use with your compressor. Now, I'm going to tell you this partially just because, again, on the internet, all of the education that you see about compression, people are just like, use fast release times or slow release times or fast attack times or slow attack times. And no one actually says what a fast attack time is or a slow attack time is. For most of the time that I was learning how to mix, I thought that a fast attack was anything below like 15 milliseconds, which you'll learn in just a second that is super not true. That's basically a slow attack. And yet in my head, that's like, I shouldn't ever go beneath that, because if I went beneath that, I was going to suck the life out of my music. And that's really not the case. So let's go into what these different speeds actually mean in numbers. So we'll start off with a fast attack time. So a fast attack time is anywhere between 1 and 1,000 microseconds, usually US instead of MS, if you ever see it on any compressors. Now, when I say 1,000 microseconds, really that just means 1 millisecond. So 1 microsecond to 1 millisecond. Anywhere in there is a fast attack time. Now, a medium attack time is anywhere between 1 millisecond and 10 milliseconds. So anywhere in that range is kind of more of your medium attack time. A slow attack time is anywhere between 10 milliseconds and 100 milliseconds. There's not a lot of times I really would ever use that slow of an attack time, anywhere like close to 100 milliseconds. But that is your range. It's obviously a lot larger than your fast and your medium. And that's just because once you start to get past 10 milliseconds, you start to get into the valley of the sound. Most transients aren't really that long. They're usually somewhere between like 1 millisecond long and maybe 15 milliseconds long, maybe 20. So if you're using a slow attack, really all you're thinking of is, I want to let my peaks go through. So now let's talk about release. So a fast release is usually anywhere between 0 and 100 milliseconds. Now, obviously, we are off to the races in comparison to attack time. Release times are usually way, way slower than attack times are. And that's just because the valley of all of our audio lasts for a lot longer than our initial peaks do. Our peaks are super fast and valleys are a lot slower. So our release times are slow as well. Now, a medium release time, that's going to be probably 100 to 500 milliseconds. And a slow release is going to be anywhere from 500 milliseconds to 20 seconds. And again, I have never used a 20-second release time, but that is the longest release time I've seen on any compressor, pretty much. So anywhere in there is going to be a slow release time. Now, whenever we talk in the future about our styles of compression and how to achieve our different goals, we're mostly going to be talking about fast attack and release and slow attack and release. So those are kind of the two most important ranges to know. If you're wanting to get a blend of different styles, then that's when you're going to start to use your medium attacks and medium releases. So if you can just kind of commit that to memory, doing any compression from here on out is going to be a lot easier, because all you're going to have to do is just say like, okay, I know I want a fast attack time and a slow release time. Okay, well, what is that? And then you can go from there. So now that we've talked about our threshold and our ratio and our attack and release, well, there's only one more compressor parameter that we need to go over, and that is makeup gain. Now, makeup gain is the simplest parameter out of all of them. It is literally just a volume knob. It just turns up the output of the compressor. I could end the video here. We could be done. We're not going to be done, but we could be done. But ultimately, a compressor, the only thing that it knows how to do is turn loud sounds down. That is the entire point of a compressor. But if you remember that sort of general definition that we've talked about in the past, that a compressor is for turning loud sounds down and quiet sounds up, well, if a compressor can't actually turn quiet sounds up, why is that the common definition of it? Well, that's because of makeup gain. So basically the process is that we use threshold and ratio and attack and release to create the style of compression that we want, to get the sound that we want. And then we turn up our now turned down sound with makeup gain. And it's basically a knob that's at the very end of the signal flow. So all of our compression happens, and then we can turn up our makeup gain. If it was beforehand, it would just be like input gain, I guess, and it wouldn't really do anything. But we basically are just turning up the output of our compressor. And the reason that this is important is because we want to make sure that our overall level after compression is still the same. Now, there are exceptions to that we'll get into later in the course, but in general, I want to be able to turn off my compressor plugin and my sound is about the same loudness that it was before. Because otherwise, I'm not going to have any idea if my compressor actually helped or hurt my sound. I need to be able to compare it to my bypassed sound. And also, if I don't turn the volume up, all I'm really doing is turning, the overall volume down, which means if I've already done my volume balance, I'm just going to be making the snare quieter or the vocals quieter or the electric guitar quieter or whatever. And that's not really what I want to do. So I want to show you on this visualizer exactly what makeup gain does. So right now we've got a really fast attack, really fast release, and a ratio of 4:1. So we are just chopping off these peaks. I mean, this is where the volume was before. This is where it is now. So I'm going to add some makeup gain to get the volume back where it was before. And wow, I haven't even gotten to the top yet. Let me add one more. So it's probably 3.5. There we go. So look at this. I now am hitting around the same peak level that I was hitting before. Look at how thick this is. Look at how much louder this is overall. We've basically made our valley super tall. We have made a thick sound. But before, when I hadn't increased the makeup gain, all I was seeing is like, oh yeah, it's just quieter. That's it. It's just quieter. But with this, we can realize, oh no, we are actually making a more dense sound. Now this is true for any kind of compression. Ooh, did not want that. So let's say I've got slow attack, slow release. So if I was to turn up my makeup gain so that, let's say my valley was pretty consistent. Well, now I've got a much higher peak. That's going to give me a really punchy sound. That's going to give me something that is more aggressive because there's even more peak in it. And if I was to turn that down even more, if I was to try to like get this level the same, look at how loud this peak is. It's crazy. But before, if I hadn't have turned it up with makeup gain, I just would have been turning the overall sound down. And that's not what I want. So ultimately, it's that. That's it. Now, there is a little bit of complication to this. With certain styles of compression, you are going to want to set your makeup gain to different amounts. Sometimes you might want to set it so that your peaks are the same level that they were before. Sometimes you're going to want to set it to where your valleys are the same level that they were before. In general, when in doubt, you are going to want the peaks to be about the same level they were before, because ultimately you are going to be increasing the volume of the quiet sounds. That's going to bring out the detail of the sound. That's going to make the sound fit a little bit better in the mix. And ultimately, you're going to get a compressed sound. Compression just doesn't sound the same without makeup gain. Now, before we go, I do have one quick warning to give you. So something that you see on a lot of new digital compressors is something called auto gain. And you're going to see it usually around the area that the makeup gain is sitting in your particular plugin. And it might be tempting to just allow your plugin to do the gain for you, to do the makeup gain for you. And something that I wanted to interrupt the flow of this video just so that you really understood that you should really avoid that as much as you can. The reason for that is that the technology has not quite yet caught up with the idea. So at some point in the future, there might be a time where we can just allow the computer to do makeup gain for us and we don't even really have to touch it. But right now, using auto gain can actually cause more harm than good. So if you look at this on screen, on the Logic compressor, you can actually see, makeup gain is right here. And then there's a little auto gain right next to it. And anytime I select any kind of preset, the auto gain is actually automatically turned on. Now this is just like a Logic thing specifically, but it's something you just want to be aware of, because if you're either getting presets or maybe you've just loaded up the compressor, oftentimes that auto gain is going to be on automatically. So you're going to want to go and turn it off. You're going to want to basically set your own makeup gain, because you might accidentally turn the volume of your track up by like 4 or 5 decibels more than you actually want to. Or maybe you might actually turn it way down. It might be much, much quieter than you actually want it to be. So on the whole, if you have auto gain, unless you have a plugin that you've tried using it with and it works okay, I would just pretty much avoid it wholesale. With that quick PSA over, let's move on to our next video. So let's talk about an often misunderstood part of the compressor, the sidechain. It's something that you might have heard of before, maybe in a few random YouTube videos. They're telling you how to get some cool pumping effects or something like that. But the sidechain is actually a pretty broad concept. To keep it relatively simple, the sidechain is actually just the ears of the compressor. It's the mechanism inside of a compressor that actually listens to the sound that's going through it. Without the sidechain, there's no compression. Now, even though there is one sidechain, there are actually 2 different sources for the sidechain, and that is the internal source and the external source. Now, this sounds a lot more confusing than it actually is. The internal source is just the compressor listening to whatever the compressor is actually on. If the compressor is on a drum set, then the internal sidechain is the drum set. Now, on the other side, there's the external sidechain. Now, the external sidechain is basically when you tell the ears of the compressor to listen to another instrument and act as if it was compressing that instrument. So, for example, you might have a bass guitar and a kick drum. And you might have a compressor on your bass guitar, but you might tell your compressor to listen to the kick drum so that the bass turns down every single time the kick comes in, which I'll actually show you an example of that here in just a bit. So let's start off by talking about the internal sidechain. Why is this something that you even need to understand? Well, it's because a lot of compressors have a concept known as sidechain filtering. And for a few different instruments, it can be an absolute lifesaver. So let's take a look at these drums and I'll show you what a sidechain filter is. All a sidechain filter does is it basically just tells the sidechain, the ears of the compressor, hey, I want you to ignore a certain part of the frequency spectrum. So that might be you saying, hey, I want you to ignore the low end. Only listen to the top end of this particular sound. Or you might say, oh, I want you to ignore the top end. I only want you to listen to the low end of this particular sound. It doesn't change the tone at all. It's only changing how the compressor is working. And it's extremely useful for instruments or buses that have a lot of low end energy. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Right here, we've got our drum set, and I'm gonna make sure that this is bypassed. And let's just listen to what this sounds like by itself. Cool. So let's say that I wanted to get a thicker sound. I wanted to, maybe decrease some of the peaks, turn up some of the valleys, use the thickness style of compression, which is something that we'll be going over in the next module. I'd probably want to get a pretty fast attack, pretty fast release. Again, you'll learn all that stuff later. Don't worry about what I'm doing. If I was to start my ratio right here, and I turn my ratio up, you're going to hear that rather than getting a regular compression sound, I'm getting just this wildly out of balance compression sound. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So my kick drum is basically causing all of the compression, but really I want to be getting the same amount of compression for the kick and for the snare. That way I'm getting that kind of movement that I'm looking for. Now, the reason this is such a common problem is because we don't actually hear all frequencies as accurate as we need to. The human ear hears different frequency ranges at different volume levels. So for the low end, we actually hear that as much quieter than it is in reality. Now, the compressor is not a human ear. It's just listening to the volume level, the regular volume level. So I might have to turn up my kick drum, let's say 6 decibels louder than my snare, so that I get the amount of low end that I'm looking for. But if I try to compress my drum set, well, now my kick drum is going to be causing a ton of compression, and I'm going to have to keep coming back on the threshold in order to actually get enough compression on my snare drum that I'm looking for. Not really what I want. This is where the internal sidechain comes in handy, because we're basically going to be able to filter out some of the low end in the ears of the compressor. We're going to be able to tell the compressor, hey, I want you to ignore this part of the frequency spectrum. So over here in Logic, usually it's on output settings, click sidechain. You can see there's actually a little filter section down here, and I've already got this pre-made, but I'm just going to toggle between off and on, and you're going to hear a huge difference. You hear how that went from being a really unbalanced compression sound to a great sounding compression? Basically, all I did is I have a little high pass filter here, which is just a low cut. That's all it's doing. It's cutting out the lows. I just sweep it up until I'm getting the same amount of compression for the kick as I'm getting for the snare. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So I've gone too far because now I'm actually not getting any compression on the kick. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm going for. And it's as simple as that. This particular compressor has a lot of bells and whistles, but a lot of compressors, they'll just have the sidechain filter. And not all compressors have this, but if it does, it's such a helpful thing to have, especially for drum sets, for your mix bus. It's very, very helpful for low-end instruments like kicks and basses. It's very helpful because a lot of the dynamics of those instruments actually live up in the top end of the instrument, not in the low end. On the whole, it can just make your compression sound a lot more natural if you're dealing with anything in the low end. So now that we've looked at the internal sidechain, let's look at the external sidechain. Whenever you hear people talk about sidechaining, that's usually what they're referring to, is the external sidechain, where you are connecting one instrument to the instrument that you're actually compressing. You're causing your compressor to listen to another instrument, basically fake compression for that instrument that it's now listening to. For example, the one I brought up earlier, let's look at a bass and a kick. So a really common technique with this is to sidechain the kick to the bass so that the volume level of the bass turns down every single time the kick comes in, which is a great way to help balance your low end. I'm going to bring up my bass, and in order to do this, you have to go up to wherever the sidechain area of your particular plugin is and just select the bus or the audio track that's going to, or rather the audio track that you want your ears, your compressor's ears to actually listen to. So in this situation, I've got this on the bass. I'm going to sidechain it to the kick. So I've actually already got this set up. So let's just listen to a quick before and after. Now, that might sound a little bit weird just because, we're doing this out of the context of the mix. But in context of the mix, when you have all of these other instruments piled on top, that particular technique can really help to balance the low end. Because every single time the kick comes in, the bass drops out, by 4 or 5 dBs. We'll go over in more detail how to actually set that up in a future video. But for now, all you need to know is that the sidechain is just the ears of the compressor and that there are 2 different kinds. The internal sidechain, which you can use with the filter anytime you're using any kind of low-end instruments, and the external sidechain, which you can use to tell the ears of the compressor to listen to another instrument and get them to play just a little bit more nicely with each other. So we've got a bonus video for you. In this video, we are going to be covering some of the lesser used parameters in compression. These are parameters that you will see on some compressors, sometimes, but honestly, they are pretty rare, with the exception of knee, which we'll talk about first. All of these are different settings that basically work to help you to figure out exactly how aggressive or how subtle you want your compression to be. All of them go about this in different ways, but they all achieve that same goal. They either make the compressor more aggressive or they make the compressor more subtle. So for this session, I'm actually going to bring up a compressor on my DAW, and I'm not going to use the standard Logic compressor because it only has one of these things. It only has the knee. So I am actually going to bring up the FabFilter Pro C2 because it has most of these. So the 4 parameters that we are going to be talking about in this video are the knee, range, hold, and a look ahead. So let's start off with the knee because that is the most common out of all of these parameters. You're not going to see it on every single compressor, but it's one that you will see on a few more than the rest of these. So the knee basically turns the threshold from a single number into a range of numbers. It makes it go from a single point to kind of like a hazy cloud that the audio is passing through and slowly becoming more and more compressed. So let's say, for example, that you've got a threshold of about 20. So I'll set my threshold right about here. Now let's say we have a knee of about 10 dBs. Now, not every knee is actually measured in decibels. A lot of them are just measured from 0 to 1. The number you select is really not that important. All that matters is just like the sound that the knee gives you. But looking at it from a mathematical perspective, let's talk about what is happening. So if you have a threshold of negative 20 dBs, which means that anytime any audio goes above negative 20 dBs, the compressor is going to turn on. And if you have a knee of 10 decibels, then what that means is basically the threshold has gone from a single point of negative 20 dBs to a range of negative 30 dBs all the way to negative 10 dBs. That means that gain reduction is going to start happening even before any audio reaches the threshold. So why is this something that would really even be that helpful? I mean, wouldn't that make the compressor less accurate? And the answer is yes, it does make it less accurate, but it can also help a compressor to feel a little bit more natural, feel a little bit more subtle. So the reason that the knee can be so helpful in creating sort of more subtlety, more naturalness in your compression is because the ratio actually shifts throughout that fog, throughout that hazy cloud that our audio is passing through. Whenever it hits, in our example, negative 30, so the very bottom, the maximum ratio is basically extremely light. If I have a ratio of 4:1, the maximum ratio might be like, 1.2 to 1. Now, that ratio is going to get turned up all the way to 4:1 by the time it gets to the top of my threshold, which is now a range. So it's no longer going to be getting to 4:1 once I get to negative 20 decibels, which is the threshold I have set, but rather it's going to get to a 4:1 ratio once I get to negative 10 decibels. So what that means is that lighter sounds, quieter sounds, are getting just still a little bit of compression, whereas heavier sounds, louder sounds, are getting the full compression amount that you're actually wanting to apply. This basically means that you're no longer just compressing the peaks. You're compressing, the loud sounds and the quiet sounds, and everything's sort of fluctuating, hopefully in time with the music. So let's look at the knee in another way. So right now, I actually have sort of the standard graph that you see used with compressors. We haven't really talked about this much because at least for me, it's not really all that helpful, but it's something that you see pretty much any time compression gets talked about in like a mathematical sense. So this is your standard compression graph. You've got your x-axis, which is basically just how loud the input is, the volume, of the drums, for example. And then you've got your y-axis, which is how loud the output is, how much volume is actually put out from the compressor. So you can see that this line is a 1-to-1 ratio, so nothing is changing. Whereas this line is a 2-to-1 ratio. Basically, you can see that at the point of the threshold, the volume is starting to get turned down by 50%. This is what we were talking about during our threshold and ratio video, that each of these ratios are basically just getting closer and closer and closer to only outputting the threshold. But now let's look at soft knee compression. So this is basically what a knee does. You can see over here, there is only a single point of change. It's like it is exactly the same until it gets to the threshold line, and then it starts to change. And it's totally linear. Whereas over here with soft knee compression, you can see basically that this threshold has been turned into more of a range. There is change that's happening from up here all the way down to about right here. And it is increasing exponentially the amount of gain reduction that's happening. So you can see, for example, a 2-to-1 ratio, even once it hits the threshold, is not doing nearly as much compression as a 2-to-1 ratio is in hard knee. But as it gets louder and louder and louder, more of the audio starts to become compressed. Now, if you have control of your knee, I wouldn't necessarily start your compressor off with anything but a hard knee compression, which is basically 0 if you have a knob, or 0 dBs. But once you get your compressor set where you'd like it, adding a little bit of knee in can honestly be really beneficial to softening it up, to making it feel a little bit more natural. Now, a few things to know just as you come across this particular parameter in the world. So if a certain compressor has no knee range, so it has no ability to change the knee, and nothing about that compressor says otherwise, it is known as a hard knee compressor. It's got that hard stop line. Whereas a compressor with a wide knee range, or a compressor that has, the ability to actually change the knee, is known as a soft knee compressor, or an over-easy compressor. If you're using analog compressors, you occasionally will see a little button that says over-easy or soft knee. That's what it's talking about whenever you actually press that in. Now, one important thing to bring up pretty quickly, percussive instruments don't tend to do great with soft knees. They tend to like hard knees a little bit better, whereas more sustained instruments love soft knees. Like, for instance, a bass guitar, or maybe a string, like a violin or a cello. Those really benefit from a softer knee. But a drum set, you're probably still going to want that hard knee because each of the peaks are so specific and there's not a lot of sustain. There's not really much when it comes to the valley. It's all peak. Okay, so now that we've talked about knee, let's move on and talk about range. So if knee affects the threshold, range affects the amount of compression that's actually being applied. So the threshold isn't being changed at all whenever you move this little slider up and down, but we are changing the amount of gain reduction that can physically happen. Basically, the range is just setting your maximum amount of gain reduction. So, for example, if a super loud sound hits your compressor, if you have a smaller range, then you might be saying, okay, like for instance, if I have this set to 10, I might be saying, okay, I want to make sure that even if just the biggest possible snare hit comes through this compressor, I don't want to compress any sound more than 10 decibels. So it basically just sets that upper limit. It keeps you from just having insane amounts of compression. Now, this is a great alternative to parallel compression or a mix knob. Basically, it allows you to still mix in a little bit of your dry sound with your wet sound, with your compressed sound. As the gain reduction is hitting this upper limit, even though it's being triggered by the rest of your drums, for example, it is allowing more loudness to come through, more dynamics to come through, even though it might be being compressed very heavily. This is especially great for keeping transients intact. So if you're trying to keep your peaks from being too compressed, a range control might really benefit you. Now, you are going to see this most often on de-essers, which is a type of compressor that just turns down S sounds in singers, or, really bright hits in cymbals, stuff like that. The range control is very, very popular with plugins like that. So now let's move on and talk about hold. So what hold basically does is it prolongs the peaks in gain reduction. So if a particularly loud spike goes through, it is going to compress that audio for a longer amount of time before allowing the release to do its job. So for example, rather than a compression spike looking kind of like this, like a really fast spike, it might look more like this. It sort of rounds out the top of your gain reduction. It creates curves and smoothness in your compression. A little bit can be honestly great for some transparency in your compression, but it can create some pretty serious pumping effects. So you want to make sure that you're being careful with it. Now, this is something that you see most often in noise gates, which is a type of dynamic processor that basically helps you to turn down super quiet sounds so that they're not muddying up a mix. And you can see with hold, it is measured in milliseconds, just in the same way that attack and release is. I would only really want maybe, 10 milliseconds of hold just to round out that top, keep it from being a spike, and then allow the release to do its job. So finally, let's look at Lookahead. So Lookahead is actually a unique parameter in digital compression. It's something that can't exist in the analog world. It's pretty much totally impossible. Now, what Lookahead does is the computer actually delays the playback of the whole session by a few milliseconds. So it's sort of causing some latency in the entire session in order to pre-process the track. Now, by doing that, it's being able to see exactly where every single spike in loudness actually is. So it basically just knows ahead of time when it's going to turn itself on. Now, what that does is it basically anticipates the peaks. The compressor turns on, the gain reduction comes down just a few milliseconds before the peak actually happens. So you're actually getting gain reduction before the loudness goes above the threshold. Now, this can change the tone of your valleys a little bit just because the compression is turning on a few milliseconds before the peaks actually start. But it's really, really great if you're wanting a punchy sound, something really in your face. You know, if you're not really wanting any of your peaks to get cut off by the compression at all. Now, low lookaheads, so something maybe like a millisecond or two, you know, they are going to help to achieve loudness while maintaining clarity. Basically, the compression is going to be starting just right before the peaks, and so we are going to be decreasing the range of our microdynamics. That's going to create some loudness, which we'll talk about why that is in a future video. Now, that said, it's not the safest choice. Sometimes the compressor just isn't as fast as it's saying it is, and you are still going to get some cut off of our transients, of our peaks. So that said, a longer look ahead, maybe something like 5 to 10 milliseconds or 5 to 15 milliseconds, well, you're going to get less loudness because the compressor is going to turn on ahead of time, but it's safer and it's more transparent. It's less colorful. So if you're just looking for accuracy and you're not necessarily looking for a change in tone, that might be where you'd want to go. You'll see look ahead usually on more utility dynamic processors like limiters and noise gates and de-essers, stuff where colorless gain reduction is really, really important. Stuff where basically you are wanting accuracy and nothing else. You're not necessarily wanting to change the tone. You're just wanting to turn stuff down or make stuff louder or do whatever it is you're trying to do with that particular plugin. Now, a quick warning, you don't necessarily want to have a ton of plugins with your look ahead engaged. And the reason for that is because it delays the entire session in order to do this. Like, it literally just pushes the playback back by 10 milliseconds, which allows it to look ahead, literally what it's called, and pre-process. Using it once or twice is not that big a deal just because our ears can't really perceive a difference between, you know, a 0 millisecond delay and a 10 millisecond delay. But the more plugins that you put on your mix that have a look ahead, the more of that delay is going to happen, the more latency is going to happen. At a certain point, it's going to become audible. You're going to hit play, you're going to see the plugin, or you're going to see the playhead basically freeze for a second, and then you'll hear the audio. That's not that big a deal, but here's the problem. You are basically hearing a delayed version of your audio. So if you were to take an EQ and maybe like sweep a band across, there's going to be like a 1 second delay in between what you are doing on your screen and what you hear. So that can cause you to basically make some really inaccurate decisions because in your head, you're thinking, oh, great, this is exactly where I want to put this. But you're really hearing audio that is a second behind. So you might be hearing stuff too quickly to actually get the most accurate picture of what's going on. This is especially true if you're doing any kind of effects. You know, like if you've got something on a send, maybe like some reverb or a delay, and you are just subtly mixing it in, well, that means you're turning the volume up from 0. And if you're hearing it delayed, then once you get to a point where you're like, oh, I like that, that sounds good, that is probably too loud because you're hearing it a second later or 2 seconds later or 3 seconds later, even though you're seeing it at the exact moment where you are moving the fader up and down. So just something to be aware of, something to be cautious of. Now, all that being said, of these 4 processes, knee is the only one that you are going to see on some compressors. A lot of these other processes are a lot more specific to either other dynamic processors or maybe like one really advanced compressor or two. And especially, you only usually see them on digital compressors. Now, range you will sometimes see on analog compressors. Before mix knobs, range was something that analog compressors used to kind of do a similar concept back in like the 80s and 90s, but Lookahead and Hold, those are going to be a little bit more specific to very particular compressors and other dynamic processors. Now, the reason I say that is that if you have access to them, definitely learn how to use them. If you don't really stress about it too hard. It's honestly not a game changer to be able to have all of these extra processes. It's more just that, like, I've used compressors in the past where I've had all of these things and I had no idea what they did. And so I just would sort of move stuff around and be like, I don't know, I guess that sounds good. And because I didn't know what it was doing, I honestly would hurt myself. Like, I would hurt the sound of my mix just because I was twiddling knobs, and I really just ended at a sound that it didn't actually sound any better, but I changed stuff, and psychologically that makes you think like, oh, it's better because I put on a compressor and I changed stuff and therefore it's better. And that's not really how it works. So all in all, if you can master your attack and release and threshold and ratio, that is going to get you 98% of the way there. The last 2% might be knee, and then everything else, just sprinkled in as necessary. So we've covered a ton of ground throughout this module. We have done a deep dive into threshold and ratio and attack and release and makeup gain, and even some parameters that are not used quite as often, like knee or hold or look ahead or range. Now, this probably all seems like it's just been so much information. So good on you for getting through it. Now, all of these different parameters in solo, they're really not all that confusing, nor are they really all that powerful. But whenever you combine them all together, that is how you are going to get any kind of compression sound that you want. When you combine them together, the different combinations and the different variables are unbelievably powerful. So I know I haven't been giving you any audio examples throughout all of this, and I've been doing that on purpose because it's kind of hard to hear what each of these things do if you're not using all of them in conjunction. So during this video, I want to basically go through and put everything together. I want to show you what all of this looks like to the waveform, what everything is doing when you combine it all. And then I also want to show you what it can sound like, especially because in the next module, we are going to be learning about the different goals of compression and the different styles of compression, stuff that you're going to be using for the rest of your time mixing. We're about to get into the meat of the course. But first, let's just see what we can start with. So right now, I've got up our compression visualizer that we've been using in a few of our lessons. And I just want to show you what's going to happen to the waveform whenever I start to combine these 4 specific parameters, or rather these 5 specific parameters because of makeup gain. So let's just start with everything completely at 0. So again, if we need a little refresher, the blue waveform is our compressed waveform. The green waveform is our original waveform, and this little red blob is basically just the amount of compression that's happening. So let's say that I wanted to do a style that was going to create a little bit more consistency, which is something that you're going to learn in the next module. Really what that means is not that I want to go in and change the tone. It's more that I want to go in and just make sure that all of the peaks are kind of sitting around the same level. Well, first of all, I'd want to turn my ratio up, so I actually did something. I'd probably want to turn my threshold down so that I was targeting the peaks. So you can see, it's turning down the peaks, it's turning down a little bit of our valleys, but mostly the peaks. Now, I would probably want to change up my attack and my release. If I was wanting to just target my peaks and really make sure that I'm turning those down, well, I probably still want a pretty fast attack, because if I have a slow attack, you can see what happens. Basically nothing. No part of this particular peak really gets caught. I think we get maybe a decibel taken off the top. But what I probably would want is a longer release, because I want to keep the original shape of my waveform. So you can see as I make the release a little bit longer, my compression curve starts to just last longer and longer and longer until it looks just a little bit more like it originally did. Well, now let's use our makeup gain, turn up the volume. So that's a pretty good middle spot. So let's look at what we did. Really, all we did was we took this down a little bit, but we kept the shape almost the same, but we basically leveled out our dynamics. Now this peak and this peak are both the same level. Whereas before, I mean, basically this peak was probably 2 dBs louder, something like that. So we have turned the loud sounds down. We've turned the quiet sounds up. We've done exactly what we wanted to do with compression. Now, let's say I wanted to get maybe a really thick sound. Well, I'd probably want to make sure that my peaks were totally cut because I'm just wanting a really, really thick sound. And usually thickness comes from really loud valleys, really thick valleys, not particularly loud peaks. So I'm probably going to want to put my threshold down here again, so I'm targeting the peaks. I'm going to want a fast attack, because again, I'm targeting the peaks. I'm wanting to turn those peaks down. I don't want to let them get through my compressor. And then I'd probably want a really fast release. Now, this is exactly what we saw a few lessons ago. Basically, all I've done is I have just turned down this peak, and a little bit of this peak. And if I use my makeup gain and turn it up to where the peaks are the same level, boom, I have a really, really loud sound wave right here. Now, one cool thing when you look at this is just that there's actually not that much compression happening. It's only grabbing the spots that are exactly above the threshold. Whereas earlier, whenever we did kind of just a little bit of balancing, we had a longer release, way more compression was happening. It's a good lesson just to know that just because a ton of compression is happening doesn't inherently mean that you're actually getting a more aggressive sound. You might actually be getting a less aggressive sound just because of how long it takes for this compression to return back to zero. Now let's say that I wanted to get a punchier sound. Well, punchiness usually means that my peaks are really loud and my valleys aren't really all that loud at all. So what would I want to do? Well, I probably would want a slower attack because I'd want my peaks to be able to get through, and I'd want a slower release because I'd want my valleys to be compressed. So I'm allowing my peaks to go through, and then my compression is kicking on, and it's compressing only my valleys. Well, let me turn my makeup gain down. The next thing I'd probably want to do is I'd want to target the valleys. I don't only want to target the peaks. So I'd probably want my threshold to be a little bit lower. I'm going to just put it all the way for ease. Well, now let me turn up the makeup gain so that, this area is kind of the same level. So now look at what's happened. We now have a waveform that's really different, especially with our loud sounds. This peak is way, way louder than it was before. And the rest of it, all of the valley, is pretty much the same. And what that's done is it created just that real punchy sound, that really aggressive sound, that in-your-face kind of sound. That's what's happening to the audio whenever we're doing this kind of compression. Now, there's tons of different ways that you can use a compressor, but those are just 3 examples of how you can change up a waveform just by changing up how you are using these 4 or these 5 parameters. So now let's actually listen to some audio. Let's listen to see what a compressor is going to do to some real life instruments. Okay, so I'm back in here into my DAW, and I'm going to try adding a little bit of compression to just some different instruments so you can see what exactly happens to the sound whenever I start to put all of these different parameters together. Let me grab my drums, and I'm going to set a ratio around here, and I'm just going to set my attack and release crazy fast, just while I'm getting my threshold right. Okay, cool. So now let's say I want a really thick sound. I want kind of like that big drum room sort of sound. Well, that means I'd want a pretty fast attack and release. So pretty fast attack. Put my release maybe around here. Now I'm losing about 4 dBs of gain, so let's turn that up. Listen how huge that sounds now. Now let me get it to where it's peaking at around the same level, because I think I've got it peaking too high. It's at about 5. So probably about right there. Yeah, listen to that difference. So it's peaking at the same place. So that's before, here's after. There we go. Huge difference. A total difference in the sound. So now let me go in here and let's try compressing maybe some acoustic guitar. Now this is what we're starting with our acoustic guitar. Just a nice finger-picked sound. Maybe I was wanting a little bit more consistency, just wanted to level it out a little bit. Let's go in here. I'm going to make my attack and release really fast, and let's see what we can get. Slow my release down. So that just sounds a lot more consistent. We've just evened out the performance. Let me do a before and after. Here's after. Probably turn it up by about a dB. So ultimately, it sounds a lot better. It sounds a lot more even. If I was to zoom into this waveform, really all we're doing with that is just some of these moments where it's getting a little extra too loud. We're just turning those notes down. That's all we're doing. So let me try adding a little bit of compression to maybe some vocals. So we've got a vocal right here. It's nice and punchy in your face. Let's listen to it.
This is the big escape, down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name.
Maybe I want it to be even punchier. So I could maybe grab a compressor, turn this stuff off.
This is the big escape, down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name.
And let's get a slower attack and a slower release.
This is the big escape, down through the valley line, deep in the darkest skies. I want to know my name. I want to see my face. I want to feel a change. This is the big escape, down through the valley line, deep in the darkest sky.
Hear how it feels just even more in your face, even more punchy. This is the stuff that we are going to learn how to do in our next module. This is the stuff that you get to do whenever you are combining all of these parameters together. And it might seem subtle right now, but compression is a game of addition. It's not necessarily just I put one compressor on and everything sounds amazing. It is adding tiny bits of compression throughout the entire mix. It's just a few dBs here, a few dBs there, a little bit of control here, a little bit of enhancement there. And then you end up having a professional radio-ready song. So that said, let's move on into the next module and start learning how to create some of these styles of compression. Congrats! You've made it through another module of Compression Breakthrough. Throughout this module, we've talked about all of the different parts of a compressor. We've learned about threshold and how it determines what part of the audio to actually compress. We've learned about the compressor's ratio and how that determines how aggressive the compression should be. We've learned about the attack and the release, which determine how fast and how slow a compressor turns on and turns off. We've learned about the makeup gain, which is that little extra bit of volume we add on the end of compression to turn those quiet sounds up. We've talked about the sidechain, which both allows our compressor to change what it's hearing and to change what instrument it's listening to. And finally, we've talked about knee, which turns our threshold from a single point into a range of points. So with that knowledge, we're going to go forth into our next module, which is going to be on the styles of compression. Now, the styles of compression are just different ways to use a compressor to get different sounds. It's basically just different combinations of settings that you can use to accomplish certain goals. Using these styles is going to be how you will learn to compress any instrument, no matter what it is. After that module, to give you a little heads up, we're going to be talking about some essential tips and tricks and techniques for compression, stuff that you're going to use in tons of mixes. And then finally, we're going to be going through the real meat of the course, which is how to compress a mix from start to finish. So with that said, let's move on to the next module. I'll see you soon. Welcome everybody to the meat of the peak and valley technique. Over the course of the next few modules, we are going to be learning how to understand what we're actually trying to do with compression. We're going to figure out the different things that we can achieve, and we're going to figure out the different ways that we can achieve those goals. So in the next few lessons, we're going to be talking about the goals of compression and the different styles of compression. These are the things that you are going to be using in every single mix from here on out. And it's going to absolutely change how you mix, because you're going to be able to, for the first time, do compression with intention. You're going to know exactly what you're trying to achieve every single time you put on a compressor. So let's review the 4 goals of compression again. And these goals are to balance, to enhance, to glue, and to fix. Each of those goals has a different place in the mix. There are different times where you're just wanting to create the best balance you can, other times where you're wanting to enhance the tone of a sound, maybe get something cooler or punchier or thicker. Other times that you are wanting to glue multiple instruments together to make the mix feel like a record. And other times that you're just trying to fix some problems, some things that compression is uniquely situated to actually fix for you. Now, each of these goals can be accomplished in different ways. And the ways that you can accomplish these goals is what we call the styles of compression. So there are 2 different things that we're talking about here: the goals of compression and the styles of compression. The goals of compression are what do you want to accomplish, whereas the styles of compression are how do you want to accomplish it. It's the method that you actually accomplish your goals. Now, the reason we haven't really brought up styles too much is because you can use different styles to accomplish different goals. They're not necessarily completely separate from each other. And we have a wonderful custom graphic that you can download in the resources that basically tells you what styles of compression you can actually use to accomplish your goals. Like, for example, if you're trying to balance your drums, it's going to tell you what different styles of compression you can use to balance your drums. And each of those styles is going to accomplish that in a different way. That said, let's talk about a few of the main styles of compression. Now, there are several different styles, but there are 4 that are the most prominent in compression. Now, these styles are called consistency, thickness, groove, and punch. And every single one of these styles uses a different combination of settings in the compressor. So with that said, let's dive straight into the rest of the videos of this module and learn how to create these 4 main styles of compression. After you learn how to do these, your mixes are never going to be the same, trust me. So before we start to learn about the different styles of compression in detail, I wanted to make a quick video that just goes over how to set up your compressor, because you're going to see that throughout the rest of the videos in this entire course. And there's a very specific step-by-step process that's going to help you to actually be able to get the results that you're looking for without just twiddling knobs, not really understanding what it is you're trying to achieve, and not really knowing when you get there. So we actually have a graphic that you can download. It's a part of the graphics package that you've gotten probably earlier on in this course that goes over each step on how to set up a compressor. And we're going to be following through that right now. So right now I've got this drum set. If you listen to it, you can hear what it sounds like. And I want to do some compression on it. Now, the style of compression that I want to do on this drum set is known as thickness style. Now, we're going to go over that in a video in just a little bit, so don't worry too much over the specifics, but I'm going to set up my compressor so that I'm achieving that kind of thickness sound. So let's start with the very beginning of what you're going to want to do anytime you use any kind of compression. You're going to want to zero out your compressor. So what that means is I'm going to set my threshold all the way up to 0. I'm going to set my ratio as high as it will go. I'm going to make my attack and my release as fast as they'll go. And then if I have a knee control, I'm going to set it to hard, which you could either be 0, somewhere between 0 and 1.3, or if you're using a compressor that has a knee that's measured in decibels, there's not a hard number to this, but somewhere close to 0. Now, if you have a compressor that has auto gain, you also want to make sure that this is turned off. And if you have an auto release button, you want to make sure that that is turned off as well. Now, the reason that we've zeroed out our compressor in this way is not to get a great sound from the beginning, but because with a ratio this aggressive and attack and release this fast, it's going to allow us to use our threshold more accurately. And that's going to be our next step, adjusting the threshold to where it's achieving the type of compression that we want. Now, again, you're going to learn more about what this means in upcoming videos. Now, for a compression style like thickness, we're going to just be turning down some of the peaks, not really touching any of the valleys. Now, what that means is we want our threshold to be pretty high. So if we have a high threshold, I'm just going to turn this down until I'm getting short spikes of gain reduction. If I'm returning back to 0 really quickly, that's perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm going to hit play and just find where I want to set that threshold. Getting very, very fast spikes. It's exactly what I'm looking for. So now we'll move on to the next step, which is adjusting our attack and release. This particular style calls for a fast attack, fast release. So I'm just going to adjust this until I'm getting the sounds that I want. I'm not going to just leave it where it is because we wanted it that crazy fast just so that we could figure out exactly where we wanted to set our threshold. Fantastic. So now that we've adjusted our attack and release and it's sitting where we want it to sit, we're going to adjust our knee if we have access to our knee control. For knees, we've talked about this before, but typically you want a harder knee if you're working with percussive sounds and a softer knee if you're working with more sustained sounds. So I'm just going to mess with my knee a little bit, see if I can get it to sit nicely, just kind of to where I'm getting the kind of compression that I'm looking for. That sounds great to me. Now I'm going to move on to my next step, which is just adjusting my ratio to taste. I'm just using my ratio basically as a knob to turn up the amount of gain reduction I'm going to have. So I'm going to set it all the way back to 1, and then I'm just going to slowly move it up until I'm getting the amount of compression I want, which for me in this particular situation, let's say I'm going to want 3 decibels of compression. Great, so we're almost done. Now the last thing we want to do is adjust our makeup gain. Now certain styles of compression will have you adjust makeup gain differently. Again, that's something to talk about in a future video. The only thing that's important is that you hold off on setting your makeup gain until the very end. It's the final step in this entire process. Great, and now I have the compressed sound that I want. Let's do a quick before and after. So if you follow these steps, you're going to be able to set up your compressor anytime with confidence. So in this video, we are going to be talking about how to make a sound consistent, how to create consistency in your tracks. So this is the most, probably I'd say the most common style of compression that you're going to be using. Whenever they talk about compression being a tool that you can use to make the loud sounds quieter and the quiet sounds louder, this is the style of compression that does it. This is it. Consistency style. So this style is not meant to actually change the tone of our sound really at all. It's just meant to rebalance our macro dynamics, which, if you remember from a few videos ago, is basically the difference between the loudest sound and the quietest sound in an entire instrument's performance. So we're not really trying to change any micro dynamics. We're not trying to change any tone. We are just trying to do what's known as level balancing. And that is just creating consistency throughout an entire mix. If done right, it's subtle. It's something the listener can't even really hear, but ultimately it is massively, massively powerful in your mix. So before we get into the settings, let me show you an example of what this style sounds like. So I've got a particularly dynamic electric guitar right here, and you can even see in the waveform, if I zoom in a little bit, it's got spikes all over the place. You know, right here, and right here, and right here. Spots where it might have been nice emotionally if we were listening to it soloed, but when it's in the mix, the electric guitar is just going to pop out of nowhere randomly. So we need to make sure that we are controlling that a little bit more. So we're going to use the consistent style of compression. Let me show you a quick before and after. Now, it didn't really change the tone at all, but it didn't get nearly as loud during those periods where it was just popping out, and it didn't get nearly as quiet during those periods where it was just going to be sitting behind the mix. So now let's talk about how to create this style of compression. So we've actually designed a graphic for all of the styles of compression that basically shows you how to set them up, like what settings you need to do whenever you're in the moment trying to do a mix. This is something that you're going to use on every single mix, pretty much until you internalize this. Even I use it on the mixes that I do. Now, it might look a little confusing right now, but by the end of the next few videos, it's going to make total sense. So the consistent style of compression is in the upper left-hand quadrant, and you can see it's got a few different parameters that it's sticking with. You can see it has a high threshold. You can see that it has a fast attack, and you can see that it has a slow release. Now I'm going to go to our compression visualizer and show you exactly why each of those individual combinations get this sound that we're going for. So let's talk about these settings. We're trying to create balance in a track whenever we are using this consistent style of compression. So what that means is we're not really trying to change like the shape of the waveform at all. We are just rebalancing it. We're just moving things so that they are sort of a little bit more level and a little bit less lopsided. So something like this, we absolutely don't want, because that is going to change our tone. Any change of like the microdynamics, the difference between like the peaks and the valleys and all that stuff, that's going to change our tone pretty dramatically. So that's not really what we're going for. So what's the first thing that we know that we're going to want to do? Well, I know that I'm going to want to target the peaks with my threshold. I'm not going to want to target both the peaks and the valleys. And that's because I only want the loudest peaks to trigger my compression. So I'm going to take my threshold down until I'm just hitting these peaks. And I'm actually going to add a really, really high ratio just for example. The next thing I want to do is have a very fast attack. A lot of times when we talk about fast attacks, we talk about the fact that like they can be a little dangerous sometimes. They can maybe make stuff sound lifeless, potentially change the tone in a way that we don't want. Well, that is 100% true. What we do with the release in a little bit is going to nullify a lot of that. So I just want to make sure that right whenever this peak is going above my threshold, that I am allowing it to get caught. Okay, and let me just put the release here. So the next thing that I'm going to want to do is have a longer release. So there is a trick to doing this. You want to try to match your release to the tempo of the song. And there's a great tool that you can download for free to do that. So right here, I've got this little delay time calculator. I think it's by the Lion's Den, whatever that is. It's just a free app that I got off of the internet. And basically what I do is I just type in my beats per minute, my tempo. So we'll say for this one, it's 110. Why not? And then I now have all of my millisecond amounts for all of my different notes, my different note lengths. So like here's a quarter note, for example. That's going to be about 545 milliseconds. Or an eighth note would be about 272 milliseconds. Now, we're not trying to get this just absolutely correct. Again, this isn't supposed to be a mathematical equation, but we know basically based on how fast the instrument is playing around what note length we want to set our release. And the reason for that is we are wanting to grab the entirety of a note. I don't really want my compression to turn off until right before the note is over. If my compression turns off too quickly, then all I'm really going to be doing is turning down the peaks and I'm going to be leaving the valleys the same. And that's how you get a sausage. That's how you get something like this. When in reality, I would want to take this, slow it down, and now you see the shape has remained pretty much the same. So in this case, let's say that it was maybe it's an electric guitar playing eighth notes. So I know that I would want to set my release around 272. And again, not an exact science. It is around that area. Sometimes I'll go forward 50 milliseconds. Sometimes I'll go back 50 milliseconds. It's kind of somewhere in that like 100 millisecond range of that area. So now I'm going to want to set my ratio to be a lot more subtle. You know, right now I'm basically doing some limiting and this peak right here is really getting shaved off. So let's do something really subtle, you know, like 2-to-1, maybe 3-to-1 for now. Okay, now let me grab my makeup gain and let me turn it up. So you can see the shape is almost exactly the same. It's really subtle, but we have shaved off about a dB right here and we've added about a dB right here, which means that this peak and this peak are now 2 decibels closer. We did all of that just with a little bit of compression. We just sort of moved the seesaw back to where it was sitting a little bit more in the middle. Now, the trick to this style of compression is subtlety and making sure that you're setting your threshold well. Because if you set your threshold really low, you can see I start to get some pretty serious changes in my waveform shape, especially at the very beginning of the note. Like this transient, this peak starts to look really weird, even though the rest of the valley looks okay. We want to try to make sure we are just targeting the tallest of peaks if possible. If you have a particularly dynamic instrument, it might even be great to just hit the extra tall peaks, like the stuff right here. Because when you do that, you can see, you know, when I turn this up, probably by 0.5. Again, now this one is turned down just a little bit, and this is turned up just a little bit. Now you may have to use multiple compressors to do this. This is called serial compression, where you're like stacking one compressor on top of another compressor. That's a great technique to get good balance because I can basically target my loudest peaks and turn them down a little bit, and then use my next compressor to target even more of these peaks and turn even more down, almost using what I would call stepwise compression. But as I said, I usually don't use that high of a ratio because I'm wanting it to be really subtle. So let's go check out an actual example of this. Okay, so we already listened to our electric guitar. Let's try something different. Let's go over here to our bass. Let's listen to that. You can even see as we're looking at this, we've got 2 extra loud notes here, a few notes that are quieter, a few notes that are even quieter, 2 extra loud notes here. It's not a particularly consistent performance. And especially with bass, we are wanting a lot of consistency. So I'm going to go in here, grab a compressor, and let's set it up. So I'm going to set my attack and release really quickly. Now, these aren't going to end up staying where they are. I'm only putting it there so that I can make sure that I'm setting my threshold really accurately. I'm also going to set my knee to a hard knee for the same reason. I'm going to set my ratio way too high. Now, all of these different parameters I'm going to change by the end of this process. This is just to make sure that I can set my threshold well. And I'm basically just going to turn my threshold down until I start getting little spikes of gain reduction. I know that I have found the peaks of the sound when the gain reduction meter, it just goes beep and right back down. It doesn't stay on for very long. I'm just getting notes, because if it stays on for more than 1, maybe 2 notes, then I'm getting down into peak and valley territory. And I'm not really wanting to target both of those areas for this particular style of compression. So let's give it a shot. So another good way to look at this is to look at the quietest notes and see if you are compressing the quietest notes as well. Usually, I want to make sure that my threshold is set to where the loudest notes are triggering compression and the quietest notes are not, because I'm just trying to get the loud notes to get turned down, so whenever I turn it up with makeup gain, it's more balanced. That's pretty good. Okay, now let me set my attack and release. So I want my attack to be pretty fast because I'm wanting to catch the entirety of the note. I don't want any part of the note to get away from this compressor. So I'll probably set it at about 1 millisecond. That's really fast, but basses tend to have pretty slow peaks. So I don't want to cut off too much of it. So now I'm going to set my release. And with this, you're going to want to set your release in time with the song. So I've got my little handy delay time calculator here, my free delay time calculator. And I know the tempo of this was 115 beats per minute. And I know it's generally playing ba 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 da ba ba. So it's mostly quarter notes. So I'm probably going to want to set it around 450 to 550, somewhere in there. Awesome. So the next 2 things I'm going to do is I'm going to fix my ratio, and then I'm going to give this just a little bit more of a subtle knee. I don't want it to be quite so aggressive. So I'm actually just going to take my ratio all the way down and then turn it up just to mix it in. Okay, now I'm going to take my knee. I'm not going to get it soft. I'm not going to make a soft knee, but I don't want it to be quite so sharp. Actually, the hard knee is getting me what I want, so I'm gonna stick with the hard knee. Cool, so now I want to set my makeup gain. I want it to be at kind of around the same level it was before. So here is a great moment to talk about the strategy behind setting your makeup gain. So setting your makeup gain, basically there are either two different places that you can set your makeup gain to. And it's really going to change the sound depending on what you do. You can either set it to match the peak level, or you can set it to match the loudness. Really quickly, the peak level is basically just whatever you are seeing right here on like your digital full scale meter, which is basically just any volume meter that you have in your DAW. It's known as a dBFS meter. Whereas loudness is actually a new meter that most DAWs have stock. And if yours doesn't, there are free loudness meters to download online. Loudness is a much slower meter. It's more based on how our ears perceive sound rather than the actual exact measure of sound. This is a really fascinating concept that I would really recommend you do a little bit of research on. But basically, our ears hear sound in averages. We don't hear it as exact as, the computer does. And so a loudness meter basically looks at the incoming sound and gives us a more accurate depiction of the volume of something based on how we're hearing it, not necessarily just how the computer is reading it. Here's what's cool about that. Loudness usually comes from how loud the valleys are, whereas your peak level, well, it's in the name. It comes from how loud your peaks are. So if you are trying to set your makeup gain, there's a strategy here. You can either say, do I want to set my makeup gain to match my peaks, or do I want to set my makeup gain to match my valleys? Well, in this situation, I want my makeup gain to be set to match my valleys. I basically am wanting to turn up my quiet sounds so that my quiet sounds are sort of sitting around the same area that they were before, and the few loud notes that are popping out of the mix are turned down. Usually you'll get a better balance that way. And, you may have to adjust with your volume fader a little bit, but using loudness with this particular style is going to get you a much more accurate sound. So I'm going to turn this off. Let's see how loud it was before. And I'm wanting to look at the S. Okay, so sort of like 23.5. Now let me turn this on. Okay, so about 24.5. So I'm going to turn it up by 1, which makes total sense that that's really all I need. Cool. That might be a little hot, but it doesn't need to be exact. It's just got to be close. So let's listen to a before and after now that we've got this set the way we want to. So here's before. And again, listen for the dynamics. The tone's not going to change. Just listen for the dynamics. It's a lot more consistent. And even if I wanted to, I could double this, set it up again, and make it even more consistent. Which in fact, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to set it up very quickly though, so you can see exactly what I'm trying to do here. I am going to want to set the threshold differently because for sure I have changed where I want it to be set. Okay. Okay, let's listen to a before and after. So that's actually a great example, like the ball, ball, oh, ball, ball. It gets really quiet there. But the tone isn't changed. The dynamics are still there. So if you're trying to do any kind of level balancing, which if you're doing a mix, you're going to want to try to do some level balancing, this is the style to use. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Right here, I have two different versions of the same mix, one with no consistency compression and one after consistency compression. And I'm going to go back and forth, and it's going to be subtle. That is the point. The point of this style is not necessarily to be actively heard, but what you're going to hear is that in the before, there's going to be a lot more dynamic movement, especially in the vocals. Listen to the vocals. The vocals are going to get too loud on certain words and too quiet on other words. And then in the after one, everything is just going to be nice and leveled out. So we're just going to go back and forth a few times.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
You can see how with the vocals, you know, the vocals aren't popping out randomly. Like there's no like, I don't want to get bitter and twisted. But in the after version, everything is much more consistent. And the same is true for all the background vocals as well. Let me show you one other little section of this mix, and you're going to be able to hear it. In the vocals again, specifically, they're going to get too quiet all of a sudden. So they were just a second ago too loud. Now they're going to be too quiet.
I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna join in.
So let's listen to the entire thing.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So now let's talk about the next main style of compression, thickness compression. Now, what thickness compression does is it actually changes the tone of the sound. Now, we just finished up talking about the consistent style of compression. Now, the big difference between thick style and consistent style is that consistency was all about not changing the tone. It was all about basically leveling out the macro dynamics, just the overall dynamic range of the performance of that instrument. Whereas thick style compression, as well as, you know, the styles of compression that we are about to start talking about, thick style compression is all about changing the tone. This is going to be accomplishing the enhance goal. So whenever we were thinking back on our 4 goals of compression, to balance, to enhance, to glue, and to fix, thickness style compression is definitely going to be enhancing a sound. Now, the way to do this is that we are going to be primarily compressing just the peaks, not the valleys. So by compressing the peaks, whenever we turn the entire track up using makeup gain, basically our valleys are going to be much, much louder, which means that we are going to get way more overall loudness. Now, this is something that we talked about in the last lesson, that loudness is not the same thing as volume. You know, peak volume, which is what we see on like a digital volume meter like this one, that is just looking at the exact volume level of every single peak, whereas our ears tend to hear averages of sounds. We tend to gauge whether a sound is loud or not more based on how loud the valley is, not so much on how loud the peak is. So using thickness style compression is going to get you a lot of loudness. It's also going to literally get you some thickness, and like the waveform looks thick. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's going to give you some of the girth that you really love hearing with certain styles of compression and certain genres. So let's check out our compression visualizer and we will see exactly what we're talking about here. The first thing that we're going to want to do is we again want to set our threshold only to be catching the peaks. Since we're only wanting to turn those down, we're not really wanting to turn anything below that down. We want the valleys to be extra loud. Just going to grab my threshold and I'm going to take it down. We'll say to where it's sitting about right there. Now I'm going to want to have a fast attack, and it's because I want to grab those peaks as quickly as I can. So you can see when I do that, all of a sudden our red blob gets way bigger and we do a lot more compression right on this peak. And then finally, we also want to have a fast release. And that's because we want the compressor to basically turn itself on as fast as possible and turn itself off as fast as possible, because we don't want any of the valleys of any sound to get compressed. We don't want to turn anything down that isn't going above our threshold. So I'm going to take my release. I'm going to make it super fast. Okay, now I'm going to give it a little bit of a less aggressive ratio. Let's say 3-to-1. Great. So you can already see just how much thicker this looks. Literally thicker, like it is a thicker looking waveform. Now, let me turn up the makeup gain so that it's hitting about the top of this peak. And yeah, you can absolutely see that not only have we leveled out the sound, but we've turned the valley of this sound up hugely. So we're going to be getting this thick sound, this loud sound. So now let's try it out on an actual instrument. We go back to my Logic and let's go to the drums. Now, the drums are a perfect candidate for thickness style compression, especially if you're doing it in parallel. The reason for that is just because we're so used to hearing it. I mean, just the huge drum sounds that you hear on a lot of rock records and pop records and rap records, stuff like that, that usually comes from a thickness style compression, especially, here's a pro tip, especially if it's put on like the room microphone of a drum set. Ooh, sounds really nice. But let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to set my attack and release crazy fast. I'm going to turn my knee all the way down, make my ratio as high as it'll go. I'm going to turn my threshold all the way up, and let's set our threshold. So again, we're only wanting to target the peaks. So we're only just wanting quick moments of gain reduction. We don't want anything that is sustained. You can already hear it, right? That's good. Okay, the next thing I'm going to want to do is to mess with my attack and release. Now, I know I want my attack to be fast, but I don't want it to be instantaneous. You know, I still want to keep some level of the original transient sound, the original peak sound. If I have it instantaneous, it's just going to shave it off entirely. Okay, now the release, you usually want to time that to the length of the transient. Like you want it to turn off pretty much right when the transient comes off. This is going to be different for different instruments because some instruments have longer peaks than others. Like the drums, for example, have really fast peaks. They are there and then they're gone very quickly. But let's say a finger-picked acoustic guitar, well, those peaks tend to be a lot longer because you're just boom. There's not quite so much initial energy that happens. Another example might be a cello. A cello's transient is very long because it's such a long bowing process to actually get it started. So it's going to totally depend on what instrument you're doing. Regardless, whatever you select is still probably going to be a fast release. For this one, I'm going to use my ears and listen. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be somewhere between maybe 20 and 50. One thing to keep in mind is that whenever you're using a compressor, you can start to get some distortion if you have your release set too quickly. Basically, a compressor starts to work too hard and basically it starts to attack while it's releasing. It's a very weird situation. So just be aware, you don't want to over compress. You don't want to cause any distortion. So you don't want to necessarily have a release as fast as I currently do. What I'm looking for though is I want to make sure that this is getting back before the next peak. That's really important. Oop. That looks pretty good to me. Okay, now let's change up our ratio. Pretty good to me. Okay, now I want to set my makeup gain to match the initial peak level. And the reason for that is the whole point of this style of compression is to raise the overall level of the valleys. And just like we talked about in the last video, you can either set your makeup gain to match the initial peak level or the initial loudness level. And the initial loudness level, that's really just the initial valley level. So for this one, we're turning up the valleys, so we want the peaks to stay the same. Valleys up, peaks the same. So I'm going to turn this off, and I'm just going to look and see where I'm peaking at. So about 5.2. So now let's check it out. Okay, so about 6.7, so probably, let's say 2 decibels. Maybe 1.5. I like it. You hear how it sounds thicker and how like the valleys sound physically longer. It's like every single drum hit is lasting longer than it did before. Let's check it out again. So it's like bo, bo, ka, ka, bo, bo, ka. And then if you listen to it with it on, especially in the snare, it's like bo, bo, ka, ka, bo, bo, ka. It just lasts longer. You hear more of that room sound. So a super, super cool sound. We have definitely changed up the tone. Now, you do want to beware with this style of compression. Whenever you're doing super fast attack times like this is kind of what people are warning you about whenever they're saying, oh, don't use really, really fast attack times. This could potentially take all the life out of your instrument, especially if you're too aggressive with how much gain reduction you're doing and if you're putting the threshold too low. If you put the threshold to where it's beneath both the peaks and the valleys, well, we're trying to turn the valleys up, but if it's beneath the peaks and the valleys, then it's just turning everything down. So you're going to go from getting a thick sound to just getting a sausage, getting a brick wall. It's just something that sounds unnatural and not pleasing. Like this is unnatural, but it's pleasing. You also want to be aware that whenever you're doing this, you are significantly lowering the dynamic range of the instrument. And that's potentially great or potentially really problematic. If you are doing this on a ton of different instruments, you could end up having a very small dynamic range by the end of your mix. And honestly, in today's world, you kind of have to have at least some sort of healthy dynamic range for your mix to sound interesting. It's like they say, when everything is loud, nothing is loud. So you have to pick and choose what instruments you want to sound particularly thick and particularly loud. But if you make the entire mix, every single instrument, thick and loud, none of it's going to sound thick and loud. It's all just going to sound super squashed. So be aware of that. That's just a little beware. But ultimately, this is an awesome, awesome technique for you to put into your back pocket so that you can get some great enhancing tones. So the next style of compression that we're going to be going over is punchy compression. So what punchy means is basically we are increasing the volume of the peaks. So we're increasing the impact of the peaks. It's literally punchy, like it hits you harder, like it hits you in the gut, just a little bit more aggressively. Now, just like thickness compression, this is going to be changing the tone of the sound, which means it's going to be changing our microdynamics, which is the difference between the loudest part of each note and the quietest part of each note. This is, of course, not what happened with the consistency style of compression, where we were changing the macrodynamics, where we were trying to rebalance basically all of the notes of the performance of a particular instrument. So punchy compression is a great way to breathe life back into an instrument. You know, if an instrument is just feeling a little bit too dead, a little bit too controlled, too squished maybe, then this might be the style that it needs. It brings it forward. It helps instruments to pop out of the mix, especially ones that you want to be quiet. Like if you want the volume to be quiet, but you do also want it to still be heard, this is a great way to do it. Now, this style of compression is in the lower left quadrant of our styles chart. And you can see on there that it has a slow attack, a slow release, and a low threshold. So what does that mean? That means that we are going to be targeting both the peaks and the valleys for this one. We are getting both of them in on it. It also means that, you know, because we have a slow attack, it means we are going to be letting the peaks go through unharmed. And because we have a slow release, it means that we are going to be capturing everything that's coming after the peaks with our gain reduction, even though we're not really reducing the peaks at all. So let's set that up right here. So the first thing we want to do, grab our threshold and turn it down. So I want to turn it down to where it's beneath just the peaks. So I want to put it about right here. Now, the next thing I want to do is change up my attack and release. Now I want a slow attack and a slow release so that I can get most of the peak through. Kind of like that. Now let's get a slow release as well. You want the release to be slow enough until it lasts until the next note, but you don't want it to go over the next note. That's not necessarily going to be all that helpful. Okay, now let's set our ratio so that it's not quite so aggressive. It's pretty good to me. Now we're going to want to set our makeup gain so that it's matched with the initial loudness. Now, again, what that means is that we are going to want our valleys to be the same before and after we compress it. So our valleys, we want them to be the same volume. That's because we want our peaks to be a lot more loud. Let's turn this up. Awesome. So we basically have turned up this peak by quite a bit. We've turned up this peak by a little bit as well. So overall, we're pretty dramatically changing the shape of this waveform. We're going to get a much punchier sound. So now let's check it out in our DAW. Now, a great instrument to do this with, just like with thickness compression, is drums. Drums benefit from a lot of different kinds of tonal compression. This sort of enhancing quality that punching can bring, it can really bring the drums forward in the mix, can really make them hit really hard. It's especially used for stuff like hip hop and pop, stuff where the drums just being as in front of the mix and as in the listener's face is really important. So let's try this out. I'm gonna grab my compressor. I'm gonna zero everything out. My attack and release are going to be super fast, knees all the way down, turn my threshold all the way up. Okay, so remember, we are trying to get both the peaks and the valleys with our threshold, which means that we aren't necessarily wanting it to return to zero the moment that a snare hit happens. We kind of want it to return to zero like halfway in between a note, which for a drum set, there are no notes. So you kind of just want it to return to zero much more slowly. See how it's taking some time? It's like, boo, and then it takes some time to get right back. So now let's get the attack and take it back a little bit. Now where you set the attack is going to depend on how long your peaks are, just like with thickness compression. Except with thickness compression, it was a lot more important to time your release around the end of your transient. For this, we are trying to time our attack around the end of our transient. Okay, now let's take our release, take it up a bit. And I want to turn my release up so that it returns to 0 by the time that the next hit on the snare and the kick is. Okay, now I'm going to take my ratio back down to 1, and let's slowly bring in a little bit of gain reduction. Okay, now let's add in a little bit of makeup gain. Now, just like we said before, we are wanting to turn this up so that it's matching the initial loudness. So let me run in here. Let's check out what that initial loudness was. So kind of about 25 maybe. Okay, so let's turn this on. So now it's at about 28. Let's turn it by 3. So this style of compression creates contrast, which is part of the reason it sounds so good. You know, rather than squeezing everything together, it's actually spreading everything apart. It's actually increasing the dynamic range instead of decreasing the dynamic range. It's part of the reason why earlier on in this course, I talked about how a compressor is used to control the dynamic range, not necessarily just to decrease it. This is still controlling it. You know, I'm controlling it by turning it up. So with this one, I'm actually turning the loud sounds up and the quiet sounds down. So I'm doing the opposite of what I usually would use a compressor to do. Now, a quick warning with this style of compression. Punchy compression sounds great. It can make an instrument feel more alive, but it also eats up headroom like crazy, which if you don't know what headroom is, it's basically just how loud the peaks are, so that once you send off your mix to get mastered, or if you're doing any kind of mix bus compression, it can be really difficult to actually get enough compression to get it up to a decent level of loudness. So you want to avoid putting just tons and tons of punchy style compression on a bunch of tracks in your mix, because then your dynamic range will be so large that you're just going to end up with a very quiet song, a very in-your-face song, but a very quiet master. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So before this, let's take a look and see at where our drum set is peaking. Okay, so about -5.2. Now let's check it out. So -2.7. So basically we've added an extra 2 to 3 dBs of gain just on top of this. Even though our valleys stayed the same volume, our peaks are 2.5 decibels louder. That's why they sound so lively in our ears. So just be aware of that. It's going to eat up headroom. It's going to make it harder to compress later on. But this could potentially save your drums or save another instrument. Let me show you what it sounds like on another instrument. So this is one of my favorite tricks to use on electric guitar. Now, electric guitar, especially distorted electric guitar, it tends to feel really smushed. And that's because distortion is basically thickness compression plus some extra stuff added on. Like it's taking all of the peaks out. Look at this waveform versus this waveform. This is basically just a sausage. So with punchy style compression, we can add a little bit more attack and a little bit more dynamics to our electric guitars. So let's listen to this. Now, let me add this in, and I've already made this ahead of time. Hear how that ba-da-da-da in the middle, the ba-da-da-da, that really starts to stick out a little bit more? That no longer feels quite as squished. Especially just that first note, the ba, ba, right there. Now this is something that you can even stack. So basically using serial compression to get even more of this effect. So try adding a little bit of this style to instruments that you want to feel even more in the listener's face. In this video, we're going to be talking about the compression style groove and basically what that even means, what it means to create groove or movement with a compressor. It's something that doesn't really make a lot of sense, how a tool that could really just turn loud sounds down and quiet sounds up could actually create some sort of sense of movement and actually make the beat of the song a little bit more aggressive. But if you know what you're doing, this is absolutely something that you can do, and it is a secret sauce of a lot of genres of mixing. So what groove compression does is it accentuates the accents of an instrument, kind of making it feel like it's moving more with the song. It makes those accents even more aggressive and even louder. And it does this by causing some subtle pumping to the track. Now, pumping is usually not that great of a thing unless you're using it creatively. So what pumping is basically whenever you set the release time too quickly, and sometimes the compressor can come up just like, whoosh, and it's really audible and it's really loud. Now, it can be used creatively, like in EDM. Like if you ever hear those bass lines that are side chained to the kick and it's like wah, 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 that's pumping. That's a really, really aggressive version of pumping. But if we are able to add it just ever so slightly, we are going to be able to make our drums cause us to tap our toe more, cause us to bob our head more, cause us to dance just a little bit more. And for so many genres, that is just an absolute must to accentuate the groove as much as we can. So if you look on your chart, you're going to see that groove, which is in the bottom right quadrant, is basically a slow attack, fast release, low threshold style of compression. Now, that's backwards from consistent style of compression. I'm sure you'll notice that. It's almost the exact opposite. So why exactly are we even interested in using those particular settings? Aren't they just settings that are going to wreck our track? Yeah, they will. If they're used poorly and not subtly, like they will absolutely wreck your track. But let's look at what we're actually going to be doing here. So first of all, let me add a really aggressive ratio. And I'm going to take the threshold down to where it is beneath the valleys. Okay? So right here. Oh, and I'm going to make my attack really fast. Let's just go with that. Okay, so now I'm going to set my attack to be pretty slow. I actually want my peaks to be able to get through. Okay? Now I'm going to set my release to be pretty fast. And then I'm going to take my ratio. I'll probably take it down to, let's say, 6. Now I'm going to want to increase my makeup gain so that these initial peaks are the same level. Because what I'm trying to do is not necessarily to create loudness. This style is not going to be any louder than it was before. In fact, I'm not turning anything up. For the prior 2 videos, I've either turned up the peaks or I've turned up the valleys. I want my peaks to be exactly the same, and I want my valleys to get quieter. So here is what we've done. We have our peaks pretty much the same. This peak is actually down a little bit, and our valleys are down a little bit as well. So this is a bit of a random looking waveform. What's so special about this? Here's what I want to point out. Here is the beginning of our bar. Let's say we're listening to drums. So this is the first kick, the boom. And then right here, we've got our hi-hat. I mean, this is a strange looking waveform, so you'll have to imagine it a little bit. But like here, we've got our hi-hat. And then here, we might have maybe our snare or something like that. And what's happened, as you can see, is we have turned down not only the valleys, but also the peak that came after the louder peak. And that's really important because what that basically means is that we're creating accents where there were no accents there before, or we are accentuating those accents. See, before this was just a little bit louder than this, whereas now this is quite a bit louder than this. So if you think about it with drums, for example, rather than it just being like boot doo 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 cat doo 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 boot doo 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 cat doo 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 boot doo 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 cat doo doo doo. This is going to be a weird video for everyone who doesn't play drums. Instead, we are adding more of an accent. So it's more like boot doo 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 cat doo doo boot doo doo cat doo doo. So those interim notes go down in volume. So not boop 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 boop, it's boop 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 boop. Kind of like that. It's going to make a lot more sense to actually hear it, of course. This is a very silly moment in this course. But that subtle pumping that we're seeing here, where it's just sort of going out and in and out and in, that is what's causing the movement that we're talking about. So let me go over to my Logic, and I'm going to go back to my drum set because it's easiest to show all of these examples with drums. So now I'm going to create a groove style of compression. So let's get everything set back to where it originally was. And let's listen. Now there's already a pretty good amount of groove in this, but I think we can accentuate it even more. Oh, that needs to be there. So I'm wanting to get it down to where it's beneath even the hi-hats. Now, the kick and the snare are so dang loud on this drum set that that's going to be a little bit difficult, but it's very doable. Okay, so now let's set our attack. Now, just like before, it's going to depend on how fast the peaks are for your particular instrument. So for this, probably somewhere between 15 and 30. Now for groove compression, I'll let you know, it's honestly so important to time this to the tempo. The fact that our gain reduction knob is moving in time with the song, that is going to get the groove that we're looking for. So being able to have like a delay time calculator like this, being able to look at what the BPM is and sort of aim for that area is going to be huge with this particular style. Now, that does not mean you don't use your ears. You always want to use your ears, but you probably want to start off at a specific point. So the BPM for this drum set is about 135. So I'm looking at what I have, and somewhere between maybe 30 and 60 would probably be good for this particular song. Okay, now we want to do the same thing with our release. Let's try putting it around 55. Let's stick with that for now. Okay, so now let's take our ratio all the way down. Okay, and we're going to turn our makeup gain up until it's hitting where our initial peaks were. So let's turn this off. It's about 5.2. Okay, so we lost about a dB. So listen to that. You just get a little bit more of that groove. You literally feel a little bit of movement happening. Now let's try doing it with the bass. The bass is another great instrument to use this style of compression on because it is a rhythm section instrument. This is a style of compression that if used on the wrong instrument, it could wreak havoc. But if used on the right one, it could make the song so much better. So I tend to stick with the rhythm section for this style. So drums, bass, if the bass is particularly rhythmic, maybe piano or guitar, if they are a big part of the song. You are not going to be able to just use this on every drum or every bass or whatever. It's totally going to depend on your song, whatever your arrangement has. So let's check out our bass. So this is what it sounds like without any compression on it. So, you know, it's groovy, it's rhythmical. It sounds like it could be even more. So let's go in here and add our compressor. Just going to set this up. Okay, so first off, I know that 115 is the BPM for this. So we'll probably be shooting somewhere between 32 and 65 for both. Maybe a little bit longer or shorter, depending on what this bass in particular sounds like once it's been compressed. Okay, that's probably in the valley because it's popping in and out rather than just popping up once when there's a transient and coming down immediately. Okay, so now let's try out our delay time calculator, mess with our attack. Okay. So let's think really quickly. Let's think how long these notes are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are eighth notes right here. Da 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 da. So eighth notes is about 260. Now we still want a fast release, but that does mean our attack could probably be a little bit slower if we wanted it to be. Now, a lot of compressors don't really allow you to go as slow as a digital compressor like this one will, but no harm in trying. Okay. Now let's turn this off and check out what our peak level was. So about negative 12.7. Okay, so we lost about 2 dBs of gain. Let's add that back in. Okay, so this is an interesting moment where like I don't love it. So I'm probably going to back off my threshold a bit. I might have gone a little deep on the threshold. Back off my attack a bit as well. There we go. I'm liking that more. So here's before. Actually, let's make sure that we have a gain staged well again. Okay, so we're looking for 12.7. So we got a little hot. Let's turn the ratio up then, just so that we can get a little bit more out of it. Okay. My test for this style of compression is, do I literally start moving? Like, does my toe start tapping? Does my head start bobbing? Do I start responding to the music even more? If the answer is yes, I've done it well. If the answer is no, either I need to redo it, or maybe this style of compression just isn't useful for this particular part. So that's it for this video. Make sure to try this out next time that you have a rhythm section that you just really need a little extra groove for. So now that we have gone through the main 4 styles of compression, in this module, we're going to focus on a few extra styles that can be really, really helpful in a mix, even if they're not used quite as often as the other 4. Now, in this video, we are going to be starting with depth. So depth is a style of compression that might not make a lot of sense to you at first, just because with compression, we usually think of balancing the dynamic range, balancing the volumes, maybe making a cool effect, gluing stuff together. So the idea of creating depth or pushing things back or forward in the mix doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? You know, how can a compressor actually do something that's usually reserved for, you know, reverb or delay, something like that? But I guarantee you it's possible. It's subtle, but it's very, very possible. Now, if you're looking at your charts, you're probably a little confused because depth is in 2 different places on the chart. It's in the upper right-hand quadrant and it's in the lower left-hand quadrant. So why is that? You're seeing more depth down below, less depth up top. Well, basically, here is the big question when it comes to depth. Do you want more peaks or do you want less peaks? And there's an acoustical physics reason, actually, why this is the case. So with acoustical physics, basically sound waves lose their transitive properties the longer they go on. So basically the peaks of a sound actually get quieter the farther that sound wave travels. So what happens is our ears actually hear less peaks if something is far away, but it hears more peaks if something is close. So something far away has a smaller dynamic range, and something close has a larger dynamic range. So you could even imagine this. I mean, imagine someone is just whispering right up in your ear. You know, if they stay the exact same volume, they sound the same. But if they get even a hair louder, then they just sound so loud to your ears. It sounds like they're almost starting to yell. And if they get a hair quieter, it's even harder to hear them. So basically, any sort of dynamic change is super obvious. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, imagine someone is yelling at you from like across an auditorium or something. Now, if they yell at you, you obviously can hear them. They sound really far away. But if they talk maybe like 10 dBs quieter, you can still hear them, but it doesn't actually sound like the volume has shifted that much. They could yell or they could talk and it sounds about the same volume. So contrast that when someone is right up next to you, and if they go even a decibel louder, it is so obvious to you. That's basically exactly what we're talking about here. The reason that is because when they are so far away, all of the peaks are losing that transitive property. They're losing their energy over time. So by the time the sound from that person across the auditorium reaches you, its peaks have lost a ton of energy. And our ears are able to listen to that difference between the peaks and the valleys, and we're able to realize, oh, that person's far away. And on the flip side, because the people who are so close have so much energy in their peaks, our ears are able to interpret that and are able to say, oh, that person is close. It's part of the reason that we are able to determine distance at all. We can literally just hear things, and without us trying to do it, without our brains actually using any brain power, we are able to just determine the distance, specifically because we are listening to the difference between the peaks and the valleys of a sound. Now, we can control this with a compressor. In fact, we've actually already done it. We have already learned how to control the difference of volume between our peaks and our valleys. We did that with thick style compression and with punchy style compression. What we're going to be doing with this is pretty much exactly the same as those two styles, because if we want to push something back in a mix, we want there to be a smaller dynamic range. But if we want to bring something forward in a mix, we want there to be a larger dynamic range. Basically, do we want more peaks or less peaks? The louder the peaks, the more forward in the mix it's going to sound. The smaller the peaks, the farther back in the mix it's going to sound. So with both the closer depth and the farther depth styles, we want to make sure that we're gain staging to our original loudness. That's because we want to make sure that our valleys are staying the same volume. We just want the peaks to be either louder than they were before or quieter than they were before. We are only affecting our peak value. We're not really looking at our valleys at all. What this is going to do is it's going to help to keep this from being too much of a tonal change whenever we do something like this. And I understand that it is technically going to be changing the tone in the same way, but our ears are so sensitive to volume changes that if, let's say we were using thick style of compression, because we wanted to push something back in the mix, if we were to set our makeup gain so that it's matched to the original peak level, which is what we talked about in our thickness video, well, our ears are going to perceive that as louder valleys. And so our ears are going to hear thickness. But if it's gain matched with the original valley level, well, all of a sudden that means rather than hearing more of stuff, we hear less of stuff. We are going to hear less peak value. Now for punchy style, it's a little bit different just because the way to bring something forward in a mix is to hear more of the transient than you did before, more of that peak energy. So with that case, we're going to have to change the tone. We're going to have to push the peaks forward in the mix, which means we are also going to want to gain stage it to our original loudness. We're also going to want to use makeup gain so that it is matching the original level of our valleys. So let me show you two examples of these two styles. So I've got in here an acoustic guitar and a drum set that, one I think is too far forward, one I think is too far back. So let's look at our acoustic guitar first off. So before we start, let's just listen and see what this entire section sounds like.
Slitting like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing, you were like a hurricane, swept me up and spit me out again.
Let's listen to this specifically. So to me, that acoustic guitar it's peaking out a little bit too much. Just from time to time, it feels like it's too far forward in the mix. And I could send more of it to a reverb to push it back. That's definitely an option for sure. I feel like this acoustic guitar has too much reverb on it right now, so I don't really want to do that. So the next thing I'm going to do is try to decrease the dynamic range by using a compressor to push it back in the mix, create a little bit of depth. So let's see what we can do.
Slitting like a sun.
So I'm gonna move this down. Okay, so I'm definitely getting my peaks there. Now I'm gonna back off just a little bit on the attack, and I'm gonna give it still a very fast release. Okay, now let's bring my ratio in to get just a little bit of gain reduction. I'm not trying to get anything that's going to change the tone dramatically. I just want to shave a few dBs off. Oh, it's interesting that if I bring it there, it's actually more aggressive. Must be this style. Okay, now let's listen to what it sounded like originally and check out our loudness meter. So about 39, 38, something like that. Now let's listen to this. Okay, so it looks like we've maybe lost a dB and a half. So let's listen to before and after. Now, keep in mind, this is subtle. This is one tool in your toolbox for pushing things back, bringing things forward in the mix, but you are going to be able to hear it just sort of pop back a little bit. It's going to just sound a little bit farther away to your ears.
Slitting like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing. Slitting like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing, you were like a hurricane, swept me up and spit me out again. But I'll jump right back.
You hear it's not like popping in and out. It's not going like ba da 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 ba da ba. It's kind of just staying in one spot, which is perfect because at this point, if it's still too far forward for me, all I need to do is grab my volume knob, grab my fader, just bring it down a little bit. Because ultimately, the thing that determines the placement of a sound most is your volume fader. The louder something is, the closer the listener is going to perceive it to be. So now let's go check out the drums. Now, the drums to me feel like they're a little bit too far back. Like I want them to be more forward, more in the listener's face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some punchy compression. I want to accentuate those peaks. So let's listen to what it sounds like before.
Slitting like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing, you were like a hurricane, swept me.
Okay, so now let's add a little bit of that punchy style compression. So let me do this.
Slidden.
Okay, now we're going to increase the attack time. We're going to let those transients go through. Let's increase this to be in time. Turn this down. Okay, now let's see where we are at beforehand with our loudness. About somewhere between 30 and 29. So let's turn this on, and I'm gonna just turn it up by 3. Let's see if that does it. So maybe a little bit much. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now let's listen to it with everything before and after, and you're gonna hear the drums pop forward just a little bit.
Slidden like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing. Slidden like a sunny rain, a perfect storm of charm and dangerous. Us was not a thing, you were like a hurricane.
It just sticks out of the mix a little bit more. So ultimately, this style of compression is something that you can do to balance out some of your different instruments. Rather than balancing the dynamics, though, you are creating spatial balance, which is a whole nother thing, a whole nother style of balance that you need to create. So this is one tool in your toolkit. There are a few different things that you can do in relation to this to basically create something that sounds more forward or more back. You know, obviously you can add more reverb if you're wanting to push it back. You can add more delay if you're wanting to push it back. You can turn things up if you want them to be more forward, down if you want them to be more farther back. The volume fader is the most powerful tool for this. You can even use an EQ and either cut some of the top end or boost some of the top end. One really interesting acoustical physics trick is that, you know, those peaks that lose energy over time? Well, they not only lose volume, but they also lose top end frequencies, basically. So if I wanted to push something back in the mix, well, I might want to combine both a thick style compression like this and maybe a top end shelf and take 2 or 3 dBs out of the top end. Or if I wanted it to be even more forward, I might want to combine punchy style compression with maybe a top end shelf boost, adding a little bit more to the top end, because our ears are going to perceive that as having even more transient energy. And that's what's going to make something sound close versus making something sound far away. So far, we've been talking about compression styles that have helped us to balance our mix, or to enhance the tones of our mix, or to help create some glue. We haven't actually talked about anything that relates to our fixing goal of compression. So the next 2 videos are going to be exactly that. We're going to be talking about 2 different things that you can do with your compressor to fix 2 very specific problems that you might end up having in your mix. So the first one is dealing with having too little headroom in your mix. Now, before we get started on actually going into the specifics on what we're doing with this, let's talk about what I mean with headroom. So headroom is a concept that has a lot of different definitions depending on who you're talking to. What it technically means is just how loud is a track? You know, how close are you to hitting that digital 0 on our volume meter? But in reality, the more helpful way of thinking about it is just how much is our compressor going to be compressing our mix? You know, how easy is it for us to get a lot of compression? Or are there a few dynamic instruments that are really sticking out that are going to make compression very hard? When I'm talking about this particular definition, I'm really thinking more about mastering, or maybe our mix bus compression. But what happens during mastering, one of the many things that happens during mastering, is our mastering engineer adds a limiter. And what a limiter does is it basically is just an extremely powerful, extremely aggressive compressor, something that doesn't let any audio get past the threshold. It's basically done not only to create loudness, but also just to make sure that you're able to turn the volume of the track up without it clipping. The reason that I bring up Headroom with this is that sometimes you are going to have a mix where it sounds great to you and you send it off to mastering and you get the master back and it sounds really quiet to your ears. And you're really confused as to why that is. You're like, what's going on? Like, why haven't you been able to do sort of the stereotypical mastering thing and be able to make it sound super loud? Well, a lot of times the problem is that you have some peaks that are in your mix that are just too aggressive. They're just too loud and they're sucking up that headroom. They are taking away the headroom that we have that our mastering engineers could use to move their thresholds down farther and farther to be able to get more and more compression. Let's say if I was to think of a mix as a bass guitar. So I'm going to go in here, check out our bass. If this was my mix and I was basically wanting to limit this, well, I could only limit it so far before I started getting some like weird digital distortion sounds. Let me zoom in on this. You know, most of this bass is fairly consistent, but there are a few moments where there's just huge peaks, like this one right here or this one right here. And those huge peaks would keep our mastering engineer from being able to actually limit, you know, as much as the mix needs. I might need a limiter to have a threshold that's set to about this line that I'm making with my mouse right here to get the loudness that I want. But because of these little individual peaks, I'm having to set it here. So very little is actually getting limited because my threshold on the limiter is having to be set so high just to catch these extra large peaks. So there are things that we can do to help to regain some of that headroom so that we can get a louder master without necessarily hurting the tone of our mix. So what we're going to want to do is turn down the peaks of certain sounds. But we're trying to turn them down in such a way, like I said, where we're not going to change the tone. You know, we're not trying to get a thick sound. Even though we are going to do thickness style compression, we're not trying to get a thick sound. We're just trying to tame a few of these peaks. So let's say that my drums are just too dynamic, like those peaks are just too tall. And in order for me to get them at the level that I want them to be in the mix, you know, the peaks are going to just ruin my master. And I'm going to just check out, let's say, the kick. So very clicky kick. You can obviously see just very, very transient, a lot of big, big peaks. So I'm going to grab my compressor and I am going to get fast attack, fast release, and I'm just going to take those peaks down just a little bit. Okay, so let's set our compressor up like we usually would. And I'm going to take my threshold down until I'm just getting the tips. Okay. A little faster attack. I want a fast release, really as fast as I can get with a release, just because I'm not trying to get the whole note. I'm just trying to get those peaks. Okay, and now I'm going to take my ratio down and get just a little bit. Like, I'm not trying to get too aggressive with this. Because that's the thing, like if I can cut 2 decibels out of the peaks of this, well, that's 2 decibels that my mastering engineer could turn the threshold down and get more loudness because it's compressing more of the audio. Okay, so next I gotta mess with my makeup gain. Now, again, I'm not trying to get any change in tone. I'm just trying to get a decrease in the peak size. So what that means is that I want to leave my valleys where they are. Because if I'm cutting the volume of my peaks, then I don't want to turn the volume up so that my peaks are at the same level they were before. I want to turn my volume up so that the valleys are at the same level they were before. So I'm going to go and grab a loudness meter, and let's see what it sounded like before. Okay, so somewhere between 24 and 23 dBs right here. Now let's see what it sounds like now. Okay, I've probably lost about a dB. So here's the cool thing. Listen to how little the tone changes. So pretty similar, right? Now check out how much we've taken off of the peak. So here's before. So this is peaking at about negative 10.9. Now let's check out where it's peaking at. Negative 12.6. So we've taken out about a dB and a half of gain. So we've added a dB and a half of headroom to our overall mix. And that is going to make our master a lot louder, a lot more consistent. So this is something that you can do with instruments, as I said, that are particularly dynamic, particularly clicky, just really, really high peaks, stuff where you're having to turn the volume up really loud in order to get it as upfront as you want. Like, for example, with drums, sometimes with bass, sometimes with acoustic guitar, or maybe your vocals. Now, there is another trick to this to get an even better result, and that's using saturation. So what saturation is it's basically a type of distortion. I like to call it the other compressor. So saturation is just what ends up happening whenever you send any audio through analog gear. It's just the nature of the beast. Like if I had a mixing board in front of me, I would inherently be adding some saturation just because analog gear is imperfect. Anytime we talk about color, like the color of analog gear, we're probably referring to the saturation that it's adding to that particular sound. What saturation does is twofold. Saturation adds a little bit of distortion, so it's adding new frequencies. So it's basically adding more to the sound, and it's also doing a little bit of thickness style compression. So it's taking away some of the peaks, but it's leaving the valleys completely unchecked. So we have distortion that's being added, and we have compression that's being taken away. So if we're just using a compressor, all we have with this is taking away. We're just taking something away from this. But with saturation, we are not only taking away, but we're also adding on top of it. So there's less of a chance, if used subtly, there's less of a chance that you could potentially do some damage to your mix if you use saturation instead of using compression, just to do this specific fixing thing that we're trying to make happen here. So saturation oftentimes doesn't come stock in a DAW. Some DAWs do have them. That said, there are some really solid saturation plugins out there for free. Klanghelm IVGI in particular is a great one. I am personally a really big fan of FabFilter's Saturn. And this isn't a tech demo. I'm not going to get too deep into this. But I'm just going to go over here and grab their gentle saturation setting. I'm not going to change any of the tone or anything like that. Again, I'm not trying to change the tone, but I'm just going to turn the drive up just to the point where I'm not really getting the peak level that I had before. So basically to the point where I'm achieving the same thing that I achieved with the compressor. I'm also going to get up my loudness plugin. So let's start listening. Oop, too fast. Okay, so let's do some loudness gain staging. So here's where we were before. Yeah, so we've got that like 24, 23 area. So now let's add this. So I could probably turn it up by just a little bit. Cool. So let's look at a quick before and after. So not really much of a tonal change. Like I don't really hear that much of a difference. So here's the cool thing. You can't hear that much of a tonal shift, but let's check out how much gain that we have taken out of this thing. So basically, let's figure out where it's peaking. So before, it's peaking at about negative 10.9. Let's check out where it is now. So negative 13.3. So we've taken out about 2.5 dBs from this particular kick, which means that we've created 2.5 decibels of headroom. So we not only created more headroom than we did with compression, but also we have still no tonal shift. It sounds exactly like it did before. And it's not really going to create that much of a change in the mix itself. So all that means is that we have a mix that still sounds good, but we're also going to have a master that's going to be more powerful because they're going to be able to be more aggressive with their limiting to bring the overall level up and get more of that loudness. So this is just another tool to keep in your toolkit. If you have a saturation plugin and you wanted to use it maybe towards the end of your mix on your kicks or your snares, maybe your acoustic guitars or maybe your bass, just if they are just too much and maybe you're trying to do some compression and you're not able to get the kind of compression that you need, this is definitely something you can do. You can either use compression or you could use saturation. Either one will work. So hopefully this can help you to get a more powerful master, even though your mix sounds exactly the same. So let's talk about our final style of compression, which is reducing room sound, turning down the room sound. Now, one of the most problematic parts of home recording is the fact that you recorded in a room that's imperfect. You know, all studios, for the most part, are designed architecturally to have the most beneficial reflections, like have the best sounding room sound, the best sounding room reverb. And they're also covered from bottom to top with diffusion and with absorption panels, just tons and tons of acoustic treatment. So basically you're able to get a sound that is pretty dry. And when it's not dry, it's got some like really, really pleasant room sound that is going to benefit the mix rather than hurt the mix. But for the most part, if you're recording in your bedroom or you're recording in your living room or your garage, you're going to have a ton of room sound because there's not really any way for you to turn that down in just a boxy room. Now, not only are you going to have a lot of room sound, but that room sound is probably not going to sound that good. It's going to make your stuff sound potentially a little amateurish. So what do you do in that situation? You know, other than maybe using DI instruments or recording in a professional studio and doing your own mix at home, well, there is something that you can do with compression to actually take some of that room sound out of the equation. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a twist on the punchy style of compression, which means that what we're trying to do here is turn down the valleys of the sound. And the reason for that is because room reverb, room tone, lives in the valleys of sound waves. It takes a little bit for the sound of the room to reach the microphone. And so because of that, the transient's already happened. It's just getting in the rest of the sound. It's getting in the sustain. So what that means is that we want to turn the sustain down. Now, this is something that you can do with particularly problematic instruments like drums, for example, maybe with vocals, stuff like that. This is not going to be quite as easy to do without changing the tone. So be aware of that. You're going to be losing some tone, or at least changing some tone, but you potentially will have some less cheap and amateurish sounding mixes. You're going to get a more professional sound. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. I've got a compressor that I've already put onto this drum set. Let me show you what it sounded like before. So a whole lot of room tone in this drum set. Now let me show you what it sounds like after this compression. You get a little bit less of that room sound. It's still there. You know, I'm not getting rid of it completely, but I'm getting more punch. Like I'm not actually losing any level in the mix, but I am gaining a more professional sound. So we'll do another before and after. Now, all you have to do to get this kind of sound is use a slow attack, a slow release, and a low threshold. So just like the settings that you used with Punchy style. Now, the big important thing to do is to set your makeup gain so that you're matching it to the initial peaks. You're wanting to make sure that your peaks are the same volume and your valleys are getting turned down rather than matching it to the original valley level. So all I'm going to do, let me take this out, is just play it bypassed, check out where it's peaking, and then turn the makeup gain up so that it's peaking at the same place. So about 11.5. Now let's check it out. It's about 12.9, so let's take it up by about dB and a half. Yeah, and we're pretty much exactly where we were before. All of that just like is gone. It's more just like a whoo. It's a lot more controlled, a lot more managed. So let me show you what this sounds like in context of the actual mix. Now, a quick warning, this actually is not mixed at all as far as I'm aware. It's going to sound a little weird pretty much across the board, but the big thing is just that it's going to tighten up the sound, but you're not going to lose really any volume. So here's before. Let me turn some of this down. Okay, now here's after. Much tighter. You shouldn't really lose any volume. So a lot more sustain in this. And now you're getting just more of the meat of that peak sound. Now, the nice thing about this is if you wanted to send your drums to a new reverb, maybe a reverb that you're sending all of your instruments to, you're going to be able to create a new sustain. You can create something that fits the vibe of the track a little bit better, something that you have more control over, because those peaks are still there. You're going to be able to use those peaks just like you would for the rest of the mix. A quick warning though, just like with the creating headroom style of compression, subtlety is the name of the game here. You know, I did honestly a pretty solid amount of compression here. I think 4 or 5 dBs of compression. I don't think I would really recommend that you do that. That was really more for demonstration. even though you're not going to get that much in terms of results, I would maybe shoot for, no more than 4 dBs, maybe closer to 2 to 3. You're not trying to get a huge tonal change, because if you're doing that, you might as well just use punchy compression. All you're trying to do is just turn down the sound of the room so that you have a little bit more control over what is being heard in the mix. So we've now learned about all of the different styles of compression. We've learned about consistency compression and punchy compression and thick compression. We've learned about creating groove with our compression and pushing things back in the mix or bringing them forward with depth style compression. And we've even learned about fixing a few things with creating headroom using that style of compression, as well as turning down the room sound. So now we get to sort of the heart of this entire concept. How do we relate these styles of compression to our goals of compression? Because ultimately that's what matters. We're trying to achieve a goal. And it's a little weird that we have, all of these different styles of compression, and we're not just making that the goal. Like, why isn't it like, oh, I want this to sound punchier, that's my goal. Or like, oh, I want this to sound consistent, that's my goal. The reason is because you can actually achieve some of your goals of compression with different styles. They're not necessarily only limited to one thing. So let's really quickly review our goals of compression. There are 4 goals of compression, and that is to balance, to enhance, to glue, and to fix. So the next question is, what styles can I use to achieve all 4 of these goals? Well, we actually have a handy little graphic for this, something that you can keep on your desk or on your computer, just anytime you're feeling confused, when you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, I know I want to balance this track, but what styles can I use? Or like, oh, I know I want to glue this track together, what styles can I use? This little graphic is going to help you just remember exactly what you're going to need to know when you're in the mix, so that you're not going to have to sit there and take a lot of time to think back on this course that you took 6 months ago and just, what did Dylan say? I don't remember. This will help you do that. So let's talk about our first goal of compression, which is to balance. Now, there are 2 main styles of compression that you can use to achieve this. You can use consistency style or depth style. And you can use either variant of the depth style. You can use it to push things farther away, or you can use it to bring things closer to you. And the reason that you can use these 2 or 3 different styles of compression to balance your mix is because these are the 2/3 different styles that do not change the tone of your actual tracks. All they're doing is either keeping them consistent, keeping them from being too loud at some places and too quiet at other places, aka balancing them, or pushing them back in the mix, bringing them forward in the mix, i.e. basically balancing them in the stereo spectrum, balancing them in the space of the mix. And if you remember back to one of the first videos in this entire course, we talked about the 3 main types of balance in a mix, and how in order to get a great mix, you have to balance these 3 things. And it was tonal balance, spatial balance, and dynamic balance. And we said dynamic balance is almost entirely your volume balance and your compression. And that's true. That's what consistency compression is for. It's to get a great dynamic balance in your mix. But depth compression actually helps you to do something different. It helps you to get a great spatial balance in your mix. So it's a rare moment where compression can step outside of its normal function and can really, really help you to achieve something that you weren't really planning on using it to achieve. So that, along with reverb and delay and a little bit of EQ, and your volume knobs, your volume faders, you're really going to be able to create a fantastic spatial arrangement. You're going to be able to balance the space of your mix. So now let's talk about the next goal of compression, and that is to enhance. Now, to enhance something just basically means to make it sound cooler, to make it sound better, to make it sound larger than life. It's not talking about balancing. It's not, talking necessarily about like, how does this sound in relation to everything else? It's more just like, how can I make this thing sound better? And there's going to be 3 styles of compression that you can use to do that. And that is punchy compression, thick compression, and groove compression. Now, groove is a little bit of a special case because that one doesn't change the tone quite as much. That one tends to work a little bit more on the macro dynamics because it's adding movement. It's adding a little bit of groove. Whereas, punchy style and thick style, that is only working on the microdynamics. That's specifically changing the tone of the sound because you're changing the ratio of our peaks to our valleys. So if I was in the middle of a mix and I thought, okay, I want to make this track sound even better, those 3 styles are what I would stick with. So now let's move on to the third goal of compression, and that is to glue. Now, that's something we haven't really talked about that much in this course so far. That's something we're going to be getting into in more detail in future modules once we start really talking about how to compress a mix and how to get a mix to sound fantastic. So without going too deep into detail, let's get a little bit of a refresher of just what I mean when I say glue. Like what exactly am I trying to do? Well, glue compression, the entire point of it is basically to make a record sound like a record, to make a collection of random tracks feel like they all belong together. Feel like it's no longer a collection of random tracks, but it's a single performance. And of course, compression is not going to be able to do that all on itself. It also has to be a great performance. It has to be great recordings. It has to be balanced. There's a lot of things that have to happen before you're going to be able to get the glue that you're looking for. This is kind of the final little oomph to like fill in the cracks of a mix and just make it a full, complete, painted picture. It's that last little bit. And basically all it is it is going to be you creating buses for your instruments, which again, we'll talk about in a future video. Creating buses for your instruments, maybe your vocals or your background vocals or your drums, and then putting some compression on those buses so that all of your parts are getting the same compression. And the compression is reacting to different parts that are all happening at the same time. So for example, if I was to have, let's say, a bus of background vocals, and I had like 10 different background vocals all singing at the same time, singing just like harmonies of the same thing. Well, if I had compression on my background vocal bus, it's going to react to the loud notes that happen. So in certain takes, there might be a moment where, someone just gets a little extra loud, or there might be moments in the entire thing where just one word is supposed to stick out. Well, when there is a compressor on an entire bus, the compressor is going to react to the loud sounds and it's going to compress everything in the same way. So it gives all of these instruments almost like a consistent shape. We've talked about how all of these different styles in some way, shape, or form, they change the shape of the waveform. But basically, each of these things is going to change in some way either the microdynamics or the macrodynamics. And if we are able to change all of the parts of an instrument consistently so that they all have the same relevant microdynamics or the same relevant macrodynamics, we're going to create what feels, even if we can't tell as the listener, just what feels like a consistent piece of music. Because every single thing is going to have its own place. Every single thing is going to have a consistent shape to the waveform. And, the culmination of this is compressing the mix bus. It's giving a layer of glue on the entire mix from the very, very beginning of the whole process. So all this being said, now that we've talked a little bit about the goal of gluing, let's talk about the 3 different styles that you can use to achieve that goal. Now, the first of these is the consistency style of compression. So this one, it shares with balance, because we already talked about how the consistency style of compression helps to balance the dynamics of a track. Now, the other thing it can do is help to balance the dynamics of, a single instrument's performance. If you have a bunch of doubles or if you have a bunch of microphones and you're wanting to make sure that all of them are having a very consistent performance, you can use this as glue. It's not necessarily going to change the tone a lot, but it is going to, again, create just even more of that consistency. It's just another layer of consistency to put on top of what you already have there. That's something that can work really nicely, especially if it's used subtly. That's the same thing with regular consistency compression, though. If it's used well, but subtly, you are going to just get so much good balance out of your mix. Now, the next style that you can use is depth, but specifically the farther version of depth. So the kind of depth compression that pushes a sound away. Now, that might not make a lot of sense because in theory, you'd want things to feel closer to the listener. You don't want to push them farther away. So let's think of it this way. I'm wanting to glue several different tracks together, whether they be different microphones, different recordings, different instruments. What I want to do is to literally bring them closer. And one of the best ways to do that is to decrease the dynamic range, to make them all feel like they are closer to each other. So even though it makes all of them feel like they're farther away from the listener, it does make them feel like they are closer to each other. And that is the goal that I'm trying to achieve. This is part of the reason why we have different styles to achieve multiple things, because, whenever I'm using this to balance something, I'm only wanting to push it far away from the mix. I don't really care about, any other instrument's dynamic range. But when I'm trying to glue something together, I'm using this style of compression specifically because it decreases dynamic range, because it's just going to squish all of these things a little closer to each other. Now, the final style that you can use to glue stuff together is groove style. And this is probably the most popular outside of consistency compression. You see it a lot in mix buses. You also see it a lot in drum buses, which makes total sense. It's the main rhythm element of a mix. But the great thing about groove style compression is that it's letting most of the transients, most of your peaks, get through unharmed. And so you're not necessarily causing a lot of damage to all of the audio files, but you are giving everything just a little bit more bump. And depending on where you put this style of compression, it's going to do a lot to help either one instrument, or it's going to do a lot to help an entire mix. This isn't really a style I would necessarily use if you're trying to compress like a bunch of background vocals, unless they're really rhythmical background vocals. Nor is it a style I would use to compress like a bunch of melodies. Like if you have a melody line with a lot of doubles and you're trying to compress all of those together to glue them together, that's not going to be all that necessary. But if it's part of the rhythm section of the song, or if it's just the whole song itself on the mix bus, using groove style compression can really just give it that extra oomph so that it really makes people tap their toes. So those are the 3 styles that you can use when you're trying to glue stuff together. We're going to go more into gluing in a future video. Finally, let's talk about the last goal of compression, and that is to fix. We pretty much know exactly what styles we're going to use with this. These are the only 2 styles that are consistent to one single goal, and that is to create headroom and to turn down room sound. That's it. Those 2 aren't used really all that often. They're not used to necessarily change tone. They're not used to necessarily help a mix feel more consistent. They are used if they are needed to be used. That's really it. So that was the 4 goals of compression: to balance, to enhance, to glue, to fix. Now you understand how to combine your goals with all of these styles that we've learned over the last few videos. Now, understanding this is going to go miles and miles towards you being able to compress with intention. And that's my goal as a teacher. If you can finish this whole course and then sit down during a mix and listen to a specific part and say, okay, what do I want to do to this? And then decide what goal you're trying to achieve, what style you want to use with your compression. I mean, seriously, it is going to just absolutely increase the quality of your mixes. You're really, really going to see a benefit for this. So let's move on to our next lesson and get you just a little bit closer there. So let's talk about the topic that's on a lot of beginners and intermediates' mind, and that is overcompression. Overcompression is one of the easiest things to do if you don't really know what you're doing with compression. And it's one of the scariest parts about this whole concept that we're learning about. You know, could I potentially ruin the sound of my music with my compression? While I'm trying to create a dynamic balance, can I just suck the tone out of what I'm actually trying to craft? So first off, let me tell you just what overcompression sounds like. You know, what to look for whenever you're trying to avoid it. Well, ultimately, if you can obviously hear the compression on the instrument and that's not your intention, then it's overcompressed. It's a very simple rule of thumb to have. Most styles of compression, you're not really shooting for an active tonal change. You're more looking for consistency or groove or movement or whatever. So if you're hearing the compression, well, that means you probably messed up some of the settings along the way. Or maybe you're being too aggressive with your threshold or your ratio, something like that. Or if you are trying to change the tone and you're just getting some weird, aggressive, maybe overly digital sounds, that also might be some of your settings. So if you're able to hear that, that's all you need. Done. You're overcompressing. Now that said, there are 4 specific types of overcompression that you're going to run into the most. And if you know exactly what you're looking for and how those types of overcompression come to be, it's going to be a lot easier to fix them. So let's start with our first example of overcompression, and that is pumping. So pumping is when you have a really fast release on your compressor, and it causes a noticeable, unnatural dip in gain. It usually sounds like the tail is actually louder than the peak. You get some sort of like wah wah kind of sounds. So let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. So I've got a drum set right here. I'll loop this, and I've got some pumping compression on it, some really aggressive compression that has created that pumping sound. So I want you to hear what it sounds like by itself first, and then I'm going to add in this overcompression. So you can hear what I'm talking about. Whenever there is a loud hit, you know, a kick or a snare, it pushes the kick and snare down so hard and then lets the compressor go so fast that you can hear the compressor letting go. And it's going, rather than a slow release, it's a fast release, and you can hear it in the cymbal. So just like that sound in the cymbal. Let's listen again. So let's talk about what style of compression is going to cause this. So pumping is actually because of the groove style of compression. And it's specifically because you're probably using too heavy of a ratio. The reason that the groove style of compression exists at all is because it's actually intending to cause some kind of pumping. That's the movement we're talking about. That's that groove that is added to different rhythmical instruments whenever you're trying to do this style. But when we do the groove style of compression, we're adding it in really subtly, just a tiny, tiny bit so that you kind of feel it. With this, I'm getting, and you'll see, a huge amount of compression. And so we're getting that audible dip in gain in all of the cymbals. Just a massive, massive amount of compression. So on the flip side of that, let's see what this sounds like when I take the ratio down. And I'll take this down as well to compensate. It just kind of moves a little bit better. You know, all of a sudden it's not nearly so aggressive. I'll do a quick before and after. So that's definitely not a sound we want, unless we're doing it creatively. EDM, for example, or electronic music, they're really well known for using pumping to their advantage. They'll actually sidechain the kick to their pads or a synth or their bass. Anytime you hear that wah, wah, wah kind of sound in EDM, that's actually because of pumping. But most of the time in mixing, it's definitely not something that you want. So let's move on to our next example of overcompression, and that is, well, this is kind of a 2-for-1. Breathing is how it's known, but also splat. Now, splat might seem kind of familiar to you because it's actually one of the quadrants in our how to create the styles of compression chart that we have. And you'll also notice that it's one of the ones that is in red. And that basically is because it's a style of compression that you usually really want to avoid. So the reason that I've given this 2 separate names for overcompression is that depending on the type of instrument that has this type of overcompression, you're going to get one or the other, or sometimes both. So let's start by talking about breathing. So what breathing is, it's basically whenever you have a sustaining instrument where the compressor is clamping down too hard on it, then it has a very, very slow release. And basically, the way that these valleys, if we look at the waveform, the way that these valleys work, they start off loud and they get quieter. But as you'll hear, breathing, it's almost like the compressor is exhaling. And the end of these long sustaining notes end up being louder than the beginning of the notes, which is obviously not what we want. Let me show you a before and after. And really, really listen to the sustain. Really, really listen to the ends of each of those notes. Look at this note right here. Really listen to this one. Listen to how much louder it becomes over time. It's like, which is not the sound that we want. So this also is causing splat, which basically just means that the beginning of each note, those peaks, they're becoming very unfocused because they're getting so squished down. So I'm going to do another before and after. And now, instead of listening to the valleys, listen to the peaks. Listen to the differences in, the transient and the attack of each of these notes. You hear how just all of the attack is gone? It almost feels like the peak is sort of molding itself into the valley in a very, very strange way. This is what I mean when I say splat. Like rather than ka, it's like it's unfocused. So let's talk about how you might accidentally make this style of compression. So obviously it's very similar to the consistency style of compression. We've got a fast attack, we've got a slow release, we've even got not that high of a ratio. The main difference is that consistency style has a high threshold, which means, it's just targeting the peaks. Whereas the splat or breathing style of overcompression, that is basically coming from having a low threshold, a threshold that is targeting both the peaks and the valleys. And that is not something that we want because this is a very aggressive style of compression. Having an attack this fast and a release this slow. If you're not careful, obviously you can continue to turn down sounds, even though you're really only wanting the peak of a sound to turn down the entire thing. You only want the peak of the sound to trigger the compression. Otherwise, you're not going to get consistency style of compression. So this is basically just a consistency style, but way worse. So this is another 2-for-1. This is either what is known as brick walling or creating lifelessness. Just kind of depends on the instrument itself. Now, brick wall is another style of compression that might sound familiar to your ears, and it's because it's another one of the quadrants on our styles of compression chart. It is underneath thick, as you can see. So what that means is it's very similar to the thickness style. As you can see on the chart, it has a fast attack, fast release, the difference being a low threshold instead of a high threshold. So if you remember, the thickness style of compression is all about turning down some of those peaks so that you can get a little bit more thickness, a little bit more loudness out of a sound. Whereas brick walling, really what it does is it turns down the peaks so much that they become completely level with the valleys themselves, and you get an extremely unnatural sound. So let me show you a quick before and after. So obviously not a good sound at all. Getting a lot of distortion, getting a lot of completely unnatural sounds. But, it is basically doing what we wanted it to do with the thickness style. It's just getting way, way, way too aggressive with the results. Let me do another before and after for you again. Absolutely crazy. So you can see we have a fast attack, fast release, just like we would with thickness style. The ratio isn't crazy high, but I just want you to listen and see what happens when I turn the threshold up. All of a sudden, we have that thickness. We're bringing up some of the valleys. But it doesn't sound nearly as aggressive as it did before. This is obviously way too much. So that's another style of overcompression that you want to avoid. Now, you can use these same settings and get another kind of problematic style of overcompression, and it's what I call lifelessness. So part of the reason that you have two separate styles of overcompression really just wrapped into this one style of brick walling is because if you add it to a sound that's a lot more dynamic, has a much larger dynamic range, maybe it has peaks that are less obvious than, the snare and the kick, then it's not necessarily going to become quite as overly thick as that sound was, but it will just suck all the life out of it, especially if you're doing it in a mix. Because inside of a mix, if you're doing it on vocals, for example, those vocals are supposed to stay up front and center, but we are turning down those microdynamics so much that we are basically just pushing it farther back and farther back into the mix. So trying to get this in the mix up front is going to be extremely difficult. So let's listen before and after.
Change, yeah, there's gonna be a change. Through dawn to dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged. Yeah, there's gonna be a change. Through dawn to dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged.
Now, again, more exciting, a lot thicker, but it just feels like so squashed to the point where you're not really ever going to be able to get any sort of dynamic performance out of that. Let's listen again.
There's gonna be a change. Through dawn to dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged.
You can fix that in the same way that you fixed the brick wall style. It's just back off our threshold.
Change, yeah, there's gonna be a change. Through dawn to dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged. Through dawn to dusk we'll break from ourselves uncaged.
Now it sounds a lot more natural, but you're still getting some of that thickness, still getting some of that aggression. So finally, we have the fourth style of overcompression, and that is inconsistency. So inconsistency is an overcompression style that pops up a lot when you're using an especially dynamic track and then compressing it. Let me show you what it sounds like first, and then I'll explain why it's doing what it's doing. So you see these big loud notes right here and right here. Pay attention especially to those notes and how they sound. So you hear how those loud notes just sound super squashed, like you can actually hear the compressor working really hard on them, but the rest of the notes feel almost untouched. That is what inconsistency sounds like. So basically what it is, I'll bring it up here, it's just our punchy style compression. So you can see I've got a really slow attack, I've got a pretty slow release, maybe medium release, and my threshold's pretty low, which is where it should be for punchy style compression. But I have a very, very aggressive ratio. And so what happens is that whenever those loud notes pop up, because my threshold is so low, because I'm wanting to catch all of these other notes so that I can kind of create that punchy sound throughout the entire performance, well, this ratio turns everything down super aggressively. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So you can see on some of the quieter notes, I'm not even really getting any compression at all, maybe 1 or 2 dBs. And yet something like that, I go all the way up to 7 dBs of compression. Now, this is something that you can fix with a lower ratio, less aggressive compression. But this also means that you probably are going to want to do some sort of gain automation, maybe do some sort of volume automation, do something to get these notes quieter and closer to the rest of the performance before you start doing your punchy style compression. You might even want to do a few layers of consistency style compression first. That way you're able to take these loud notes down closer, and then you can put on your punchy compression and get a much more aggressive sound out of it without it sounding quite so inconsistent. So now that we've gone over the different styles of overcompression, let's talk about what you could do to fix them. Now, we've kind of already gone over a few of these just with specifics, with some of the specific styles. But if you're really unsure what you're doing to your sound to create overcompression, well, here's kind of a little bit of a checklist that you can go down. So the first thing you might try to do is to back off your attack and release times. Faster attack times, faster release times, they tend to be more aggressive versions of compression, especially with your release time. Release is almost a how obvious do I want my compression to be simulator. The longer the release, the more the original waveform stays intact. But the shorter the release, the thicker we are making our waveform, the more we're just taking down the peaks and nothing else. So if I'm wanting my compressor to sound natural, I might want to have a slower attack time or a slower release time. The next thing I might do is to set my threshold to achieve the goal I'm trying to do. You might have accidentally set your threshold too low. If you're getting overcompression and the threshold is the problem, it's definitely too low. It's not too high, that's for sure. So go back and look at your chart, think about what style of compression you were trying to achieve, and then just think, okay, am I getting the right amount? Do I have the right amount of threshold? Maybe I need to turn it up a little bit. Maybe I need to start the entire compression setting process over again. And that's okay, I do that too. Sometimes I set my threshold too low and I just need to kind of restart, refresh, bring it back in just a little bit. Now, if you like all of your settings, you might want to back off of the ratio. You might have your settings great, you're just putting in way too much compression. That happens all the time. It's totally okay for you to go back to your ratio and back off so that you're not getting quite as much gain reduction as you were before. So here's a great rule of thumb that'll keep you from overcompressing entirely. And that's that you want your gain reduction meter to return to 0 multiple times per bar. Now that might seem like a lot, maybe you want just a lot of compression going on, but really what's going to happen is that if it's never returning to 0, then it's going to be returning to some number, and that has essentially just become the new zero. Like if it's peaking around -5 or -6, and it keeps getting back down to 2 before the next note kicks in, well, that just means that you have 2 decibels of compression going on the entire time. That's useless compression at that point. There's no need to add that in, and all you're just doing is mangling the waveform at that point. It's part of the reason that serial compression sounds as good as it does, is because it forces you to make sure that your compression is getting back to 0 multiple times per bar. That's what's giving us that compression sound. So if you aren't able to do that with your compression settings, they might be too aggressive. And here's one final tip to avoid overcompression, and that's actually adding another compressor with the punchy style of compression on after you've done the rest of your compression. And that's because the whole point of the punchy setting is to bring more microdynamics back into your sound. So if you're getting a sound that's too squashed, that might be a solution to it. I use this technique a lot on distorted guitars, which are famously super squashed. They have a really low microdynamic range. So sometimes if I love the tone of the instrument and I don't want to go in and change the compression I already did, adding a punchy style is just the solution I need. So hopefully with all of these tips, you'll be able to avoid overcompression, and you'll be able to hear overcompression and fix it if it's there. So we've learned a lot up until this point. We have gone through all of these different concepts of compression. We've talked about all of the parameters. We've talked about the goals and the styles. We've gone through just how to create all of these different kinds of compression. Now I want to put it all together. I want to give you a step-by-step process that's going to allow you to compress any instrument. No previous knowledge required. If you follow these 5 steps and you make sure that you are compressing with intention, then honestly, you are going to be able to handle whatever is thrown at you. So we've made a little step-by-step chart for you to follow through just as you're trying to get used to this new style of doing compression, as you're trying to get used to this new system, because ultimately that's what this whole course is about. It's about not only understanding how compression works and like all of the little intricacies and whatever, but it's being able to have a workflow so that anytime you turn a compressor on, you know exactly the process of getting from where you are, an uncompressed track, to where you need to be, a compressed track. So let's start off at the beginning with step 1, and that is to figure out your goal. You know, we've talked over and over about how important compressing with intention is. This is your first step to doing that. It's you sitting and listening to whatever instrument or multiple instruments or mix or whatever that you're trying to compress, and just sitting there and thinking, okay, well, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to balance it? Am I trying to enhance the tone? Am I trying to glue a bunch of tracks together? Am I trying to fix something? You have to answer that question. What am I trying to accomplish? Once you've done that, then you get to move on to step 2, which is to decide on a compression style. So now that you've picked your goal, you're going to know, well, what styles do I have available to me? And you've got a little chart that we've given you just to know exactly what those styles are, just if you're trying to figure it out in the moment. So all you have to do is check out that chart, think about what goal you're trying to achieve, say you're trying to enhance the tone maybe, and then look at the styles you have available. So I can make it punchier, or I can make it thicker, or I can make it groove a little bit more. You know, which one of those things do I want to do? Pick a style and then move on to step 3. Now, step 3 is to find your style's settings, because each one of these styles has their own unique combination of compression settings that gives it the sound that it has, that gives it the control that it has. If you don't know what those settings are, well, it's kind of a little bit irrelevant. Now, we have another chart for you that we've been referencing throughout this entire course. It's going to help you figure out exactly what those settings are. You know, our creating the styles of compression chart, that is going to give you a roadmap to actually creating the sound you're needing. Now, it is important to know that this is meant to help you find a starting place. It's not meant to give you the actual exact answer to every single problem. There might be times where, let's say you are using consistent style compression and, that has a fast attack and a slow release. Maybe a particular song calls for a medium attack and a slow release, or a fast attack and a medium release. It's okay. Sometimes different instruments need different things. Different compressors act differently. So use this chart to help you find a starting place, and then abandon it and just use your ears. Figure out exactly what you are trying to do. Now, once you've figured out what those settings are, you've got to actually create the settings. So we're going to be moving on to step 4, which is to find your peaks and valleys. Now, this step and the next step are two things that I've been doing in the last several videos, but I haven't actually formally taught you yet. So there's another graphic that you can download on this video that walks you through step by step how to set up your compressor. But we're going to go through it right here as well. So this step is all about finding your peaks or your valleys. And every one of these styles of compression is either targeting the peaks or it's targeting the peaks and the valleys. And that's part of the reason why threshold, like where you set your threshold, is so important. Because if you're just trying to get the peaks, then you're going to have a higher threshold. But if you're just trying to get the peaks and the valleys, or just the valleys, you're going to have a much lower threshold. So being able to find where the peaks are and where the valleys are, that's really, really important to setting up your compression. So let me walk you through exactly how to do that. It's a really simple process. And once you learn this workflow, you're going to internalize it really, really quickly. Okay, so let's say I want to compress this bass right here. I'm going to solo this out so you can hear it. Okay, and let's say that I wanted to get the thick style of compression. I just really want it to be thick, so I want to turn those peaks down. Let me grab my compressor, and the first thing I'm going to do is set it up so that I can find my peaks and valleys. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set my threshold all the way up to 0 dBs. So the compressor now is just doing nothing. It's just, you can see no gain reductions happening. It's just there. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my ratio as high as it will go. Now, we're not going to leave it there. We're just using that so that we can basically just use it to locate where the peaks are. And then we're going to turn it way down once we actually get to the process of compressing. Now I'm going to go to my knee, turn that all the way down as well, because I want it to be a really accurate threshold line. I'm going to take my attack, I'm going to make it as fast as possible. I'm going to take my release and make it as fast as possible. And I'm doing that, again, not because I'm trying to get a certain sound, but just because I'm trying to set the threshold, nothing else. So I just want it to be as accurate and fast as it physically can be. And then I'm going to slow it down from there. Okay, so now let me find my peaks. So what I'm looking for, if I'm just trying to find peaks, is I'm trying to get some spikes of gain reduction, and they can be huge. They can be really tall, but they have to be spikes. If they're lasting for a while, like if they're lasting for half of the note, or even the entire note, or even more, multiple notes, I'm probably targeting the valley at that part, and I've gone too far. So I'm going to grab this and just start turning it down. So like this, I've taken it too far. It's not even getting back to 0. It's got to go back to 0, especially if you're targeting the peaks. Getting to 0 is your main goal, because if it never gets back to 0, that means that you are down into the sustain of the actual sound. You're down in the valleys. So that's probably too far. And some peaks are going to be huge, and so you're going to get like 10 decibels of gain reduction, and you're going to go back to 0 immediately. And some peaks are going to be really tiny, maybe because the valleys are so loud. And so even with this extremely, extremely aggressive setting, you may only get 2 or 3 decibels of gain reduction. And what that means is that the peak is only 2 or 3 dBs louder than the valleys. I'm going to put that right there. That's all you have to do. Now I have found where my peaks are. And that also means I've found where my valleys are. If I keep going, I'm going to get into my valleys. I'm going to be able to achieve different types of compression, like punchy style of compression or groove style of compression. Stuff where you need to be down into a little bit of the valleys so that you actually can accomplish what you're trying to do. Now, you don't necessarily want to go too far. If you're trying to accomplish a style where you need to be targeting the valleys, you're still wanting to go to 0 from time to time. You still are trying to get it to where you are affecting only a note and not necessarily just tons and tons of notes. It's not necessarily always going to happen. So what I'm saying is a little bit more of a guideline than a rule. There are certain instruments, like for instance, electric guitar, that are already really thick. They have valleys that rather than, tapering off, they're just like a straight line. If that happens, then, if you're trying to target the valleys, then you're never really going to ever go down to 0. And so be it. That's what it is. It is what it is. Great. So now that I've found that, I'm going to set up my compression. I'm going to move on to the final step, step 5. I'm going to take out this really aggressive ratio. I'm going to take out this really aggressive attack and release, and I'm just going to get the sound that I wanted to get. So let me I'm actually going to leave this all the way up. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my attack and my release down a little bit so they're not quite so aggressive. Okay. You can see if I make it a really soft knee, I'm so close to the valleys that I'm no longer able to get back down to 0. I'm no longer getting to that point where I'm no longer compressing a note. And that's the goal. Again, I don't want to be compressing a note constantly because then I'm not going to really be able to change the shape like I want to. I might only want a little bit of a knee, just to make it a little bit more subtle. If I do that, honestly, the higher the knee, I might raise my threshold a little bit. It's just going to help to get me a little bit more subtle compression. And then finally, I'm going to take my ratio all the way down. I'm going to turn it up until it sounds good to my ears, until I'm getting kind of the amount of gain reduction I want. For this particular sound, if I'm trying to get thickness, maybe I really only want 2 or 3 dBs of compression. Regardless, again, if I'm targeting the peaks, then I can't get so much compression that I'm never getting back down to 0. So, if I get to 3 dBs and I'm only doing 1 decibel of compression before I stop being able to get back down to 0, then that just might be the amount of headroom you have to do this style of compression. At that point, it might be worth adding another compressor on top, doing serial compression, which we'll talk about in a different video, or just trying to accomplish a whole different goal or using a different style. So let me turn this up. And remember, ratios are they're not a straight line. They're logarithmic, or I think they're logarithmic. I didn't actually take calculus, so I don't actually remember what the definition of logarithmic means, which is a little embarrassing. But basically, what I mean by that is that if you remember, a ratio of 2 to 1 is decreasing the gain by 50%. A ratio of 4 to 1 is decreasing it by 75%. And then a ratio of 8 to 1 is decreasing it by 88%. You start to get lowering returns on how high you're turning up your ratio. So sometimes you might get just a ton of gain reduction just at 2 dBs, or just at a 2 to 1 ratio. You can see, even though I'm using a very light ratio, because I've targeted my threshold so well, so accurately, I get a lot of gain reduction. And as I turn it up higher, I really don't get that much more gain reduction. So whenever I'm compressing, a lot of times I tend to just live around here, sort of 1.4 to 3. And then sometimes if I just want to get really aggressive, I'll keep going. But if I get to a point where, I'm turning it up and I'm still not getting the amount of compression I want, again, it might be time to use another compressor, serial compression, to accomplish that. And like I said, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Cool. And then at this point, all I've got to do is adjust my makeup gain. And I know if I'm doing thick style compression, I'm going to want to, actually not that. I'm going to want to match the peak level because I'm wanting the valleys to turn up. So I'm going to turn this off and I'm just going to look and see where I'm peaking at. So about, negative 12. Now let's check it out. Okay, so I've lost maybe a dB and a half. Or 2. So let's look at before and after. So here's before. And here's after. A little bit thicker. Now, one thing you can see is that I'm not getting back down to 0, which means I'm not really getting the best quality compression that I can get. So sometimes I'll do what I got to do. I'll set up my compressor and then I'll kind of be like, yeah, it's set up right, but there's still something that I'm not able to do. So at this point, I might tweak my knee or I might tweak my threshold. Maybe my release time. Okay, so now let's look at that. And this is what happens. Again, you do the natural setup way. You get to a point, and then you use your ears and you listen, and you're like, is this sounding the way I want? And I wasn't really getting the thickness that I wanted. So I know that I'm getting, if I remember correctly, about, negative 12 dBs. So let's see where it's at now. So a little too loud now. Yeah, I like the sound of that. I'm getting a little bit more aggression. I might want to go in here, maybe turn the attack down a little bit, take that down a little bit. Yeah, that sounds good in my ears. So that's really it. It's those 5 steps. Step 1, figure out your goal. Step 2, figure out your compression style based on that goal. Step 3, figure out the settings for your style. Step 4, find your peaks or your valleys. And then step 5, just set up your compressor and do what you were going to do already. Tweak knobs. Figure out exactly where to put it so that it sounds great with the instrument that you are working on. So if you follow those 5 steps, you're pretty much going to be able to compress anything. Good job. You made it through another module. Now, to review, we went over the styles of compression. We talked about how to set up your compression. We talked about each of these different styles, like thickness style, or consistency, or punchy, or groove. And you also learned what overcompression sounds like. Now, you finally have your toolbox, but there's still a few tools that we need to put in there. So in our next module, we're going to be talking about some essential compression tips and tricks and techniques. stuff that you're going to be using in tons of different mixes, like parallel compression, serial compression, even a few sidechain compression techniques. And then after that, we're getting into the real meat of the course. We're going to be talking about how to compress a mix from start all the way to the finish. You're going to be learning finally how to do layered compression, which is the real way to get a professional sounding mix. So with all that said, let's move on into our next module, and I'll see you there. So here's another common question that I get from a lot of students. How fast are the peaks? We talk so much about setting your attack time so that you are either targeting the beginnings of the peaks or you're letting the peaks pass through unharmed. But how quick is that? How fast are these transients? If I set my attack time to 10 milliseconds, is that going to let it go through? Or is that still going to catch it? So to help you make more accurate, more informed decisions while you're compressing, I've actually done a little bit of research on my own. I went through and found the average peak times for all different kinds of instruments, just so that you will finally be able to sit down and with confidence say, okay, well, the peaks are probably from here to here. So let's have a quick word about these ranges that I'm going to give you before we actually get started. Every single instrument is so variable. I mean, it's crazy just based on the tone of the instrument, how it was played, where it was performed, how it was recorded, how different so many of these volume envelopes were, how different so many of these microdynamics were. So one, it's a range. I'm not going to say that all guitars have a peak of 15 milliseconds. I'm not going to say all of them are that long. It's going to just be sort of between this amount and this amount. And even then, there are for sure exceptions. Now, the other thing is that I did all of my measurements from no volume to the loudest point. So rather than including all of both the attack and the decay of the peak, the part that actually makes it a peak, I found that on a lot of instruments, it was really difficult to actually find where the peak ended. So I figured it would be a lot easier if we just figured out exactly how long it took this particular instrument or that particular instrument to get to the loudest part of the note, so the absolute top of the peak. So it might be worth for you maybe adding a few milliseconds onto the end of these ranges, just so that you can get a better feel for exactly where the peak actually sits. These ranges are only going to tell you how long it takes to get from no sound all the way to the very top, the very loudest part. Once you have these, hopefully you're going to be a lot better at making informed decisions. Just whenever you're trying to get, maybe a punchy style of compression or a groovy style of compression, or maybe you're trying to get some consistency, but you still want to let a little bit of the transient through. You don't want to just cut it off entirely. It's totally up to you. So let's get started. Now, after all this testing, I've found that you can separate all these instruments into 3 groups: percussive instruments, rhythmic instruments, and sustained instruments. All 3 of those different groups had 3 kind of ranges of peak times, how long the peaks were, that were pretty consistent amongst those groups. So it's going to be a lot easier when you're compressing. Just think, what group am I in? What group is the guitar in? What group is the vocals in? Stuff like that. So let's talk about this first group, percussive instruments. Now, this is anything in your drum set. It's bongos, it's tambourine, I would say it's not really shakers, because shakers are so variable, but you get the idea. It's the stuff that is super fast. It's there, it's percussive, it hits, it's gone. And that's reflected in how fast their peaks are. So the range that I found was 1 to 10 milliseconds. That's how long it took most percussive instruments to get from no sound all the way to the loudest point of their sound. So keep that in mind if you're doing any kind of punchy compression, for example. If you're trying to get a punchier sounding snare, you might not have to set your attack time to 30 milliseconds or anything like that. You might have to only set it to 6. And you'd be good. So for example, let's take a look at our snare over here. I've got a little snare track. We just zoom in really far on it. So let's look at this. Let's look at how fast it goes from no sound to the loudest part of the peak. Just crazy fast. There's no long slope. There's no long amount of time. It's just nothing to everything very, very quickly. So if I was trying to avoid cutting off my peak for this snare, it would be pretty easy. I would just have to set my attack time a little bit slower than I usually would, 6-7 milliseconds, and I probably would be past this peak. So for percussive instruments, I would say that a medium attack time is probably around the same thing as a slow attack time on other instruments. So if you're needing a slow attack time, using a medium attack time is probably going to be a little bit more beneficial. So the next group of instruments are the rhythmic instruments. Now, these are like your guitars, your basses, your pianos, stuff that still have a pretty hard attack, pretty loud peak, but they still have some kind of sustained element. There's still a chord that's being held. They're not just there and gone like your percussive instruments. So they have a peak range of 10 milliseconds to 40 milliseconds. So somewhere in there is how long it takes the average rhythmic instrument to get from no sound to the loudest part of the note. So let's take a look at a few examples. So let's look at this electric guitar. Now you can see, it looks like it's got a really fast peak, and it does. But let's compare it to the snare that we looked at just a little bit ago. I'm going to zoom in on this, and we're really just looking at this little section right here, this little bump. Now you can see as I zoom in, there is a ramp up. It goes from nothing to the loudest part, but you can see a slope. It's not just like a straight line, nothing to everything. That slope is your range. That's the range we're talking about. That's that 10 to 40 milliseconds in there. So if you're trying to set your attack time to miss the peak, well, you'd want to set it so that it kicked in probably around here. One thing to keep in mind is that the harder picked the instrument or the harder struck the instrument, the more likely it's going to have a faster attack time, the more likely it's going to have a faster peak. If it's a more maybe finger-picked instrument, like a finger-picked bass, a finger-picked guitar, or a very soft piano or something along the lines of that, well, then you might get something closer to the other side of the range, something closer to 30 milliseconds or 40 milliseconds. So finally, we have our sustained instruments. And that's like your vocals, your saxophones, your strings, anything where the valley is almost as loud as the peak. So for the sustained group of instruments, the peak times tended to be between 15 milliseconds and 60 milliseconds. So you can see they're pretty similar to the rhythmic instruments. There's just a little bit slower, a little bit longer. Same thing applies as well. A very hard hit, string hit, or vocal hit is going to be a lot faster than a very soft vocal note or a very soft saxophone note. So one thing to keep in mind for both the rhythmic and the sustained instruments, if you're hitting multiple notes at once, your peaks are probably going to be longer. So for example, if I had a guitar and I strummed a guitar, my strum is hitting 6 different notes, which means it's physically taking longer for me to move my hand down all of the strings, so my peaks are going to be longer as well, especially if I'm comparing it to maybe me playing a riff or a melody where I'm just hitting one string at a time. So keep that in mind. You're going to have faster attack times, faster peak times on these single note instruments than you will on these instruments that are playing chords, just because of how long it takes to hit all of the notes. Now, that's not quite as true for stuff like piano, for example, where you can just hit all the notes at the same time. But you often do still have people who play piano who will hit different notes at different points, not like arpeggiating, but just like brum, they roll into it. Or there's just a little bit of a delay between one note and the next note. That's still going to make it a little bit longer. Not much, but something to at least pay attention to. So let's check out another example. So right here I've got a female vocal, and the first thing you can see is the peaks are very, very inconsistent. And that's one thing that I want to point out for sustained instruments. They're so dynamic that they don't necessarily just have one single peak time. They don't have as consistent a speed like the percussive or the rhythmic instruments, where like you're hitting something and that hit is causing the sound to happen. Well, that hit is probably going to be the same speed every time. If you're looking at this vocal, there are some notes that she hits a little harder, like this one, for example, where, there is a slope, but it's a bit of a faster slope. And then there are other notes like this one, where she eases her way in. Long slope, very long slope at the beginning of this note. So setting attack times, it's a little bit more difficult if you're trying to miss the transient. If you're trying to, get punchy style or groove style, it's a little bit harder. Sometimes you've got to be a little bit more cautious with sustained instruments. Give it a little bit of a longer attack time if you're trying to get those different styles of compression that are letting the peaks go through. Simply because if you have a fast or a medium attack time, you might catch some of the transients, you might miss some other ones, and you might get a bit of an inconsistent sound if you do that. So before we go, here's a quick tip on setting attack times. If you need some help setting attack times and you don't know how fast your peaks are for a particular instrument, just take a look at the slope of the note. If I go in here and I zoom in, which we were looking at this already, there's a much longer curve to get to that peak that's right here. Whereas if I was to go and check out my snare, it's almost a straight line from nothing to everything. You can almost think of it as a triangle. If the triangle is super steep, then it has a very fast peak. If the triangle is pretty flat, it has a very slow peak. So just use that as you're setting your attack times and you'll be able to get way more accurate without really getting too bogged down in the numbers. So now you know how fast peaks are for all of these different kinds of instruments. It's really important to consider before we head out from this video. Do not get wrapped up in this. This is something that you can think about, internalize, and move on. This isn't something that you have to think about every single time you compress. I didn't even know this until recently, just because I did all of the research and the testing for it. It's not something that's supposed to be a part of your workflow, but hopefully you'll get some punchier sounds, some thicker sounds, some sounds that are treating your instruments just a little bit nicer, a little bit more naturally. So now that you've learned how to compress any instrument, you've learned your goals and your styles, and how to set up your compressor, all these things, let's talk about serial compression. So serial compression is a technique that's used all the time in mixing, especially by professional mixers in studios. And all it really means is stacking multiple compressors in a row to get that compression sound you need without it sounding too aggressive. Now, compressors, especially plug-in compressors, digital compressors, they're notorious for adding artifacts and distortion the more aggressive you get while trying to get a lot of gain reduction. So like if, for example, you were trying to get like 10 dBs of gain reduction, that one plugin is probably going to start to sound really, really bad. It's going to start to make your sound really flat. It's going to start to add some like weird distortion that pops out. And ultimately it's going to sound probably too digital and too lifeless. Not really a sound you're going for. But you might have a particular instrument that needs that much compression. Now, you might not. I'm not at all saying that you have to do 10 decibels of compression on one instrument. But if you have a particularly dynamic instrument, maybe like a bass or a vocal that really needs a lot of control, serial compression is probably going to get you where you need to go. Now, before we start, I want to go into why this is a bit of a secret, like a trade secret for getting a professional sound, like getting that record sound. And that's because in analog studios, usually during the tracking session, the engineer would basically put just a little bit of compression on, the guitar or the vocal or whatever while it was recording to tape. They might do this for different reasons, maybe for tonal reasons, partially just because old tape machines had like a noise limit, and so it had to be basically inside a certain dynamic range, or else the tape would cause some like really, really bad distortion on it. So it could have been for a reason like that, where it's not necessarily intended to change the tone. It's just there for mechanical reasons, right? Now, then it would go to the actual mixer. Well, the mixer would have a mixing board, and every single track would have some kind of compressor on it. But he would also have what's known as outboard gear. So gear that he could basically route the audio to change in some way. Now, if you've seen any kind of analog plugins, analog emulation plugins, they're probably emulating that outboard gear. So outboard compressors or EQs or saturation units or reverbs, anything like that. So not only would they use a compressor that was going through the mixing board itself, but they would also add in one of these outboard compressors to add a little bit of extra control or extra color to that particular instrument. So you have layers of compression. You've got this pre-tape compression, you've got the board compression, you've got the outboard gear compression, you have the natural compression just from using a tape machine and using a board, which, we're going to talk about layers of compression in an upcoming module. And then on top of that, they might have a mix bus compressor that's compressing everything together. So these multiple compressors that are giving different colors and different attacks and releases and stuff like that, they are changing the sound of every single instrument to sound more like a record. If those engineers didn't use any of those things, if they only used one compressor and that was it, well, this may or may not be all that necessary to getting a sound like a record, but we're used to 40 years of that sound. So this is a great way to achieve it. Now let's get into actually what you could be doing when you're using serial compression. So for an example of this, I'm going to be using a vocal. And you can see that this vocal is fairly dynamic as I get in here. It's got kind of a few loud notes around here, a few quieter sections like right there and right here. Now, just using some basic compression might not get us the consistency that we need. And it also might not get us the color that we need. So I'm going to use serial compression. I'm going to stack a few compressors in a row. Now, the first compression style that I'm going to use is consistency style. I'm wanting just to make the loud notes quieter and the quiet notes louder. That's it. So I'm going to bring up a compressor and I'm going to get it ready so that we can create that style.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Cool, so I only really wanted 1 to 2 dBs anyway. That's going to bring those loud notes a little bit closer to the rest of the notes without really causing too much of an issue because I've taken the threshold down too far. So let me do some quick gain staging, and then we're going to add another version of this style of compression, just to create even more consistency. So all I'm going to do is copy this compressor down, and because I'm doing pretty much the same style of compression, I'm not really trying to change it up. The only thing I'm going to change is the threshold and the ratio. I'm not really going to change the attack and release. I actually want them to stay pretty much the same. So I'm going to turn my ratio all the way up, and my threshold is probably going to be lower than it was before because I've turned those loud sounds down. So I'm going to want to have a lower threshold than I originally did, or I'm most likely going to have a lower threshold so that I can continue to turn those loud sounds down, make even more consistency.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay, that's pretty good. Now let me mess with this ratio.
I wanted some summer.
Zoom in a little bit.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Cool, so let's talk about this. So right now I have the threshold at 16 dBs, and the last time I had it at about 15 dBs. Now, I know that doesn't seem like that much of a change, but this first layer of compression turned the loud sounds down far enough that it allowed me to set my threshold a little bit lower and get even more of those loud sounds down, again, without hitting the valleys of those loud sounds. So let me really quickly gain stage this. Cool, so I'm gonna get even more aggressive with this. I'm gonna add a whole extra layer of consistency compression. Now, this is not necessary. I'm only doing this because I want a lot of consistency on this. And for me, I'm wanting probably 6 decibels of compression just for this particular vocal. You don't have to have tons and tons and tons of compressor plugins all doing the same thing. This is just what I'm doing, okay? I'm gonna set my ratio all the way up, turn that back down, and let's figure out a new threshold.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Cool, that looks pretty good to me. Zoom in a bit more.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay, let's do a quick gain stage. Cool. So let's really quickly listen to before and after right now. So here's before, and remember, this shouldn't change the tone all that much. It's just going to make it more consistent, probably even more powerful.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
You hear how it's all just kind of like sitting around that same area? If I was to put this in the mix right now, it would be way, way more consistent. It would live in one very specific space instead of popping in and out and in and out. So I'm gonna add one more layer of compression. I'm wanting to add some tonal compression. I'm wanting to make this just really punchy. I want punchiness in this. I want this to really hit me in the gut. And I'm also wanting to get some more color just from a different type of compression, like a different analog compressor, so I can get just more of that saturation, a little bit more of that color. So I'm gonna grab the API 2500, which is a great compressor for buses, for gluing, also a great compressor just for some punchiness. And I'm gonna do the same thing that I always do. Super fast attack, highest ratio, fastest release possible, and we are going to turn it up and down and see if we can find our threshold. And I'm not wanting too much really of anything, not too much compression.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Remember, we are trying to, for punchy style compression, we're trying to get into the valleys with our threshold. So we're not necessarily wanting just those little peak moments, we're wanting them to last a little bit longer.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer,
Kinda like that,
I
yeah.
wanted some...
Cool. Okay, now let's change up our attack and our release. So for punchy style, I want a longer attack. So I'm going to just make my attack as long as it'll go, about 30 milliseconds.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay. Now I'm going to make my release pretty long as well. And I'm just going to listen to it.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay, now let's change up the ratio.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
I'm going to make the knee just a little softer, so it's a little bit less aggressive.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay, that's sounding pretty good to my ears, so let's do a little bit of gain staging. So again with this, we're going to want our valleys to be the same level, so we're going to use our loudness meter and get that sitting again at around 22.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Let me get a little bit more.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Let's try that again.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Okay, so we've lost about maybe 1.5.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Great. Okay, so that's sounding pretty good to me. Let's do another before and after.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
So you can hear how like the one is just as loud as everything else. We've made it to where each of the notes is fairly consistent, but we've kept some of that punch, just a little bit of that punch, because we added this at the very end. So now let's listen to it in context of the whole mix. And we'll do a quick before and after. I'm going to add in just a little bit of reverb so that it sounds consistent with the rest of the mix.
I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone. 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 I wanted some summer, I wanted some someone.
Hear how that feels just more up front, a little bit more in your face, a little bit more consistent, a little bit more professional sounding. So again, I'm going to just say this forever. Two things. One, you should definitely do this in context of the mix. I did it in solo just to show you exactly what it was that we were doing to the sound, but the amount of compression is way more important whenever you're listening to it with everything. Secondly, you don't have to do all of this compression if your particular track doesn't need it. You know, I did probably 10 decibels of compression on this vocal. A lot of times you only really need 3 dBs of compression on a vocal, or 4 dBs or 2 dBs, depending on how much stuff you did during your prep phase and how your vocalist sings, you know, how dynamic a performance is, really with any particular instrument that you're compressing. This is not a rule. It's not like Dylan used 4 compressors, so must I. If one compressor will do it for you, perfect. If you need to use a second compressor, that's fine. If you need to use a third compressor, that's fine. Just continue to use a few compressors, compressing a little bit, not a ton, so 1 to 3, maybe 4 dBs of compression, then add another one on top to get a little bit more of that consistency, a little bit more of that color, and you're going to get a very, very great sounding instrument. So let's talk about a great compression technique that you could use to get more color out of your tracks without necessarily making them sound over-compressed or over-processed. So in this video, we're going to be talking about parallel compression. Now, parallel compression is maybe a technique you've heard of before. It's also called New York style compression if you've ever used it on drums. And really all it is basically, instead of compressing a track directly, it's putting a compressor on a send, so putting it on a copy of the original track, and then mixing that track in subtly. It's super simple. What's great about this technique is that you can do some really dramatic compression. just to really bring out the color of the compressor and the saturation of the compressor and maybe some of that tone changing goodness that you want. But because you can mix it in subtly, you are getting the vibe of what you're going for. You're getting the effect, but you still have a lot of your raw original file mixed in. So it's going to sound natural. It's not going to sound fake or overcompressed. It's just going to sound potentially more exciting. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So right now I have this drum set. Okay, let me zoom in on this. Same drum set we've been using for this whole course. Now, let's say I wanted to get some really aggressive compression on it. Maybe I wanted some groove compression. But instead of just getting the regular amount of groove, let's say I just really wanted a lot of color. Like I just wanted the tone of this compressor to really shine. Obviously, if I had it set up normally, which I do right now, I'll turn it on, hit play. I'm only getting about 3 decibels of compression. Great, I can already tell it's grooving a little bit more, but that might not be what I'm looking for. So I might want to get 10 or 20 decibels of compression. So let's see what happens when I do that. Obviously, it just starts to sound wild, right? It starts to just get so obviously overcompressed and obviously pumping. It just sounds bad. What if we could mix that in so that we're getting a little bit of that sound, but most of the sound's makeup is still this, just the regular drum sound. So that's where parallel compression comes into play. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a send. We're going to set it to pre-fader. So in order to create a send, all we have to do, at least in Logic, there's a little send section right here. We're going to go down to bus, and you can see I already have one created right here that I've labeled parallel. Now, if you don't know what a send is you basically are sending a copy of the audio after it's been after all of the processing that's been done to it. You're sending a copy of the audio to an entirely different track to be processed totally differently. So basically, I could do whatever I want to this new auxiliary track that the audio is being sent to, and then I can mix it in subtly as an addition to the original track. So I'm not affecting the original track at all. I'm only affecting this new copy that I've made. But the cool thing about it is that, any of the processing that I do on the original track gets sent to this new track. For example, let's say I put an EQ on here and I just took a whole bunch off the top end. Right? Well, now let me turn up the gain right here, up to unity. Now let's listen just to the parallel track. Same thing, right? If I take this off of the original track, it's the same thing. It's an exact copy. Now, here's where the kicker comes in. If I click and hold on this, you can see that we have 3 options of sends: post-pan, post-fader, and pre-fader. And all that really means is, where do we want to place our send? Like, at what point in our signal flow do we want our copy to be made? Do we want it to happen after the pan pot? Do we want it to happen after the fader? Or do we want it to happen before the fader? So Logic Pro is set up a little strangely. The way signal flow works is the audio comes in, it goes through all of your plugins, and then it goes to your volume fader. Once it goes to your volume fader, it goes through it, it gets turned up or down, and then it goes to your pan pot. Now, it's a little strange just because the pan is above the volume fader when really it should be beneath the volume fader, just for signal flow's sake. But that's not how they organized it. So really what this is saying is, if it's post-pan, that means it's being sent out as a copy at the very end of the entire signal flow. So if I was to pan this, to the left, and I was to turn it down, now if I solo out my parallel, you can see it's turned down and it's only showing up in the left speaker. Now let's say I select post fader. Well, that means that it is ignoring the pan pot, but it's not ignoring the fader. So the signal is going through the fader, through the volume fader, and then the send is happening. So now let's look at it. So now we have stuff coming in our left and our right speaker, but if I turn it all the way down on the original file, it controls it. Now the final option we have is pre-fader. Pre-fader means that we are sending our copy of the audio before the fader and the pan pot. Now what that means is that the volume that gets sent to our parallel track has nothing to do with where we put our volume fader right here. So I'll show you what I mean. I've got my pan pot all the way to the left, and I'm going to turn this down by a ton. Let's say 15 decibels. So that's the parallel. And here's the original. Really quiet, panned all the way to the left. So functionally, this channel and this channel are pretty much independent of each other. And that's what we want for parallel compression. I don't want this channel to be, basically, I don't want the volume fader of this channel to affect how much gain gets sent into this channel, into our send. Because wherever we set our threshold with our parallel compressor, we want that to be consistent. We don't want, if I turn down the volume of this drum set by 5 decibels in the verse, for all of a sudden 5 decibels less gain to be sent to our parallel track, because then no compression will be happening. So that's just a real quick trick just to be aware of. If you're doing any parallel compression, make sure you're doing pre-fader sends. So now that we've done that, let's move on to step 2. And this is just putting a compressor onto our parallel track. So parallel compression usually works best if you're using an analog compressor, something that's going to get you a lot of color. Because usually you're not going to be doing any parallel compression unless that's the goal. You're trying to get more tone change. You're trying to get more vibe. You're trying to get more of that color. So you're not really going to use a digital compressor if you can avoid it, just because those are usually colorless. So I'm going to add a Studio FET model, which is just based on an 1176. It's really fast. Turn off auto gain. Quick tip, just if you use Logic, this distortion section just introduces more saturation into the signal. It makes it sound a little bit more like an actual 1176. So now what we want to do is pick our setting and compress our track. And we do this just like we would do it any other time. So I'm going to turn my threshold all the way up, ratio all the way up, attack and release all the way down. And I'm trying to get groove style compression, which means that I want to target both the peaks and the valleys. So I want a low threshold. So super low. Let me actually turn on my parallel track. I just realized that I didn't have that soloed. So here's what the parallel track sounds like. Really bad, right? Luckily, that's not where we're going to end up. So next thing we got to do is turn our attack and release up to match our style. So we want a slower attack and a faster release. Okay, now I'm going to grab my ratio, turn it down, and we're going to mix it in. And we want aggressive compression, aggressive gain reduction. Because again, we're just going to mix this in. Okay, and let's take a look at our peak level so that we can do a little bit of makeup gain. Okay, so about negative 5.2. So we're losing maybe a dB of gain. And that makes sense just because with Logic's stock compressor, if you put on the saturation section, which that's really what this is, it's not distortion. it does increase the gain quite a bit. So it makes sense that we're not having to turn it up by like 15 dBs. So the next thing we're going to do is actually set up our levels. Let me get rid of this. So I'm going to take my Sends volume fader and I'm going to turn it all the way down. And let me unsolo this, unmute it. And then we're going to play the track and we're going to mix it in slowly. And right when it sounds good to my ears, right when it's sounding right, I'm going to back off just a few dBs, just to be safe, because usually we tend to go a little bit too far whenever we mix this stuff in. That sounds good. So I'm going to take it down a bit. Yeah, I'm getting some thickness, getting a little bit more groove. Cool. Let's show a before and after real quick. Very cool. So there is one more step to this, and it's basically assigning a group to your drum set and your parallel track. So one of the biggest problems with using parallel compression, especially if you're using it pre-fader, as we've already done, is that if I was to turn my regular dry drum set down in the mix for whatever reason, well, my parallel track is not going to get turned down because it's totally independent. It's totally separate. We can actually solve that with groups. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to create a group, and I'm going to assign that group to my parallel track as well. Now, all a group does is it allows me to link certain settings between multiple different channels that the group is assigned to. So, for example, if I selected solo, you can see whenever I solo the drum set, the parallel track gets soloed. Or if I selected pan, when I pan this, the parallel track gets panned as well. Now, what I care about is volume. Now, luckily, volume is already selected, you can see. Because if I do any kind of volume automation, I want the same volume automation to be added to my parallel track. So let me really quickly create an actual track for my parallel track, just so you can see it. I'll open up my automation. Now, if I grab this and turn it down, you can see it gets turned down in the parallel track as well by the same amount, which is fantastic. If I was to grab this and turn it up, it gets turned up as well by the same amount. It's really, really helpful whenever you're trying to actually make sure that the balance between your wet and your dry signals, or your uncompressed and your compressed signals, stays the same throughout the song, even if maybe one section calls for less drums and one section calls for more. So this is a great trick to get more of that color in a track without just absolutely wrecking the sound of it. You know, if we go back and listen to this, if I was to solo out my parallel compressor, let's listen to how aggressive this is. It sounds really gross. But if I take it back down to there and I mix it into my original drum set, it sounds way better. We go in here and turn off mute. Because if I mute the parallel track, it's just a regular boring drum set. Unmute it. It's got more life. It's got more bounce. This is something you can do with any of the enhanced goal styles. So with groove, with punchy style compression, with thickness style compression, it's really helpful on honestly any instrument. There's not an instrument where using parallel compression is going to be a problem unless it doesn't need it. That's the important caveat here. You don't want to add more compression than a track needs. Just because you can do parallel compression doesn't mean that you should. Still sit and think and have an intention and think, does this track need more color? If the answer is yes, parallel compression. Now, here's 2 quick tips before we go. There is a way for you to do parallel compression without the hassle of adding a send. And that's just with the mix knob. A lot of plugins these days have these mix knobs, and basically all they are is they're mixing in your dry signal and your wet signal, or your uncompressed signal and your compressed signal. So for example, if I turn this on, or let me actually grab this, move it over. So this is the super compressed one. And I turn it on. Let me turn this back up to 0 and mute my parallel. So if I turn it on, this is obviously the really aggressive one. But if I take my mix knob, turn it all the way down, it's just the regular. So just mix it in. So the benefit of using this style is it's really, really fast. It's really, really easy to get that parallel sound without having to create all of this extra routing stuff. The backside of it is just that you no longer have a dry sound. You know, the great part about having parallel compression is that your original track remains completely unprocessed by that really aggressive compression. So you can send it out to reverbs or delays or effects, stuff that you might not want this compression to be in. And perfect, it sounds good. But if I use this style and I use the mix knob, well, my parallel compression is going to be sent to every single thing that I create a send for from here on out. So if I wanted to put my drums through a reverb, like I said earlier, well, my compressed signal is going to get sent there as well. That might be okay. You might want that. But if you don't, then I would definitely stick with the original style of parallel compression. Now here's the other pro tip for you. One great way to create a little extra glue among instruments that are sort of doing the same thing, you know, maybe they are playing the same notes, or maybe they are all sort of in the rhythm section, stuff like that. A great way to get glue with those is to send all of them to their own parallel compressor. So for instance, maybe I might send my kick and my snare and my bass all to one parallel compressor. Really compress it really aggressively and then mix that in just a little bit. It's not necessarily meant to be heard, it's just meant to be felt. It can create a little bit more of that glue that we're talking about with our glue goal. It's just a little extra tip. You can even do it with electric guitars. You know, maybe a few different electric guitars that are, they're playing sort of the same rhythm, or an electric and acoustic guitar, or maybe your lead vocals and your harmonies. Maybe you might want to add some parallel compression to those so that you can sort of glue them together, even though they're not getting sent to the same bus. It's a helpful trick. It's something that I do in a lot of mixes. So hopefully this helped you to get a little bit more color and a little bit more glue in your mixes. So here's a common problem. If you have two instruments that are fighting for space in a mix, what do? Well, the answer might be sidechain compression. Now, if you don't know, sidechain compression is basically where you put a compressor on one instrument and then tell that compressor to listen to another instrument and act like it was compressing the other instrument. The great thing about it is that if you are trying to create space for the second instrument, well, it basically is turning down that first one every single time it comes in. It's really, really helpful for just getting stuff out of the way and creating some sort of separation and space. It's especially useful on the low end, just because it's so difficult to get the kick and the bass to play nicely. So for beginners especially, sidechain compression can seem a little daunting. So let's walk through it step by step. So let's say that I wanted to add some sidechain compression to my kick and my bass. So the first thing that I'm going to want to do is to go to my bass channel and put a plugin at the very end of my plugin chain. That's what I'm going to use for my sidechain. Now, you may put this in other places in your plugin chain, just depending on what you're trying to do specifically with this. But usually, I would just say put it at the end. Just rule of thumb. So the bass, as I said, this is the instrument I want to be turned down. So that's why I selected this particular instrument to put the compressor on. So now that we have our compressor at the end of our plugin chain, we need to select what we want this compressor to listen to. And that just means going up to the sidechain section of the compressor. Now, every compressor is going to have a different layout. It's going to have a different area where you can do the sidechaining. For Logic, it's up here. Now, if I click on this, you can see that I can either select an audio file or I can select a bus. But we have a bit of a unique problem on our hands with this. And it's not something that you might have a problem with, but it's something that a lot of people do. So I want to show you how to deal with it. So here's the problem. You can see I have 3 different kick channels with just different microphones and different samples on them. All 3 of these different kick channels are getting bused to bus 12. You can see that's the output, which is my kick bus, my instrument bus. You can see the input is bus 12. Now you can see I did a whole bunch of processing on them, and then I'm sending these, I'm outputting these to bus 1, which is my overall drum bus. It's where all of my drums are being outputted into. So here's the problem. I can't select an audio file because then I'd have to select just one of these kick files, right? And I can't select a bus because if I selected bus 12 that all of these kick files are getting bused to, well, that's going to be picking it up before all of the processing. And I need the processing in it. Otherwise, it's going to sound inaccurate. It's not going to be as dynamically the same as the kick. And I also can't select bus 1 because all the drums are getting sent to bus 1, which means that the kick and the snare and the toms and the rest, all of those are going to activate my sidechain compressor. And I don't want that either. So here's the solution that I have for this. And it's basically that you want to just do what's known as a bounce in place, but specifically for your kick bus. Now, every DAW has a different way to do this. All you have to just do is Google insert DAW name here, how to do a bounce in place on a bus. For Logic, you go up to File, and then Bounce in Place. And that's it. And that is going to basically pay attention to what I have selected. So it's only going to pay attention to the kick bus itself. So I don't want to bypass my effect plugins. I want to include my volume and pan automation. I'm going to say kick sidechain. Hit OK. And it's going to bounce for a little bit. So now you can see that I have an audio file of pretty much exactly what my bus sounds like. I'll solo out my kick bus. Now you'll see when I solo my kick sidechain, it's going to sound exactly the same. No difference. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to basically take all of my sends off of this because I don't need any of them. And then I'm going to set the output of this audio file to no output. That's because I don't want this audio file to actually be heard in the mix. It's only here to trigger the sidechain. And all I'm going to do, I'm not going to turn the volume down. I'm not going to mute it. I am going to hide this. And again, every DAW has a different way of doing this. For Logic, it's just this H button. I'm going to go and hit H. And when I hit it again, it's gone. But it's still there. If I hit H again, it pops right back up. It's a great way to keep this out of your eye. So now I'm going to go back down to my bass and go to my compressor. And in my sidechain, instead of selecting any of my individual kick tracks or my kick bus, I'm going to go to my audio and I'm going to find my kick sidechain, which is right here. So check this out. I'm going to solo out my bass. I'm going to solo out my kick. And you're going to see that the compressor is acting with the kick. It's literally turning off and on and off as the kick starts and ends, not with the bass. Pretty cool, right? So now we move on to step 3, which is actually setting up our compressor. Now, we usually want to target the valley of whatever we're trying to sidechain to, just that way we're getting a more accurate depiction of it. So I'm going to set my attack really fast, my release really fast, my ratio all the way up, knee all the way down, threshold all the way up, just like we've done for everything else. And I'm going to slowly move the threshold down until I'm getting a pretty aggressive amount of compression. Cool. Now, getting it down far enough to catch the valleys of a kick is less important than maybe having to do it with an acoustic guitar or an electric guitar or a vocal or a piano, just because the valleys for drums are so quiet. So honestly, really setting it anywhere around here just for a drum is totally fine. So now that we found the threshold, let's set the attack, fast enough that it's still getting compression, but slow enough just so that the transient is kept intact. We don't want to just fully chop off the very beginning of our bass. Okay, now let's set our release. And we actually want to set our release so that it is in time with the kick and that it's in time with the tempo. You're going to get a much more natural pumping feeling if the bass is going up in the tempo of the song rather than just coming up randomly. So we know that our tempo is 130. So if I go down to my delay time calculator, put in 130, let's say a 16th note. So that's going to be around 115, 120. Okay, getting us a little bit more of a natural sound. Now I'm going to turn the ratio down, and I'm just going to mix it in so that I'm getting just a few decibels of compression. This isn't really meant to be an audible effect. It's not something that is meant to be heard. It's just meant to be something that's felt. It's just supposed to give us a little bit extra space. So I'm not trying to do 5 or 10 dBs of compression, just a little bit. Now, one thing I'm not going to do is turn the makeup gain up, because I'm not wanting to gain stage this. I'm only wanting to turn down certain sounds that are conflicting with the kick. So if I turned the makeup gain up, well, the entire bass is going to get turned up, and we don't want that. Don't turn that back down. So that's it. That's how you do sidechain compression. It's honestly not too complicated, and it sounds pretty subtle. And that's on purpose. It's something that is meant to be felt, not something that's meant to be heard necessarily. But it can really help you to create space in a mix for two competing instruments. Like, let's just listen to this bass and kick beforehand. So I'm going to turn this off, and I want you to listen to the kick. Specifically, I want you to listen to the low end of the kick whenever I have this off. I'm actually going to unsolo the bass. So just listen to the kick. Listen to the low end of the kick. So you've got a lot of click in it, but you've also got some boom. You've got some just boom, 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 boom kind of sound. Now let me add in the bass. And I want you to listen for how that boom just goes away. So all of a sudden that low end gets lost. Well, now let me add in my sidechain compression. And you're going to hear basically a 3 decibel boost of low end with our kick, because we are taking 3 dBs out of the bass any time that the kick comes in. Now, obviously, it's not a fix-all solution. It's not really the point. It's just something in your toolbox that can really help you to create the space that you need, along with EQ, panning, automation, your volume knob, anything like that. Using all of these tools in your toolbox together is going to create the separation in your mix that you want. Now, one cool thing you can do with this that I'm not really going to show you how to do it. There's tutorials all over the internet. But in genres like EDM, this style of compression is actually used as a creative effect. Like if you ever hear like a bass synth in EDM just going like wah, 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 well, they've probably sidechained the kick to that bass. And they have turned the gain reduction down so much. They've made the compressor so aggressive that you can audibly hear the compressor grabbing onto the bass and letting it back in, and grabbing onto the bass and letting it back in, giving it that wah, wah, wah kind of sound that dubsteppy sort of feel. And the process for getting that is pretty much exactly the same as this. You're just way more aggressive on your threshold and your ratio. That's really it. So hopefully this will help you out in creating space, and maybe it'll even help you out with creating some music. So now that you've learned how to properly compress an instrument and you've learned about overcompression problems, well, that leads us into the next question, which is, how do you actually get a good dynamic balance? You know, the point of this entire course is teaching you how to get a good dynamic balance, which is one of those three balances that we've talked about a few times: the tonal balance, the spatial balance, and the dynamic balance. If you can get those three things, you've got a great mix. So ultimately, compressing a mix is all about finding the sweet spot between overcompression, what we've already listened to, and undercompression. Now, this sweet spot is kind of vague. You know, it's very subjective. It's not necessarily something that I can say, do this, and then you're done. There is a workflow for when you are compressing a mix, but knowing how much or how little to do is ultimately going to be up to your particular mix, your instruments, your genre, and also just your ears in particular. But I do have a few thoughts on just what this compression sweet spot sounds like. So you're really going to be getting a lot of depth and size and definition with the right amount of compression, but you're also going to be getting a lot of consistency in your sound and a lot of separation. If you can get all of those things and still make sure that you're having some kind of impact, some kind of excitement and drive in the song, then that's a really great place for your compression to sit. Now, on the flip side, what does overcompression sound like? Well, it's flat and annoying. There's no sense of interplay between any of the instruments. And that's because depth comes from dynamic movements, comes from the dynamic range. And if you have no dynamics, you have no depth. It all seems very two-dimensional. And you also will probably have no size to the mix. It'll feel, like I said, really, really flat and very hollow. And this is because the low end is what gives you the size of your mix. It's the foundation of the whole mix. And overcompression can kill the low end, especially if you're using really fast attack times. So overcompression, no depth, no size, flat and annoying. But what does undercompression sound like? You know, it is very possible to have undercompression in a mix. Well, you already know what undercompression sounds like, because if you've ever finished recording all of your tracks and you hit play, that's what undercompression sounds like. It just sounds like raw tracks. That doesn't mean that you put on even a little bit of compression and you're good, but you have a better understanding of what that type of sound is just because that's where you start every single mix. But let's go into a little bit more detail on undercompression. So if your mix has no definition, then you probably have some kind of undercompression. And that's because all of the notes in the mix are cluttered. You know, it's difficult to hear the full detail of any of them. And it's just because it's a wash of sound. Since you don't have control of any of these instruments, random notes are peaking out, random notes are becoming too quiet, and when you have 5 to 10 instruments all going at once and all of them are popping in and out and in and out of the mix, well, it becomes difficult to hear detail in really anything. So, lack of definition. Now, it's also going to lack separation, just like with overcompression. The reason for this is because separation comes from each instrument having its own place in the mix. And like I said earlier, when you have your static mix finished, you know, you have your volume balance done, and instruments are still just peaking out of nowhere and are getting lost because they're too quiet, and then random notes are too loud, then there is no specific placement. Everything is going to be too loud and too quiet all at the same time. And your static mix is never going to sound good. Compression acts as a focuser. You know, it squishes a sound together a little bit, which means it takes up less space in the mix. So it's much easier to create this separation that we're talking about if we're dealing with smaller little blocks of audio than whenever they have these large dynamic ranges and they're constantly elbowing and fighting for space. Now, the other calling card for undercompression is when a mix is only turned up loud. And the reason for that is that loud sounds cause basically natural compression. Our speaker cones, whenever they're turned up loudly, they actually cause some kind of compression. It's like this mechanical compression, which is part of the reason why people tell you to mix at lower volumes. Also, your eardrums create natural compression. It's part of the reason that we like a compressed sound. It's part of the reason it sounds good to us is because when sounds become too loud for our ears, our eardrum starts to constrict a little bit, and it keeps those sounds from coming in too loud and hurting the insides of our ears. So even though we don't have compression in the track, we've got it going on through the speakers and we've got it going on in our ears. So ultimately, that really just means, okay, this is only going to sound good if I can fake my compression. So I've got a little bit of an example for you of an undercompressed and an overcompressed mix. And this is going to be a little embarrassing for me because as I was going through all of my sessions to try to find something that would work great for this particular video, I found, and this is not a lie, the first mix I ever did. It was a cover of Chicago by Sufjan Stevens that I did with some friends all the way back in high school. And it's rough. I mean, it sounds better than it should have been, considering it was high school, but it's not good sounding. But it was very interesting. Whenever I listened to the final mix that I made all those years ago, it definitely sounded really overcompressed. And then obviously, the initial mix that I had when I didn't really know how to use compression sounded very undercompressed. So these are two great examples of undercompressed versus overcompressed. Don't judge me too hard, please. Thank you. So here's the undercompressed version of this. And it's going to sound familiar to you because it's basically just the raw tracks. And that's what you start every mix with. So it's just kind of a wash of sound. There's not really any impact. There's not really any excitement. There's just a lot happening. Now let's listen to the overcompressed mix. What did you hear that was different? Well, first of all, it obviously was a lot louder. It obviously was a lot brighter. It obviously was a lot more exciting and aggressive. But at the same time, it was really grating on the ears. And we still weren't able to get the separation that we were going for. We had a lack of definition in the overcompressed version and the undercompressed version. And more than anything, it sounded kind of lifeless. It sounded like everything was trying to be as loud as it possibly could at one time. I mean, listen to the drums, for example. I'm going to actually go back and forth from the undercompressed version to the overcompressed version, and I want you to listen to the drums specifically because there's a pretty huge difference in the sound. You can hear that pumping that's going on in the cymbals, where the cymbals are like every single time a kick or a snare hits. Now let's listen to the undercompressed version. Super quiet. Really boring, really, like it's not even, there's no impact, there's no excitement, but it sounds way more lively. This sounds like it's been compressed to hell, squished to hell, and we aren't getting really any of the attack that we want in it, even though it's so aggressive. Whereas this one, though it's boring, still sounds like a drum set. Let me go back and forth one more time. You can hear the drums are just covering everything up. They're just washing all over everything. So I want to show you one more thing really quickly. So one thing you might be thinking is like, well, the overcompressed version, yeah, it is a little lifeless and like, yeah, it is kind of hard to hear everything, but it's so much cooler and thicker and louder and all this other stuff. And that's true. It is. Here's what I want to show you. So both of these have actually been gain staged so that they are peaking at the same place. Okay, so they both have the same volume level, you could call them. But what if we actually did some gain staging so that we matched their loudness? Let's see what that sounds like. So I'm going to grab my loudness meter over here, and I'm going to listen to this first bit, and then I'm going to listen to my overcompressed version, and I'm going to gain stage them, and then we'll come back and listen. Okay, so now that I've done my volume balancing, let's listen to it now. And before we even listen, I want you to look at the waveform. I went up here and I turned the gain down to gain stage them, and you can see that like when I turn it down and turn it up, it's literally changing the waveform. It's one cool thing that Logic does. So I want you to look just at how much smaller the waveform is with this waveform, even though it's technically the same loudness. I just want you to look at that and then think what this is going to sound like. So here's the undercompressed version. You feel the squish more. Now that they're the same loudness, you don't have that excitement that comes from just hearing a louder sound whenever I'm switching between the two. All of a sudden, like, you really feel the compression. And when I say compression, I don't really mean like a compressor. I mean, like, you literally feel the compression that's going on. Let me go back and forth one more time. It's like when you listen to it like that, you do actually hear some of the density that it's creating, but not density in a good way. It's literally making it smaller, but it's making it too small. So unfortunately, I don't have a balanced mix that I can use to compare these two together. But really what you need to take away from this is that dynamic sweet spot sits in between these two poles. If on one side there's this blue mix, and on the other side, there's this purple mix. Your sweet spot is somewhere in between. So if you're able to find that, if you're able to compress so that you're getting density and definition and separation and consistency and impact, and you're able to avoid some of the pitfalls of these two mixes, then you're going to do just fine. So here's a question. How do you actually know when the compression that you've added has helped the sound of the instrument? Sometimes it's so subjective whether or not it sounds any better or any worse after you've done all of your little tweaking and fiddling with the knobs. But I do actually have a technique for you to use that's going to help you to make an objective decision on whether or not you should keep the compression where it's at, take it off, or maybe even just play with it a little bit more. And it's called the A-B method. And it's super simple. And I'm going to show you how to do it real quick. So right here, I've got some drums that we're going to be listening to. And I have some compression that I've put on them. And I'll let you hear just before and after. So it's a subtle amount of compression. It is actually doing something, but we may be kind of thinking, oh, well, it sounds better with the compression because I did it. There's a bit of a bias that goes in when you're trying to decide whether or not you actually helped yourself, because you think, oh, I did the work, therefore it sounds better. But sometimes you do the work and it sounds worse, and that's 100% okay. So using the A-B method is going to help you to actually decide whether or not this helps or hurt. So the first thing that we're going to do is to gain stage our compression. So important. We want to make sure that we're hearing it accurately. So I already have this gain staged, but This is the groove style of compression that I'm trying to do, which means that I'm wanting to gain stage it to the peak value. I want the peaks to be the same. So let's look at see where we're peaking at before. Okay, about 5.2. And now I'll start to turn it up until we hit that same peak value. Okay, it's just a hair louder. That's pretty good. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to open our compressor up, and we are going to hover our cursor over the bypass button for the compressor. Now, the next thing I want you to do, and this is going to seem kind of weird, I want you to close your eyes. And I want you just to turn the plugin on and off really quickly. You know, just 10 or 15 times, it doesn't matter. The reason you're doing this is that you are disorienting yourself for what you're about to do next. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to keep our eyes closed and we're going to listen. And we are going to slowly turn the compressor. Well, we don't know if we're turning it on or off. We're going to click our mouse, turn the compressor on or off, click it again, turn the compressor on and off. And basically, we're just going to listen for what sounds best to our ears. And then once we get to that one where we're like, yes, it sounds best to me, this is great. Then open your eyes. If the plugin is on, awesome. If the plugin is not on, also awesome. You didn't hurt your audio. That's great. So all that means is you just need to take it off or go back to the drawing board. That's okay. So let's do that right now. So I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to click this a whole bunch of times. So I don't know if it's on or off right now, so I can't track it. And now I'm going to listen and we're going to go back and forth. I think I like this one better. Okay, and this one is the compression. It's giving me kind of that subtle groove that I want. And it would have been perfectly fine had I said it wasn't what I wanted. But regardless, now I can feel confident that this compression is great. I can move on from here. All right, you made it through another module. In this one, we talked all about different techniques of compression. We learned about serial compression, which is stacking multiple compressors after each other to get one goal completed. We learned about parallel compression and how we can just mix in some really dramatic compression to get a lot of color. We learned about sidechain compression, where you can use your external sidechain to get something to move in time with another instrument. We learned about how to get a dynamic balance, the difference between overcompressing and undercompressing a mix, trying to find that sweet spot. And we also learned about A being your plugins, finding a way to actually know if your compression is helping or hurting. So in the next module, we're finally getting to the big one. We are going to be talking about how to compress a mix from start to finish. You're going to finally be learning how to do layered compression, these subtle layers of compression that add up to a professionally dynamic mix. By the time you get through the end of the next module, you're going to, maybe for the first time, know how to get a pro sound. So with that said, let's just dive straight in, and I'll see you there. So in this module, you're going to learn how to take this
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
to this.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So in this module, we're going to start to apply everything that we've learned about compressing any instrument and actually teach you how to compress a mix from start to finish. The whole thing. And I'm actually here to share a secret with you. And it's basically the secret to getting a well-compressed mix. It's kind of the big thing you might not be doing. And it's that in order to get a balanced mix, in order to get a dynamically balanced mix, you have to compress in layers. You have to compress in stages, not all at once. If you are slapping one compressor on an instrument and calling it a day, odds are you're probably not actually getting the amount of compression you need. But if you're putting one compressor on an instrument and just compressing super hard, well, you're probably getting a really unnatural sound, something that is just not going to fit into the sound of your mix. So over the course of the next several videos, we are going to be going through each phase of compression that you should be doing, each step that you need to take in order to finish compressing a mix. Every single one of the next videos is going to be following one of these stages. By the end of this module, you're going to have a workflow. You're going to understand what you need to be doing from the beginning of your mix to the end of your mix. And most importantly, when you're focusing on one particular phase, one particular stage, you only have to focus on that stage. You don't necessarily have to think, okay, I need to be doing 8,000 things right now. There's 8,000 different directions I could be going in. What should I do? All you have to think is, okay, I'm balancing. What needs to be balanced? Or I'm gluing. What needs to be glued? So let's go over the 6 main phases of compression that you're going to be going through step by step in order to finish a mix. So the first one is your pre-mix, which is a lot more important than you might think it is. Then there is compressing the mix bus. Then there is balancing any instruments that need to be balanced. Then there's gluing, which is just gluing any microphones or instruments together that feel like they need to be one cohesive package. Then there is enhancing, which is just creating new colors in the tone. And then there is fixing, which is just making sure any problems aren't too dramatic in the mix itself. There is actually one bonus extra stage, stage 7, and that is limiting. But it's good to know about it. Not so good to do yourself. Definitely something you want to save for the mastering engineer. So each phase is going to target a different kind of compression. Now you might have noticed those last 4 phases were each of the goals of mixing: to balance, to glue, to enhance, and to fix. If you are able to listen to the entirety of your mix and just think what needs to be balanced, getting that style, that goal of compression done is going to be so much easier than if you just sit down and think, okay, well, what are the 50 different things that I could do? So let's get started with this module and learn just how to do it. So let's talk about the first phase in compressing our mix, and that is the pre-mix. Now, this might seem a little confusing that the first phase of compression has no compression in it. But ultimately, we are setting up our tracks and setting up our mix in such a way that is going to allow us to create the best possible compression that we can. Because if we don't do stuff during our pre-mix, if we don't prepare our mix for compression, honestly, it can be a lot more difficult to get the results we're looking for. So let's talk about the 3 main things that you're going to want to do during your pre-mix. And that is set up your routing, do any gain automation that you need to do, and set up your volume balance. Now, there is one other thing that you could be doing during your mix prep to affect compression, but we're going to talk about that in a future video. So right now, let's talk about the first step, and that's routing. So I've got my session up right here. So you can see that I have folders of all of my different tracks. Now, the organization of all these folders is great, but honestly, that's not really what I'm here to teach you. When I say routing, what I'm talking about is routing the outputs of all of these different similar instruments, like all of the kick tracks or all of the snare tracks, routing all of them to a single bus, to a single aux track that you can use to do any kind of glue compression that you want to do. And then routing all of those buses to your stereo output or your mix bus. That will allow you to do mix bus compression. So if you don't know the terminology, a bus is just an auxiliary track that several different tracks are flowing into. You know, think of it like a school bus. You know, a school bus picks up kids all from around town and then takes them to one single place, the school. It's the exact same concept. A bus picks up multiple tracks and flows all of them into one place, and that is the aux track. And then all of those aux tracks all flow into one place, the mix bus. So I've already done this in this particular session, but here's all I'm talking about. So let me go in and check out, let's say, my electric guitar. So this is one particular electric guitar track. It's actually two different microphones of the same part. And what I've done, as you can see, is I have bussed both of them to the same bus. So you can see the output of this particular channel right here is bus 11. And if I click on this track, the output is also bus 11. Now, if you go up here and you click on EG1, so the first electric guitar part, check out what the input is. It's also bus 11. So if I was to solo this aux track, you can see that it's getting the audio from these two tracks. Now, let me show you what happens if I try to turn it up and down. It controls the volume of the tracks. So even though I'm not touching either of these two tracks, I'm able to turn the volume down completely. And the great part about instrument buses is that any processing that I do on them is going to affect every single thing that is being routed to that bus. So if I wanted to do compression on the bus, like I wanted to glue them together, glue these two tracks together, I absolutely could. Now you can also see that I have my bus routed to another bus, bus 67. Now, this isn't something that you have to do, but I love creating a new separate mix bus that I can use for any of my processing. That way, just my regular stereo output is open if I wanted to use any reference tracks or anything like that. But if you look at this particular aux track that I've labeled mix output, you can see that the input is bus 67. So whenever I go back here and solo this bus, it's coming through my mix output. It's basically just layers of buses all flowing into each other and then finally flowing into your speakers or your headphones. So that's your first step. Basically just route all of the different instruments to their own instrument buses. You're going to be able to get much better sounding compression if you start with that in mind. And I don't necessarily mean that you only have to bus instruments that just have multiple microphones. You can also bus instruments that just are doubles of the same part, or even harmonies of the same part. Like for example, this acoustic guitar bus that I have, you can see it has two separate acoustic guitar tracks on it. Two totally different takes, not two microphones, just different takes. And we'll be able to use compression to glue those together as well, just to make them feel like a little bit more of a cohesive package. So now let's move on to the next step of the premix, and that is to do your gain automation. So the reason we do this is because we want an instrument to stay around the same loudness throughout the entire song. And that's basically just going to cause the compressor to always be working instead of just working on the choruses and not working at all on the verses, which is pretty common. If you have a very dynamic track, maybe your acoustic guitar is really aggressive during the choruses and not very aggressive during the verses. Well, you might get the right amount of compression during the choruses, but during the verses, those acoustic guitars are going to be totally uncompressed, which means that they're going to be uncontrolled. You're not going to get the tone you're going for. That's the big reason we do gain automation. We're creating that consistency before we try to create more consistency. So I'll be honest, gain automation might seem a little unnecessary to you if you're just getting started, because really what it is kind of doing compression before we even put a compressor on our tracks. What we're going to be doing is basically going and cutting certain phrases of instruments that maybe are too dynamic, too loud, or maybe they're too quiet, and then just turning them down so that whenever we go and compress them, there aren't any places where there's just a huge spike of gain reduction and it sounds very, very unnatural. This is how we create the most consistent sound of compression we possibly can. This is a pro tip. This is something that a lot of professional engineers do because it's going to help them get the best mix possible, and they're okay with putting just a little bit of extra work on the front end before they even start the mix. So there's two main ways that you can do this. You can either automate a gain plugin at the very beginning of your plugin chain, or you can literally go in and split the clips up. So let me show you how to do both. So for the most part, this song that I'm working on really didn't have a lot of places that needed gain automation. It was pretty consistent, and I'm only mixing one chorus. So I didn't have to go and, like I said, cut out verses from the choruses and make sure that they were the same level for particular instruments. But the lead vocal was particularly dynamic. It was a little all over the place. So I wanted to make sure that I went in there and automated the gain for it. So you can see I've already done this. When I say split it into clips, I mean I literally went in and I separated the audio at places where I felt like it was too loud or too quiet, and I changed up the gain. So let me show you how to do this. I'm going to basically just start from scratch and we're going to do it together. So I'm going to duplicate this really quick. I'm going to grab this, bring that over. So this was the original vocal take. Now, if you just look at the waveforms, you can see a lot of them are a lot smaller than the waveforms we ended up with over here. For example, this waveform is a lot bigger than this one beneath it. Or this waveform right here, a lot bigger than this one. Or this whole ending section is a lot taller than this one. I basically went through and turned up the volume for different phrases in the vocal to make sure that we were getting that consistent loudness throughout. Now this is going a little above and beyond. You know, the most important usage of gain automation is just making sure all of your sections are around the same loudness. But for stuff like lead vocals, where it's so important that it sounds good and natural and upfront in the mix, I think going in and doing gain automation on individual phrases is a great use of your time, even though it does take up a little bit more time. So here's all I did. In Logic, there's a tool called the Marquee tool, which is just basically a selector tool. And just whenever you select a section and you click on it, it splits it into its own clip. Now, every DAW has some version of this. You just need to Google it and figure out what your particular DAW has. For Logic, all you need to do is hold down the Command key, and you can see my cursor changes into a little plus, and that allows me to select stuff, click it, and then all of a sudden I've got a little clip. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to visually look through this vocal phrase, this whole vocal section, and I'm just going to look for phrases that seem a little bit too loud or too quiet, and I'm just going to cut them out. So obviously I've already done this, so I know which ones are too quiet. This one, for example, you can see just next to it, the waveform is just literally smaller. It's just a smaller waveform. Now you can see this section right here is a little bit too quiet. This section right here is a little bit too quiet. This section right here is a little too quiet. And this whole end section is probably a little bit too quiet as well. So what I did is I literally went in and changed the gain of each individual region. And that's something in Logic that you can do by clicking on a region, going up to this little drop-down box up here, and then going to the gain section. And take a look at what happens to the waveform whenever I turn the gain up. See how it literally gets taller, and as I turn it down, it gets smaller? That's basically just what we're doing. We're adding volume to this entire region. Now here's why adding gain is important. There's a difference between gain and volume, at least in sort of standard nomenclature. Really, they're the same thing. But gain usually means volume that is added before anything is processed, whereas volume usually just means volume that is added after everything is processed. So adding gain right here is going to be turning up the volume of the audio file itself. So basically any compression that happens on this is going to happen on the newly changed audio file. So if I was to go in here and add, let's just add a compressor. Now let me set this up. And I'm going to make this really aggressive just so that you can hear it better. Okay, so let's say I turned the gain up really dramatically, right? Like 10 dBs. Now check out what's going to happen to my, my gain reduction meter.
But I don't want to join in.
See how I'm getting more compression than I was before? Now let me just turn down the actual volume meter. And again, take a look at the gain reduction meter.
But I don't want to join in.
You see how even though I turned the volume way down, it didn't affect the amount of compression at all? That's what's important to understand about gain automation. You're not automating volume. Automating volume is not going to change your compression at all. You are automating the gain up. So that said, let's go and do exactly that. So here's what you got to do. Just grab your loudness meter, the one we've been using throughout this course, and just figure out what loudness the average region looks like.
Don't want to get bitter and twisted.
So kind of around 40. Okay, so now let's see what the loudness of this clip is.
But I don't want to join in.
So about 45. Okay, so I probably need to turn the gain up by maybe 4 or 5.
But I don't want to join in. But I don't want.
Yeah, it's way closer than it was before. And I'm not trying to get it perfect. That's really not necessary. I'm just trying to get it closer. Now, after you use your meter a few times, ultimately you kind of end up just eyeballing it because it doesn't have to be exact. I tend to just go in here and turn things up and down just until they look like they are around the same level as everything else. So, you know, I'll go in here and I'll turn that up to there. I'll go in here and turn that up. And I don't care quite as much about the spikes as much as I care about the sustain, the valleys. You know, I'm wanting that loudness to stay the same. The spikes can be super high. That's not the end of the world. We're going to compress that. So this section, like I'd probably turn that up to here. Then I'd probably turn this up to about right here. So now, even just looking at it, I've got a much, much more consistent waveform than I did before. So the next thing I'd want to do is I'd want to crossfade. So what crossfading is basically doing a special type of fade called a crossfade that turns up one region and turns down the other region at the same rate. It's a great way to keep your regions from popping or clipping whenever you're doing any kind of editing. So I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to add 10 milliseconds, which is really all you need. And you can see I've got all of these little tiny crossfades that I've just added in. And that's just what they look like. So you can see this clip is fading in and this clip is fading out at the same rate. And that's it. That's all I have to do for gain automation if I'm doing the region style of automation. But like I said, there is another style. If that does not fit your workflow, just use a gain plugin. So you can see I actually did that on a few of these different tracks as well. You can see most of the doubles, you know, they're all fairly similar loudness, but there are these just two huge spikes in both of the doubles. So you can see I actually added a gain plugin. And a gain plugin, it's called something different in every DAW. All it is it just turns the volume up and down. That's it. But you want to make sure that you're putting it at the very beginning of your plugin chain, because any processing that you do on it, any compression that you do on it, you want to make sure that your automation is getting recognized by the compressor. So all I did, if I open up my automation lane, which in Logic, you just click this button up here or hit A. Now, originally, it's just going to be set to volume, right? And I don't want to automate my volume. I want to automate this gain plugin. So I'm going to click on this little box and go down to gain, which is my plugin. Click on gain, and you can see now I have control of my gain plugin. So if I grab this, I can turn the gain plugin up and down. And that does essentially the exact same thing as splitting my regions and then automating the gain that way. It's just a different way to do it. It's whichever works best with your workflow. Now you can see all I did with this is I basically just took a little bit of automation. I took about 7 dBs out of the beginning of this region and then faded it in until it got back to the quiet part. That's all I felt like this really needed. It didn't need much more than that. If I open up my gain plugin, I'll solo this. You can see the knob is literally going to turn down while it's being automated.
I don't want to get bitter and twisted. I don't want to join in.
See? Super simple. So if you do that for your entire mix, especially if you focus on doing it for different sections that have different volume, you are going to get way better sounding compression throughout your entire mix. So now let's talk about the last step during premix, and that is your volume balance. Now, I say it's the last step of the premix, but really it's the first step of your mix. The first thing that you should be doing is getting up your volume faders and spending some time getting your volume balance right. If there is one thing that I could just tell every single student I've ever had, if I could instill this into their brains, it's that the volume balance is the most important thing in a mix. If you can get the volume balance right, everything else will also come. But having even something kind of wrong in a volume balance, it doesn't matter how well you compress a mix, it's always going to sound weird. Ultimately, 90% of what you do in your mix is just to make the volume balance sound better. You know, a lot of compression stuff that we're doing, the balancing and the gluing, we're only doing it because our volume balance sounds good, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's a few loud notes in one particular instrument. We gotta, you know, we can't take the volume down because then everything else is too quiet. So we have to use compression. That's just us making a better volume balance. Or if I was using EQ and I was trying to create space for multiple instruments with EQ, well, that's maybe because I want two of these instruments to be really loud in the mix, but when they're both super loud, they're fighting. So I have to use another tool to make my volume balance better. Or maybe I want to use reverb to push stuff back in the mix. Well, I might only be doing that because I want something to be really loud in the mix, but it needs to not be so far up in the listener's face. Or maybe it's the exact opposite. You know, maybe something needs to be quieter in the mix, but it needs to feel closer to the person. It's just making this volume balance feel better. That's all it is. So if you can focus up on that, you're going to get a much, much better mix. Now we do have a graphic available for you. It's just the 10 easy steps of volume balancing, something for you to reference while you're learning how to do it properly. You can download it with this video and follow along. It's pretty much going to teach you the concept of height order mixing, which is the way that we do volume balancing. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So I've already done a quick volume balance on this, and you can literally see, I've got my volume faders just all over the place. And you can hear, it sounds good. It doesn't sound perfect. It sounds like we need to do a lot of processing on it, but it sounds good.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in mine. I don't wanna get bitter.
So pretty good start. Let me show you exactly how I got that. So now that I've taken all of my channels down to 0, the first thing that I want to do is listen to a reference track. So a reference track is just basically a mix that sounds like how you want your mix to sound like. It's usually some song that's in the same genre, kind of in the same style as the song that you have. So right now I've got a reference track right here, which is just the song Just What I Needed by the Cars. I'll play it for you real quick. This reference track is we're priming our ears. We want to kind of have an understanding of what, a general balance of a good mix sounds like, so that we don't accidentally put our vocals too loud, or our snare too loud, or our guitars too quiet, anything like that. So it's just a good idea to have, especially while you're doing volume balancing and EQing, just to be able to reference every 30 minutes or so to re-prime your ears. The next step is to decide on the most important element and make sure to set that at a certain level. So for this mix, it's the vocals, obviously. That's the thing that we're going to be building our entire mix around. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to set that to -5.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Cool. And then I'm also going to turn up the doubles just a little bit as well.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Okay, so what's the next most important part of this mix? Well, I would say probably the kick and snare. They're providing the rhythm. They're making sure everything is fitting together. So I'm gonna go in here and turn those up.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but
And this is something that you'll be tweaking over the course of the entire mix. Right now, you're just creating a foundation. So now let's move on to our snare.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get.
Okay, we'll come back and fill in the rest of the drums later. So now I'd say the next most important thing is the bass, because we're going to be creating our rhythmic foundation.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get.
Awesome. Now let's add in our guitars.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay.
Okay, so we finished up all of our electric guitars. Well, the next thing to fill in is our acoustic guitar. And since these are doubles, I'm going to keep them the same level. Okay, sounding pretty good. Now let's add in our organ. That's something I just want to be, really quiet in the background, something to fill up the space. Okay, now let's add in our background vocals. Okay, now let's fill in our drum set.
I just
And that's how it's done. It's really simple. It's just starting with the most important element and then going to the next important element and then the next most important element and so on and so forth. Then all you have to do, go take a break, go let your ears rest, and then come back, make some tweaks now that you have sort of a fresh perspective, and then just be okay with tweaking it over the course of the mix. This is going to change. It's not going to be the thing that stays the same for the entire process. All processing that you do is probably going to need like a little bit of a volume tweak here, a little bit of a volume tweak there, and that's totally okay. But as long as you start with the best volume balance foundation that you can, your mix is going to go so much better. So those are the three things that we're going to be doing during our premix: our routing, our gain automation, and our volume balance. It might seem like a lot right now, but trust me, this is going to just completely integrate into your process and you're going to get it done so fast. Just be okay with practicing it. The more you practice it, the faster you'll be able to do it. So now we're moving on to phase 2 of compressing a mix, and that is setting up your mix bus compression. So I've actually got mine up right here. Let me go over to it. So I'm actually using a compressor called the Glue, which is just a plug-in version of the SSL 4000 bus compressor, a really famous compressor that's used on a lot of mix buses. It might look a little intimidating, but honestly, it's pretty much the same thing as the compressor that you are used to using. It's just a little bit more colorful. So let me show you what this sounds like before and after. It's subtle, and it's meant to be subtle, but really just what you're hearing is things are kind of feeling a little bit more forward. There's a little bit more groove to it. It's creating just a little bit of glue, which is one of the goals of compression that we've talked about. So let's talk about why we use mix bus compressors. So a mix bus compressor is, like I just said, it's glue. It's gluing the entire mix together. It's sort of that final stage where all of these different instruments are all flowing into one single track, which is, the mix output. And we are just saying, okay, I just want to give a little bit of squeezing to it to make it feel like one complete package. Now, the big trick with mix bus compression is that you want to make sure that you start your mix with it. You're supposed to mix through it, not add it at the very end. If you're adding mix bus compression at the very end of the mix, you're basically just mastering it. And honestly, I would rather leave that for a mastering engineer who knows what they're doing. But if we mix through it the entire time, then we're able to make our mixing decisions with that in mind. We're not going to have to compress as much because we already are having a lot of compression added just at the very end of our entire chain. That mix bus compressor is allowing us to be a little bit more natural with other compression that we do in the mix. And this is true of any mix bus processing. If you're going to put on an EQ or a compressor or maybe some saturation or something to spread the stereo field out, you want to make sure you are mixing through it. Because if you add it at the end, you're basically just doing the job of a mastering engineer. And I'd rather you just hire a mastering engineer to do that. But if you start with it, you're going to be starting with a better foundation to mix on top of. So let's talk about this compression. So I used an analog compressor, like I said, and a lot of people use analog compressors for your mix bus. But it's important to know that you don't have to. There are a few different phases where analog compressors are used more often. You see them a lot more with glue. You see them a lot more with enhancement. But all of these knobs are stuff that you've seen already on just the compressor that we've been using. If we just look at this compressor, there's still a threshold. There's still a ratio. There's still makeup gain. There's still attack and release. And there's even a range, which we've talked about in the past. So ultimately, just use what you have to do this. So let's talk about what you're going for this compression. So if the point of mix bus compression is to glue, well, that's a goal of compression. That's one of the goals we have. So just go to your goals and styles chart to see what styles of compression you can use. And as you can see, we have groove, we have depth, and we have consistency. Those 3 styles are what we're going to go for. Now, each of these are going to give you just a different feel. Consistency is going to get you just that last layer of protection, just making sure nothing is peeking out too much. That depth style is going to, it's going to lower the dynamic range of the material. So it's going to, again, squish it just a little bit, put a little bit of pressure on it in a way that's going to make it feel more complete. And then groove, well, that's going to keep the transients, the peaks, intact. And it's also going to give the entire mix just a little bit of bounce. So which one you pick is entirely up to you and what you think your particular mix needs. So for me, I went with the groove style. You could see like I have a pretty slow attack. I have the fastest release that I can on this compressor. And I have a threshold that is a little bit lower. I'm just trying to get a little bit more of the valleys in this. But the really important thing to know is I am not doing very much compression at all. Take a look at this. The most compression I'm doing is maybe 2 decibels at some point. Mix bus compressors are very easy to overdo. And honestly, they're most useful throughout a mix if they're only doing a little bit of compression. So aim for 1 dBs of compression, 2 dBs at the most. That's totally okay. That's going to get you the sound that you're going for. Because like I said, a mix bus compressor is not going to mix your mix for you. It's just helping to smooth out the foundation. Now you can use 2 different styles of compression on this. If you want consistency style and you want some groove to it, you can do that. Just use serial compression, which we've talked about in the past. It's just using 2 compressors, one after another, each quite a bit lighter, just to get the same amount of compression, but to allow you to get different styles. So for example, if I wanted to get some groove, but I also wanted to get some depth, I wanted to push everything back a little bit, wanted to make everything a little bit more consistent. Well, that's a very fast attack and a very fast release. So probably what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to put that first, and I'm going to turn down my attack. Now, I don't want the absolute fastest attack because with mix bus compression, allowing your peaks to get through unsquashed is really going to help you to get a lively mix, a mix that feels like it's alive. If you squash the peaks, then, ultimately, it's just going to hurt you down the road. So I usually like to stick to, rather than the fastest attack I can go with, somewhere between, maybe 0.5 millisecond to 3 milliseconds, somewhere in there. Even though it's more of a medium attack, that's totally fine. And again, with this style of compression, we're going to want the fastest release we can get. So I'm going to turn off my original compressor. Let's see what we can get with this. Now to do this, if you remember, I want to set my threshold so it's just targeting a few of the peaks. So I'm going to set my attack all the way, or release all the way, and I'm going to set my ratio very high, turn my threshold all the way down, and let's see what happens. Okay, so we've found our peaks. So now we're going to make it a little bit more subtle. We don't want it nearly that aggressive. We're going for 1 dB of compression at the most because we're going to be using 2 compressors. If we're shooting for 2 decibels of compression at the most, then we only want 1 in each of these compressors. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take my attack and my release, and I'm going to set them in such a way that feels natural to the song.
I just want
feels better to me. Okay, now the release I'm probably going to end up keeping down at 100, but let's see what 200 sounds like. Okay, I think I'm going to stick with 100. And now I'm going to take my ratio down a little bit. So I actually forgot about this. The SSL 4000 compressor is a little bit weird with its ratio. It actually changes the knee setting when you turn down the ratio. So like a ratio of 2:1 has a much easier knee setting, whereas a ratio of 10:1 is a much harder knee setting. So I'm going to just leave it at 4 for now, and I'm going to change up my threshold to compensate. Cool, that's all I really want, just a little bit of wiggling. Okay, now let me add in my other one. Cool. So that's how you could use serial compression. Let's do it before and after. It just helps you get a little bit more thickness, a little bit more of that glue. Now, a lot of people use mix bus compression as a way to put some sort of color on their entire mix. Some compressors are pretty colorless unless they are pushed really hard. But obviously, you don't really want more than 2 dBs of compression on your mix bus. So how do you get that color that you're going for? Well, with that, you just want to use parallel compression. You just use your mix knob. So I'm going to play my mix, and I'm going to make my settings pretty extreme so that I'm getting a lot of compression. It's going to sound pretty bad. But then I'm going to take my mix knob, going to turn it all the way down, and just mix it in subtly until I'm getting just the kind of sound that I'm wanting without actually wrecking my mix. Okay, so that's obviously way too much. So now let's take this down and mix it in. You can hear it adds in just a little bit more excitement, a little bit more brightness than the other style did. Let me show you another before and after. You just got a little bit more separation going on and everything. So there's one last thing that you're going to want to do on all of your mix bus compressors. It's really important. And it's using the internal sidechain. Now, without getting too techie as to what this means, basically, whenever you have an internal sidechain, which is what this is, and most compressors have one, it's got some sort of filter on it. You can see this is an HP, which stands for high pass filter, or a low cut filter, same thing. And whenever I'm filtering stuff out, I'm not actually filtering any audio. I'm not changing the sound of what is coming out of the compressor, but I'm filtering what the compressor is listening to. So that means, if I had my side chain filter set to 100 Hertz, then I'm telling my compressor, hey, I want you to ignore everything below 100 hertz. I only want you to focus on everything above 100 hertz whenever you're doing your compression. Just don't listen to anything that's beneath there when you're doing your compression. And here's why this is really necessary. So we've talked before about how the human ear does not hear loudness accurately. We actually hear different frequency areas at different amounts. Why this is, I don't know. It's just the ways our ears are made in the womb. But we actually hear, for example, upper mids way louder than we hear lower mids. Now, the part of the frequency spectrum that we hear the least is the lows. So what does that mean for us? Well, it means in order to get a good balanced low end, we have to turn any low end instruments up so loud. We have to really, really crank their volume. And what that means is when we're doing any kind of compression, the low end instruments like the bass and the kick are way too loud in the compressor's ears, and all it can really hear is the bass and the kick. And we want it to be listening to the entire mix, not just the bass and the kick. So all I want to do is I want to filter out some of the low end so that the kick and the bass and the snare are all being compressed kind of at the same level. Because usually my snare and my kick are going to be the same volume to my ears. So all I would want to do, I'm going to actually turn this off just to make it easier, is whenever I'm setting up my compressor, I'm going to have this off, and I'm going to just go and I'm going to solo my kick and solo my snare, and I'm going to turn up my high pass filter until my kick and my snare are both getting the same amount of gain reduction. That's the only trick there is to this. It's super simple. You don't have to know a number, you've just got to turn it up until you're getting the same amount of gain reduction. You do this just to show you. You can see how the kick is way louder. I mean, the kick is getting compressed by 4 dBs and the snare is getting compressed by only 1 dB. Well, that means the kick is probably 3 dBs louder than the snare, even though it sounds, pretty similar in our ears. So all I'm going to do now is turn this up until my kick and my snare are getting compressed at the same level. See? Now everything is getting compressed to about, relatively close to 1 or 2 decibels. Now let me show you again what that looks like with no filter on. But if I put the filter back on, this is going to get you a much, much better sound out of your mix bus compressors. The mix bus compressor is going to ebb and flow with the whole mix, not just the kick and not just the bass. So now that we've learned how to use mix bus compression, it's time to move on to our actual mix. We've done all of the foundation setting we need to do. Now let's start with some consistency. So now it's time to start compressing our actual mix. Now it's time to start phase 3, which is balancing. So if you think back to earlier in the course when we talked about the goals of compression, well, the main goal was to balance, to create balance. Whenever you think about compression, you think about that classic definition of it, to turn the loud sounds down and turn the quiet sounds up. Balancing is that kind of compression. So before we make the mix sound cooler, we've just got to make the mix balanced. Now, this is a bit of a strange example simply because a lot of this mix is based around electric guitars, and distorted electric guitars are super balanced. They don't really have much dynamics at all. They're very, very consistent because they're already so compressed. But what we are going to need to do is do a lot of balancing on our vocals, our background vocals, probably our acoustic guitar, maybe even a few drums as well. So I've actually already done the balancing for this mix. You can see I've got some stuff on the overheads and the rooms and the tambourine. Got some balancing on the bass, a little bit on one of the electric guitars, some stuff on the acoustic guitars, and all of the vocals and all the background vocals. So let's do a quick before and after. And keep in mind, this is going to sound subtle. That's okay. We aren't trying to change the tone of the mix with this. We're just trying to create more of that consistency. That's really it. So rather than listening to the electric guitars, listen more to the vocals. Listen how the vocals kind of go from being a little random to just popping in place, feeling more controlled.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
You can hear on the vocals, it's no longer like, I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. It's, I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. It's a more consistent, dynamic performance. And honestly, it's something that's going to sit on top of the mix much, much easier. Vocals especially need a lot of compression, just because they are so dynamic, which means that there are some notes that will just pop out of nowhere and other notes that will get really, really quiet. So having a lot of compression is totally okay. That's just what it's going to need. So before we get into talking about what all I did here, I want to talk about one thing you're probably seeing, which is that almost all of the compression is on the instrument channels, not on the bus channels. You can see the lighter colors, these are just the instruments. Like here's all of the lead vocals. But this is the vocal bus. The vocal bus has nothing on it yet. You can see that's pretty much the case with everything except, except for bass. And there is a reason for that. When you get to bus compression, that's going to be more your glue style compression and your enhancement compression. That's stuff that we're going to talk about in future phases. But right now, we're not really worrying about that. Our workflow is totally centered on just making the inconsistent sounds consistent. So all you really have to do to figure out what you're going to need to compress, let me turn this off, is you're just going to have to sit and listen to your mix and just sit and think, okay, well, what's sort of popping in and out? What are some instruments that I hear sometimes, but not other times? Those are probably instruments that need just a little bit of consistency compression.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter.
So for example, the acoustic guitar, it pops in sort of every third strum and then it's gone, and it pops in and then it's gone. There's not just a consistent little acoustic guitar going on in the background. It's just in and out and in and out. So it's going to need a little bit of that consistency compression to make sure the notes are sort of falling around the same area. Let's listen again.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
And obviously our vocals, they're still sitting on top, but they're so dynamic that there's moments where they're a little bit too loud. Then there's moments where they're starting to shrink into the mix. And as I start to compress the rest of my mix, that is just going to get worse and worse and worse. So getting some of that consistency compression is really going to help. So let me show you what I did to get this rolling. So I'm going to use my lead vocal for now. You can see I have 2 compressors on here. That's because I used serial compression, which we've talked about a few times in the course so far. I just wanted to be able to get a little bit more consistency out of it without getting it to sound unnatural. So let me solo this out.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So you can see this first one, this is our first compressor. It's just grabbing those loud notes, the notes that are obviously too high on the spectrum. You can see that this one's only compressing a few notes, but this compressor is compressing a lot more. And that's because since this compressor was able to turn down those loudest of notes, this compressor was able to turn down the threshold and catch even more loud notes so that the whole performance becomes more consistent. So take a look at it again.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Now let's listen to a quick before and after.
don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
It's just a little bit more consistent. It's a little bit more of a block and a little bit less of a bunch of triangle waves. So the way I set this up is the way that I would set up any consistency compressor. You know, I still started with my threshold all the way up, my ratio all the way up, my attack super fast, my release super fast. Then I went and checked out my compression style guide, you know, the graphic that we've been using for the last several lessons, and I saw that my consistency compression had a fast attack and a slow release. So I set my threshold to just grab those peaks. I got my attack super fast, my release in time with the song, and then just set my ratio. And that's all I really needed to do.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
And then for my serial compression, I just copy and pasted the exact settings, but I turned down the threshold a little bit more, just to get more of the notes.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Super simple. Now, if I wanted to, I maybe could even add a third consistency compressor on top of that, just to get even more control out of it. But honestly, at this point, it's feeling pretty good to me. I don't really feel like I need to actually add anything more to it because we're gonna be doing glue compression and enhancement compression on it too. It's still gonna get compressed. Let me show you the bass. So the bass also has some serial compression on it. So you might notice that the attack time is actually a little bit slower than it usually is for consistent style compression. And the reason for that is that low-end instruments like bass and kick, they don't tend to play nice with super fast attack times. And that's because bass frequencies, you know, they just are slower than other frequencies. Like literally the waves move slower than the rest. And so if you have a super fast attack time, you can basically cut down the volume of a wave before it's even gone through one cycle. And we don't want to do that. So I'm okay with, you know, maybe changing up the beginning of my transient just a little bit in order to get more low end out of it, because you literally can lose low end if you use too fast of an attack time. So after I went through and did all of my consistency style compression, you know, getting my my bass to feel a little bit more consistent, getting my vocals to sit on top of the mix, getting my acoustic guitar to keep from just popping in and out like it was. Well, then I wanted to check out some of the other styles of compression for balancing. And if you look at your chart, well, the other styles are basically just depth, pushing it forward, and depth, pulling it back. So pushing something forward in the mix, closer to the listener, or bringing something back in the mix. So this particular mix, I honestly didn't feel the need to do too much of that style of compression. Everything was just sort of fitting pretty well to me, especially because this is a very upfront sounding song. But there were still a few depth styles that I wanted to use. So for example, over here on the background vocals, if I open up this compressor, you can see I've got a really fast attack and a really fast release. That's the style of compression that you would use if you were trying to push something farther back in the mix. You know, it's decreasing that microdynamic range, so the ear perceives it as sounding farther away. And the reason I wanted to do that is that I wanted my lead vocals to sit at the very front of the mix, and that I wanted all of the harmonies to sit behind the lead vocals. Now, later in the mix, I'll probably add some reverbs or delays. I'll probably pan it to get it out of the way. Like, there will be other things I'll do to get that sense of depth. But this is just one tool in my toolbox to be able to set this particular instrument where it needs to be. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's do a quick before and after. I'm just going to solo the vocals and the background vocals. And I'm not going to turn off all of the compression. I'm only going to turn off the depth style compression.
I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Subtle, of course, but you can actually hear that it starts to fade back a little bit. And you'd be surprised, there's not any actual loss of volume. The volume is pretty much exactly where it was before. We've just changed up the dynamic range.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't want.
Every little bit helps. You can see I also did this on my tambourine. I've got one right here.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but
And the reason for that is, again, I just wanted to push it back in the mix. I didn't want to do anything to change the tone of it. I just knew it was something that I was going to eventually put in that back wall. So I'd show you a before and after, and I will, but again, it's gonna be subtle, and that's okay. It's stuff that is going to make more of an impact later on in the mix. But because you know that, you're doing it now. So here's before.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
You can hear that tambourine back there. It kind of just fades a little bit. It's still there. It's still helping to bring a little bit more energy, but it fades. I'll turn it up so you can hear it better. So here's before.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't.
Just feels like there's more of a sense of depth when that happens. So that's basically it. The balancing step is fairly predictable. It's just using your consistency style compression on stuff that is maybe poking out of the mix and then leaving, or stuff that you need a lot of consistency from, like your low end to create a great foundation, or your vocals to sit on top of the mix. And then it's just using your depth style compression to, maybe get just a little bit more pushback on certain instruments, and then maybe bringing other instruments forward a little bit. Now, that style of compression is also something that you might do later on in the mix, once you start to add your reverbs and delays and you start to pan, once you start to focus more on your spatial balance. So doing depth during this stage is kind of up to you. It depends on your particular workflow. I'll do it during this stage on some mixes, I won't on other mixes. I'd say for you, try them both out, see which one you like better, and stick with it. And eventually, you'll just get used to it. So now that we have done this, we've gotten our balance, now it's time to move on to the glue phase. So now it's time to talk about phase 4 of how to compress a mix, and that is going to be us working through gluing. So if you remember from all of the different goals of compression, gluing is basically the goal that allows us to make a bunch of random tracks feel like one package, feel like one specific performance. It's part of the reason why a record sounds like a record, is because of all of the glue compression that they use. It doesn't necessarily feel like a bunch of random recordings, it just feels like one thing, one song. Now, the reason it does this is because it gives different groups of instruments kind of a similar wave shape. It makes sure that all of the microphones that are recording a drum set, or all of the different electric guitar takes, it makes sure that they all have sort of the same punchy feel, or the same thick feel, or the same groovy feel, or whatever. It gives that level of consistency that we as humans, we can't really pick out, but it changes how we feel. You probably aren't going to be able to listen to a mix and say, oh, that was glued really well, but you're going to feel more excited about the mix. You're going to feel more emotional about the mix. That's just kind of the subconscious thing that happens whenever you do this particular step really well. So I've actually already gone through and done this step. You can see I've added a few compressors on a lot of the buses. So you can see I have one on the drum bus and the kick and the snare and the toms. So I'm wanting to glue all of those together. I've got one on the acoustic guitar bus, gluing these two doubles together. I've got one on the vocal bus, gluing all of these different vocal tracks together. And then I have one on the background vocal bus, gluing all of the harmonies together. And I've even got a few in parallel, which we'll talk about that in a second. So let me show you the before and after. And again, it's going to be subtle. It's more of a feel thing than it is about actually being able to really hear it. But just listen to how everything sort of comes together just a little bit more. It feels a little bit brighter. It feels a little bit denser. So I'm leaving on everything that we've done up until this point. So this is only taking off the glue compression.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
You can especially tell that a lot of the stuff in the background kind of comes forward just a little bit. You know, everything just starts to seem a little bit clearer, even though really all we're doing is just adding a tiny bit of compression amongst everything. So somehow, even though we are pushing stuff together, we're also pulling stuff apart at the same time. We're creating a little bit of separation. Remember, this is a game of layers. Every single layer is only going to add a tiny bit. But by the end, I'm going to take all of this off, and you're going to be amazed to see how much better it sounds. Let me show you a few things that I did. So first off, let's go and take a look at the drums. So you can see I actually have two different layers of glue going on with the drums, because I've got some glue compression on the kick and the snare, the toms, and the overhead and the rooms, just gluing the microphones together, you know, making all the microphones sort of feel like one specific microphone with just one tone. And then you can see all of the drums are going to my drum bus, and I'm compressing them there as well. So I'm not only getting more glue amongst my individual microphones, but I'm also getting more glue amongst each of my drums. So let me start off with just looking at like the kick or the snare. Let's go with the snare. So one thing that I decided to do with this is I wanted to make sure that I kept my settings pretty much the same across all of my drums. This is a really great way to get drums to move in time, to feel like you're getting a lot more movement, a lot more depth to them. So you can see what I did is I had a pretty slow attack and a very fast release that's in time with the song itself. So I did the groove style of compression, which makes total sense because I wanted more groove out of the drum set. And if I open this up, you can see literally every one of these is exactly the same with just a slightly different threshold and a slightly different ratio. Because all I cared about was more how much gain reduction was happening. And I needed to make sure that the threshold was set correctly because every single drum is going to be different. So let me show you a before and after just of the drums. Okay, and then I have my my bus compressor. Again, it's the same thing, just a slightly different threshold, slightly different ratio, but my attack and my release times are exactly the same. Now, one important thing to point out is that I also have a sidechain filter on this. Now, this is the exact same thing that I put on my mix bus compressor. That's specifically because I wanted to make sure that my snare and my kick were getting compressed at the same level. So I basically just moved this up until I started to see the same amount of gain reduction. It works the exact same way here with the drum bus as it does on the mix bus. So I'll show you a before and after with that as well. So here is before the drum bus. And here's after. Subtle, which makes sense. I mean, I'm only doing, look at this. I mean, maybe a dB of compression, maybe 2 dBs of compression at certain times. It's really not much. I'm not being that aggressive. Now let me take everything off. Especially because I know that I'm probably going to do some enhancement compression. So I don't want to overcompress at this stage and then put on even more compression later. You can feel how this just feels a little bit more flat. It feels a little bit more static. whereas this has just a little bit of pull to it. So let's check out another instrument. Over here on the acoustic guitar, I've actually got another bus compressor. It looks like I also did some groove compression. I also had a very long attack time and a pretty fast release time as well. Both of these timed to the tempo of the song, or roughly around there. Well, this is pretty aggressive on the compression. I'm getting up into 4 or 5 dBs, and you're starting to hear it a little bit more, but I'm okay with that. Whenever I originally put this compressor on, I was listening to my drum set, and I wanted my acoustic guitar to sort of meld its way into the drum set. And that amount of compression really felt like it did it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now in solo, again, it melds in with the drum set, but it also sounds too aggressive. But if I'm just listening to everything, I doubt you'll really be able to tell.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay.
It just feels like both of these individual takes feel kind of more just like one take now. But not only did I do that for glue compression, but if you look down here, I've actually got a little parallel compression going. So take a look at what I've got running to the same channel. Looks like I've got the acoustic guitar and then these 3 electric guitar parts, which makes total sense. So all 3 of these guitar parts, I'll solo them all out. You're gonna hear they're all playing basically the same thing. They're all just doing, chordal harmonies of each other. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to be able to glue all of those instruments together because they're basically playing the same part. I want them to feel like one package. So I made this little parallel compression. Let's go over here and check it out. You can see with this is more of a consistency style glue. I've got a faster attack, but still medium enough to let a little bit of the transient through. And I've got a pretty slow, medium to slow release time. That's again, timed with the song. And you'll see, because I have it in parallel, I am just smashing the crap out of this thing. Let me solo this. It's going to sound probably pretty bad. Let me take all this out. Very aggressive, right? I'm only doing about 6 dBs of gain reduction, which honestly, usually for parallel compression, I tend to do more than that. But for these particular instruments, that really felt like all I needed. But again, it sounds pretty dirty. It sounds pretty compressed. But whenever I mix it in subtly, it just adds a little bit more consistency and a little bit more glue to those 3 instruments, or rather those 4 instruments. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just take this all the way out, and then I'm going to mix it in subtly.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay.
Okay, now let's mute it.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable.
Subtle, but it adds a little bit of density to those particular instruments. Now you might also be asking, well, why didn't I really do that much compression on the electric guitars? And I did that very much on purpose. So electric guitars are super compressed instruments. I mean, if you look at them, they are a sausage. There's very little dynamic range in them. So doing even more compression can sometimes do more harm than good. I mean, you're not really going to get much going on in there unless you're doing like punchy style compression to increase the dynamic range. So I didn't really want to do much glue compression on this because I didn't really feel like it was all that necessary. I didn't think that I was going to really get that much out of it. But if I was to do parallel glue compression, get a lot of compression going, then mix it in quietly, even though I wouldn't be gluing, maybe these two particular guitar takes together, I would be gluing all of this one part together. And honestly, that's what I care more about. Not only did it save time and processing, but it sounded a lot better too. So now let's look at the vocals and background vocals. Because you can see that I've got not only some glue compression on both of these buses, but I've got their own little bus going as well, their own little parallel bus. So let's look at the lead vocals.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So it looks like I'm doing depth style of compression on this. If you remember, whenever we are doing the glue goal of compression, one of the things that we can do is push things farther back in a mix. And while it's a little odd to do something like that, especially with, the vocals, the lead vocals, sometimes because you are doing this particular style of compression, it's pushing the micro dynamics together. It's lowering the dynamic range. And so all of these different takes just feel more like a complete package. Again, it's just squishing it all together. That's all it's doing.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Listen especially to the wanna, like I don't wanna. Whenever I have it turned off, you can hear all three of the takes saying that at different levels, but whenever I have it turned on, it feels really consistent. It feels like the entire thing ducks, says wanna, then moves right back where it was. So listen to that specifically.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Just feels more consistent, feels more like one instrument, a little bit less like multiple takes. Now let's take a look at the background vocals. Looks like I did the same thing here. It's that depth style of compression.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna join in.
Again, subtle. That's all we need. But you can see with both the lead vocals and with the harmonies, I wanted to add a little bit of glue together because they're all basically singing the same melody, just at different points in the scale. So I added a little bit of parallel compression as well. And you can see I've got it right here. I've actually got some serial compression going, and looks like it's just that consistency style. And I think I just did it twice. Oh, even better. So I did a little bit more depth style, even more aggressive than the ones that I did over on the channels themselves. And then I did a little bit of consistency style as well, just to give it a little something. So I'm going to take this out and then I'm going to mix it in.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable.
You can see I'm putting a lot of compression on this. It's a very compressed track.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
This is adding just a little bit though.
I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
Just feels like the whole thing is moving together now. Whenever the lead vocals get loud and get turned down, so do the background vocals. Even if the background vocals aren't getting loud, the lead vocals are now dictating the movement of the background vocals, which is awesome. It sounds great. So let me just grab all of these, and I'm going to do a before and after for all of the glue for the vocals.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Just way more consistent, way thicker, way more one performance. So that about wraps it up for the glue stage. Again, not necessarily all that complicated. When you can split up compression into multiple phases, multiple stages, it's not nearly as stressful to actually get it done, because all you're thinking about doing is making it balanced, or all you're thinking about doing is gluing it together, or all you're thinking about doing is enhancing it, which is what we're going to be doing in the next video. So if you can look at it like that with that particular workflow, you're going to be able to master this stuff so quickly. So now that we've finished up gluing our tracks together, it's time to move on to phase 5 of the compression system, and that is enhancement. We're going to be going through and looking at our mix, listening and just seeing, okay, well, what can we do just to make this sound larger than life? And if you remember back to the goals and styles graphic, the enhance goal had 3 different styles with it. You could do thickness style compression, punchy style compression, and groove style compression. So we're just going to be looking through this mix and trying to decide, okay, do any of these instruments need any of those 3 styles just to punch it up just a little bit? So I've actually already done this, and specifically I did it all in parallel. Now you don't have to do parallel compression for any kind of enhancement. It's totally up to you, but I love doing it just because I can get a little bit more aggression out of my compressor and then just mix it in subtly to get the sound that I'm looking for. So you can see I actually added some new drum compression, some new vocal compression, and some new electric guitar compression. So let's do a quick before and after.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't want.
Listen especially to the drum cymbals. Listen to the drum cymbals, listen to how aggressive the vocals get. Even though it's only a little bit, it's just pushing it in the direction I want. And then also listen to just how the electric guitars have just a little bit more attack, a little bit more peaks at the beginning of each of those notes. Let me show you one more time. Here's before.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter.
Subtle as always, but pushing it in the direction that we want. So let's mute these, and we're going to listen to the mix without any of these sends going, just to kind of walk you through what I was hearing as I was listening to it, how I decided on these 3 instruments.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't want.
So the first thing that I'm hearing is that the drums, although they're grooving a little bit better, they're feeling more consistent, they feel sort of, they need more life in them. They need a little bit more room sound in them. They're feeling almost a little too punchy, like they're not necessarily fitting the bigness of the electric guitars. So I decided to do some thickness style compression on them. So all I did is I set up a parallel compressor and I sent every single one of my drums back to that compressor. Now you'll notice I didn't send my drum bus, and we'll get to that in a moment why I did that. So then I made my drum parallel compression channel right here, and I set up my compressor. And so you can see I've got a super fast attack time, a really fast release time, a crazy aggressive ratio. Really, all I'm trying to do is just clamp down on those peaks so hard that all of the valleys are getting turned up like crazy. So let's do a quick before and after, and I'll just show you what this is sounding like. It's going to sound bad, but that's the point. Really aggressive, right? But because I'm just mixing that in subtly, I'm getting the sound that I'm wanting without it being too overpowering. Now for drums specifically, here's a great trick for doing parallel compression. I'm actually routing the output back into my drum bus right here. So you can see the input of my drum bus is bus 4, and the output of my drum compression is also bus 4. So what that's doing is I'm running not only all of my raw drum tracks into this drum bus, and more specifically into this glue compressor, but I'm also running my enhancement style compression into this glue compressor. And that's just going to keep it from becoming too overpowering. It's going to keep it still locked in with the sound of the drums. Now, it might make it, again, more subtle than I might want. So I might not necessarily want to do this if I'm looking for a really obvious effect. But for this particular drum set, all I really wanted was a little bit of enhancement, a little bit more room, a little bit more thickness. I wasn't really looking for an effect, if that makes sense. So let me solo out the drum bus and I'll show you a quick before and after. So here's before. I'm going to just mix it in for you live. So here's after. And you can see if I set my output here just to the regular mix bus, listen to the fact that as I turn it up, it gets louder a lot faster and the drums don't really feel quite as controlled. And that's because the glue compressor that's on my drum bus, as I turn it up when it's being routed there, it's actually compressing more. And so it's controlling everything while I am turning the volume up. But if I'm not routing it there, then that glue compressor on the drum bus is pretty much remaining static. So I'm just turning up volume. And again, if that's what you want, totally fine. But for me, not so much. So let me show you what this sounds like with it being routed to the mix bus. You hear how that gets really aggressive really fast? It's just not really what I was wanting. So let's pop back over here, route it to the drum bus, and we'll do it again. Not bad. Now let's see what it sounds like in context of the mix.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
It just makes the drums feel more like they make sense in the mix. They don't feel like they're sticking out so much, which probably means if that's the case, they're maybe a bit too dynamic, a bit too punchy. Because I added in some of that thickness, I turned down the dynamic range, and it just started to match the instruments around it a little bit better. So now let's listen to the vocals. And I'm going to keep it muted for now because I want you to listen to it and hear what I'm hearing.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So the thing that I'm wanting out of it is more punch. I'm wanting more aggression. I'm wanting it to hit the listener just a little harder. And ultimately, I want to move it forward in the mix a little bit. Because right now, it's feeling really nice and glued and controlled, but it's kind of staying a little too static. So I just added in a little bit of punchy compression. And you can see I set it up here. I've got a slow attack. I've got a medium to slow release that's timed with the tempo of the song. Got a pretty aggressive ratio. Let me show you what this sounds like soloed out.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So here's before.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna
Here's
get
after.
bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable in my.
It's definitely adding just a little something.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay.
So now what I'm going to do is take the volume all the way down and just mix it in subtly.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter.
You can really hear it on the words bitter and twisted. It's like, I don't want to be bitter and twisted. Those accents are being accented just a little bit more. And that's something that to me sounds a lot better now than it did at the very beginning, because we had a very dynamic performance at the very beginning of our mix, but it was kind of random. It would sometimes pump out of the mix. Sometimes it would get lost in the mix. And so we obviously spent a lot of time creating some control on our vocal, smoothing out those dynamics, making it a little, not a sausage, but just a more consistent performance. And then finally, we're adding some of those dynamics back in. But because it's already been controlled, the dynamics we're adding are still controlled. They're just punchier. That's it, not random. So let's do one more before and after just to hear it.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
Perfect. And my rule of thumb for doing any kind of parallel sends like this is get it to where it sounds good to you and then take a few dBs off because it's probably too obvious. The name of the game for all of this is subtlety and layering. I would rather have a layer that I know sounds good and then have it just mixed in a little bit than a layer that, maybe it sounds bad and I have it in a ton, or maybe it's not doing anything and I have it in a ton. I want subtlety because we're building layer upon layer upon layer, and by the end of the mix, it's going to sound fantastic. So now let's look at this third thing that I did. I wanted more punch in my electric guitars. And that's something that I could have just told you by looking at the waveform. Electric guitars, especially distorted electric guitars, are notorious for just being sausages. I mean, look at this. No other audio wave in nature looks like this, where the sustain is so thick. The valleys are almost the exact same height as the peaks. So I want to add in just a little bit more to those peaks. I want those peaks to be a little bit louder so that they're cutting through the mix a little bit better. And, maybe I could turn down the volume of the electric guitars overall without losing their presence. So I wanted to do some punchy style compression. I wanted to increase those micro dynamics rather than decrease them. So let me show you a quick before and after. And I did the same thing that I did before. I sent electric guitars 1, 2, and 3 there because they're all playing the same part. And I wanted them to still stay relatively consistent. Subtle, of course, but helping. You can see slow attack, pretty slow release, aggressive threshold and ratio. I honestly might take the release down even farther. So even just take a look at the waveforms down here. Let me hit play again so you can see it. So this top waveform right here, that's the original waveform. And this bottom one is the new waveform. So let me turn my wet gain up so you can see them a little bit better. But just take a look at how much louder the peaks are now in comparison to the valleys. These peaks are a lot louder than they were before. So now as I mix it in, it's going to get even punchier. Let's listen in context of the whole mix.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
So no punchy compression.
Wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just
Punchy compression.
wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
It's just, again, creating a little bit more dynamics in this. It's helping it stick out in the mix a little bit more. If I was to go and tweak my mix, I probably would turn the volume of the electric guitars down now, because if I have a wider dynamic range, then it's going to be easier to hear them, even if the volume itself is a little bit quieter. So I would just go in here and take it down just a hair so that it's not quite so loud in the mix.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
Now it's a lot easier to hear everything.
Wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my skin.
Not bad. So these are the three things I did during my enhancement phase. Super simple stuff. I just listened to my mix and just thought, okay, what needs a little spice? What needs to sound a little bit more larger than life? And the drums needed a little bit more of that room sound, a little bit more of that thickness, that density. The vocals needed to punch a little bit harder, and the electric guitars needed to cut through so that I could turn them down in the mix. After I finished that up, honestly, this mix is starting to sound really good, especially considering I have no EQ on it, I have no panning on it, I have no reverbs on it. All I've done is compression and nothing else. It's starting to sound pretty darn good. So now that we've finished that up, let's move on to our next phase, which is a little bit of a weird one, fixing. So now let's talk about the next phase of compressing a mix, and that is the fixing phase. So this is a bit of a weird one. And the reason why is because honestly, it's not that much of a specific phase. This phase is placed at the end more because it's optional than because it should be done at the very end of the mix. Using fixed compression is only something that you should do if you need to use it. You know, if it's unnecessary, you don't need to include it. It's also a phase that I honestly will do sort of interspersed in the other phases. As I see the need for it, I will just take a moment and fix it. So for example, let's say that my snare was way too dynamic, the transient, the peaks was just too loud in comparison to everything else. It was making it really difficult to actually compress, and I needed to make some headroom in it so that I could do some proper compression on it. Well, that would be the point when I would want to use the create headroom style of compression, that fixing style of compression. Not necessarily at the very end of the mix. I probably want to do it when the need arises. That said, you can do it at the end of the mix if you'd like. If it's just something you're wanting to do, just to make sure there aren't any problems right before you finish up. But it's totally up to you and your workflow. You can make it a specific phase, or you can make it something that you do just as needed. So if you remember back to our goals and styles chart, the fixing goal has only two styles with it, and that is creating headroom and turning down room sound. So this mix didn't actually have any room sound for me to turn down. The room sound that was in it, I actually wanted. Like the drums had some room sound in it, and I actually put thickness style compression on the drums specifically to bring that room out because it sounded really good to me. So there's nothing really anywhere else where I'm going to want to use that style of compression to fix it. But there are a few places where, I could create some headroom. It would probably it would probably help out my compression. It would help my compression to be just like a little bit less aggressive. It would help my transients to stop poking out quite so much. So I decided to do the Create Headroom style of compression on the kick, the snare, and the acoustic guitar because it was still a little bit too peaky for me. Now, if you remember back to the video that we did on this style of compression, I talked about how honestly the best thing that you could do rather than just using that, fast attack, fast release compression to get the sound is actually to use some saturation, some subtle saturation. Because what saturation does is it basically is still that fast attack, fast release style of compression, but it's also adding new frequencies into the actual sound. So it's allowing you to basically add something on top of what you are taking away. And whenever you're doing something like this, where you're not really trying to change the tone at all, but you're having to do some compression that is inherently tonal changing, this is something that can really help. So I just added some saturation, just a little bit on my my FabFilter Saturn. I've just got the gentle saturation setting. I've got the dynamics moved up a little bit, which is a thing for Saturn specifically, which is just saying like, hey, I want you to compress the peaks a little bit more. And it's really subtle. So let me solo the kick out. I'll do it before and after, and you'll hear a little bit of a change in tone. It'll become just a little bit brighter. You'll hear a little bit more of like the room sound, but honestly, not that much happens. So here's the kicker. We didn't really do that much to the actual sound, but take a look at where the kick is peaking without it, and then take a look at where it's peaking with it. So here's without. So it's peaking at about, negative 9.8, negative 10 decibels, but with it on, it's peaking at about negative 12 decibels. So we have essentially created 2 decibels of headroom without actually changing the tone at all, which is perfect. Because what that means is that all of the compression that we're putting on this, our glue compression, our tonal compression, it's going to work a little bit less hard to get the compression we want. So we're going to be able to get the results without having to be quite so aggressive with that compression, which is great because ultimately that's going to give us a better, more natural sound. And you can see I did the same thing over here on the snare. So let me show you a quick before and take a look at where this is peaking. Okay, so it's peaking at about negative 10.8. I'll turn this on. Now it's peaking at about negative 12.6. So again, I created about 2 decibels of headroom, which means that compressors are going to be compressing now 2 dBs less gain reduction on it, which is pretty much exactly what I wanted. Now, if I was doing this stage, this phase of fixing throughout the process of compressing a mix, I probably would have done this during the glue phase. I would have done it before I started gluing my drum compression, just because I would have probably wanted to set up my glue compressor with this lower headroom in mind. So I would have wanted to control the headroom first and then set up the compression. So now that I've finished up the only fixing that I had to do, I'm done. This mix is now fully compressed. I don't have any more compression to do. Now, if this was an actual mix, I still would be doing all my EQs and my reverbs and my panning and all that other stuff. So I probably would be still tweaking everything as I went. So at this point in the mix, I probably would be going and listening and just thinking, okay, what compression is maybe too much at this point? Now that I've done all of this layering, what was I too aggressive on? Or on the flip side, what needs to be more aggressive? The layering is complete. If it's not quite where you want it, then you might have taken it too subtle. But I just want to show you where we started. So let's do a before and after. So let me select all my tracks. I'll go over here. I've made a little dummy bus that I can use to bypass everything. So let's listen to everything that we've done.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
Feels a little lifeless, a little uncontrolled, not a lot of groove. Now here's after.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in I don't want.
All of a sudden, everything comes forward. It feels brighter. There's movement. My head starts bobbing. It feels consistent. It feels like a record. It feels like a mix. Let's do another before and after, and I'm just going to go rapid fire so that you can really hear the difference.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in
And you can see it's sort of living around the same area for the most part.
wanna join in.
It's peaking around the same area for sure.
Get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in
So all of these tiny little layers of compression, even though they were so subtle to us at the time, and I'm sure a lot of you were like, man, why aren't we compressing it harder so that, we can actually hear it obviously? This is why, because all of these layers of subtle compression are adding up to a point where by the end of it, it sounds good, it sounds consistent, it sounds groovy, it's got depth. It's what we want. And again, there's no EQ on this, no reverb on this, no panning on this, nothing. I have everything actually summed to mono. So even the tracks that are stereo tracks are just mono, which means we're hearing everything squished into one spot and it's still sounding good. So let's have a fun little treat. I did actually go in and do a bunch of panning here. So I want to take off my mono plugin and I want to do a before and after, but I want to do it with my panning so that it actually sounds like a record. Again, no EQ, no reverb. This wouldn't be a finished mix at all, but this is going to sound more like what a mix sounds like. And again, I'm just going to go back and forth. And all of a sudden, you're just going to be like, oh, I see. I hear it. All right.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in
So we have reached the end of our mix. We've now compressed the whole thing. So hopefully with all of these phases of compression, you're going to understand exactly what to do the next time you go into your mix, exactly how to get that layered compression that all the pros use. Honestly, your mixes are going to sound so much better. But there is still one layer of compression that's added to this mix. It's not quite done. So we'll talk about that in the next video. So we've now reached our final phase of compression for our mix, and it's something that I didn't include it in the actual 6 steps of compressing a mix, specifically because in theory, you should never really do this step. This is something that should be saved for a mastering engineer. So of course, in this video, we're going to be talking about limiting. So limiting is a really confusing concept to a lot of beginners and a lot of intermediates as well. Just what exactly is it? Why do we need it? Why can't we use it? All these different things we're going to cover in this video. So a limiter is basically just the most aggressive compressor you possibly can have. It is crazy fast. It's going to grab your peaks extremely accurately. And it's a compressor that has a ratio of infinity. So basically any peaks that go above the threshold are getting turned down to infinity. It's getting turned down as much as it possibly can. So functionally what that means is that the volume of a track will not go above the level that you set. So if I tell my limiter, okay, I don't want the volume of my mix to go above -1 decibels, no matter what, it's going to turn down every single peak that goes above the threshold so that it never goes above -1 dBs. Now, this is fantastic for gaining loudness because we're decreasing the dynamic range, we're increasing that average level. Basically what it means is we're decreasing the peaks and we're increasing the valleys, right? And we get loudness from the valleys. That's part of the reason why people say, oh, mastering is just what mixes need to sound loud, to be loud. And limiting is how they get that, along with a bunch of other tricks as well. But limiting could be really, really dangerous for someone to do if they don't know what they're doing. It's really easy to wreck a mix that you've worked so hard on just by throwing a limiter at the very end and just adding some volume because you think you should. Not only are stock limiters really not all that great, but usually professionals have highly tuned rooms, fantastic speakers, the best limiters on the market. They are trained professionals. The mastering process is working with a finished mix, which means that any tiny move they make can change the quality of the entire mix. So they're highly trained to make sure that they don't make any mistakes, and every single move that they make is just going to increase the quality of the mix. So that's why we usually leave it to the professionals. Some people will mix through a limiter. I really would recommend against that. If you absolutely can avoid that, I 100% would. The only times I would use a limiter on your mix bus is maybe if you're using a reference track and you're wanting to compare your mix to that reference track. It's fine to turn it on and listen and just see what it's going to sound like once it's been limited, and then turn it off and continue mixing. Sometimes you might also put a limiter on if maybe you're working for a client, you're doing a mix for somebody else, and they expect to hear it sounding loud. So you might make what's called a client mix, which is where you do your mix and you put a limiter on with just a little bit of compression, just so that they hear what they're expecting to hear, and then you make sure that you turn it off before you send it to the mastering engineer. So really, it's only used in mixes for referencing. That's basically it. Now, you will see limiters used on individual instruments sometimes. Sometimes you'll see them on kicks and snares to have some fixing compression going to create some headroom. Sometimes you'll see them on parallel compression buses for, creating thickness because it's so good at just squishing everything. So if you're wanting to get an extremely aggressive thickness sound, well, a limiter is a great way to do that. But ultimately, that is using it very subtly on very specific instruments, not using it on a whole mix. So there is your warning. That said, some of you are still going to do it. So I'm going to just show you exactly what it is that you're going to need to do to get your mix limited. Now, limiting increases not only the loudness, it not only increases the level of your valleys, it also increases just the volume, the straight up volume. So it's a little bit difficult to show you the before and after of a limiter because, not only is it going to change, like I said, the loudness, but it's also just going to turn it up by about 7 decibels. So it's going to be a pretty dramatic difference simply because I've basically just turned up the volume. But let's show you anyway.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
You can see as you're looking down here, all of the volume is literally hitting a line that it can't go above. It's basically creating a little square out of the volume. I'll play it one more time. Take a look at it. And then I'll turn it off and you'll see, there's no longer any cutoff. And it's just going to wiggle as much as it wants.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but
So right here,
I wanna join in. I don't
if I turn it off, it's just wiggling.
I just wanna stay comfortable in my.
So this is the final stage of compression. It's not only gluing it together because it's decreasing the dynamic range, but also it's creating that loudness that we were talking about. So let me show you how to set this up. Now, every limiter is a little bit different. Honestly, some have a ton of controls, some have very few controls. So it's a little bit difficult to tell you exactly how to set up your limiter, just because your limiter is designed pretty uniquely. But most DAWs have a stock limiter that looks kind of like this one in Logic, and it only has a few controls. It has gain, It has the output ceiling, and it has the lookahead, as well as true peak detection and DC offset, which doesn't really matter too much. It also has the input, the output, and the reduction. Now, all of these, for the most part, are pretty much exactly like what we have gone over in our compression. The input is just the input level. The reduction, that's just your gain reduction meter. That's all it is. Gain is just turning up the input volume. That's it. We're just increasing the level until it gets to our output ceiling, which is just another way of saying threshold. It's just another word for threshold. I'm just saying the threshold for this limiter is 0.5 dBs. And then the look ahead is just allowing the limiter to be a little bit more accurate. It is adding some latency to the mix so that it can process it ahead of time and make sure that it's clamping down on the transients, clamping down on the peaks before the peaks even start, even though it's just a little bit before the peaks start. So let me show you what I'm shooting for. I'm going to take the gain down to 0. Now, for stock limiters, I usually only want 1 to 2 dBs of limiting, 3 dBs at the most. Now, certain third-party limiters that are a lot higher quality, then you can start pushing it up to 4 and 5 and maybe even 6 dBs of limiting, because the more you do that, the more loudness you're going to get. But also, the more you do that, the more you run the risk of just wrecking your mix. You can start to cause really aggressive distortion. You can make it sound flat. You can start to make it sound lifeless. You basically undo all of the subtlety that you worked so hard to layer on top of. So I'm just going to shoot for 1 to 2 dBs of gain reduction.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get
So you can see I'm finally going above this threshold.
wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted.
So that's pretty much it. I turn up the gain. I make sure that I've set my output ceiling and my look ahead. I have on true peak detection, which is basically just making sure that there's not any accidental peaks that pop through. Simple as that. Now, as far as the output ceiling goes, this is a pretty common question as to where you should set it when you're mastering. I would say personally anywhere between right here, 0.3, and probably about 0.7. Somewhere in there is a good range. Anywhere higher than 0.3 and you run the risk of a peak just getting out just a little bit and potentially clipping your output, which you absolutely do not want. That's the whole reason we use a limiter, is to make sure the output isn't clipping. And then if you don't mind being just a little bit quieter and being safer, then negative 0.7 is going to be just fine. So to give you a better example of what's actually happening to the sound, I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to add Ozone, which is just a mastering plugin that iZotope makes. It's a great little plugin. And one of the great parts about it, so I've got my limiter here. It's actually called Maximizer, but it's the same thing for the most part. It's got its own little bells and whistles, but that's really it. One cool thing that it has is that I can bypass it and it will turn the volume up of the original track so that I can hear what the compression is doing to the track. Now, the first thing you'll see is when it turns the volume up, I'm going to be clipping like crazy. So that's part of the magic of a limiter is, I'm able to physically make it louder, but I'm not actually going to be clipping the output. So be on the lookout for that. It's going to be some really aggressive clipping that happens when I bypass it. Now, all of these things over here, don't worry too much about this. This is just something for Ozone specifically. Character is basically just talking about how long you want the release time, which that's something that you can set on certain limiters. Usually the slower the release time, the more transparent the limiting is, the less loudness you're creating, but also the less you're changing your mix and the less distortion you're going to be getting. The faster your release time, the more loudness you're going to get, the more aggression you're going to get, but also probably the more distortion you'll get and the more you will really dramatically change your mix. So usually you don't want a super fast release time, but you don't want a super slow release time either, because then you can get some weird like pumping and breathing effects that sound just odd. So somewhere in the middle is usually pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my threshold all the way up, and then I'm just going to turn it down. And for ozone specifically, threshold is the same thing as gain right here. All it is just turning up the volume. They just have designed it in a different way.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't wanna get bitter and twisted. I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna get bitter.
So you can see, take a look at how much of a block this is now. I've got very little dynamics.
I don't wanna get bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna join in. I don't want.
So let me bypass it and you'll be able to hear exactly what's going on. So here's after. I'll start with after.
I don't wanna get bitter
Here's
and
before.
twisted, but I don't wanna join in.
So you see we're clipping like crazy.
Wanna get bitter
So
and
before or
twisted.
after?
I just wanna stay comfortable in my. I don't wanna
And
get
before.
bitter and twisted, but I don't wanna.
It's not too aggressive of a change in sound, which is what I wanted. But again, the big thing is just that I'm able to turn up the volume quite a bit and I'm not clipping. Like I basically am able to turn it 3 decibels past digital 0, which is something that without limiting would be fully impossible. So it's how we get the loudness. We should probably save it for the professionals. Get your mixes mastered. Not only do they know what they're doing, but they're a set of fresh ears. You know, you've listened to your mix for so long that it's really hard for you to actually be, accurate with your hearing. Your decision making has eroded over the course of time. So they're going to hear it for the first time and they're going to be like, okay, cool. Well, the mix is good, but it's too bright. So they'll go in and they'll be able to take it down a little bit, or they'll say, oh yeah, it's good, but it needs more compression. So they'll be able to go in and add another compressor before they're limiting. They're going to be able to basically be that final quality check before you finish up the entire sound of your song. So we've got one final bonus phase for you before we finish up this module on how to compress a mix. This one is going to be on recreating an analog studio. It's going to basically talk about why tracks that come from an analog studio sound as good as they do, and how to recreate it in your DAW to basically get just better sounding compression. Now this is going to be a bit of a weirder video because we actually released the meat of this as a YouTube video, outside of the confines of this course. But all of the stuff that we cover in it is absolutely relevant to how you would compress a mix. Now, there are a few things that are a little bit different that relate more to the system, the workflow that we've been creating over the last several videos. And I'm going to pop back up during the outro to kind of address a few things that you need to know before we leave. But that said, enjoy learning about how to create your own analog studio inside of your mixes. Let's start this video off with a common misconception. Digital recordings sound bad. You've heard that time and time again, that digital just sounds harsh and gritty and grating, and that the recordings that are made in analog studios just sound unbelievable. Like the sound of tape and all of this stuff makes it sound so warm and thick. And it makes sense why people think that, because if you listen to recordings made digitally versus recordings made using analog equipment, there is a definite sound difference. But it's actually not a quality difference. Now, there's nothing actually wrong with digital recordings. They're actually extremely accurate, but you can make an argument that they're too accurate. Part of the reason that mixes with analog recorded tracks tend to sound better than mixes with digital recorded tracks is because analog technology adds a small amount of saturation to the recording. So if you're unaware, saturation is like the marriage between distortion and compression. It naturally happens when a sound passes through a physical medium like a tube in a guitar amp, or a tape machine, or a mixing board, or analog compressors or something like that. So before we get into the actual tips of this video, we need to talk about why saturation is so beneficial to your tracks. So unlike digital distortion, which takes away frequencies in an instrument's tone, saturation actually adds new frequencies to an instrument's tone. That's often why it's referred to as a warm sound. It's literally referring to adding more sonic energy in the lows. Saturation also does a little bit of compression whenever it's added to an instrument. It's usually a fast attack, fast release style compression, so it's really grabbing on to the peaks. Now what that does is it's subtly decreasing the dynamic range of any instrument that it gets added to. Now here's why that's a magical combination. You have destructive compression, you're getting rid of sounds, combined with constructive distortion, so you're adding new sounds. It makes an instrument sound both thicker and more natural, rather than having any negative impacts to its tone. So that is the reason why all of this analog gear from the 60s and 70s and 80s, and even today, is so sought after. Now, why should saturation matter to your mixes? Ultimately, tracks with subtle analog saturation baked in are actually easier to mix. That's because they naturally have a smaller dynamic range than digital recordings. They're easier to wrangle in. They also usually have a little bit more highs and a little bit more lows, so you get kind of that exciting part of the frequency spectrum to be brought out a little bit. So less work has to be done on your part to get all of these instruments to sound good together. So if you don't have access to analog equipment, don't worry. You actually can emulate the sound of recording and mixing in a studio in your DAW at your own house. You just have to use certain plugins to emulate the signal flow of a recording studio and a mixing studio. Now, let's walk through what that means. Your signal flow is basically the path a sound takes from the microphone all the way to the tape machine, to being recorded onto your tape or onto your computer. All the pieces of technology that sound goes through is what add that kind of constructive saturation that we're looking for. But it doesn't stop there, because most tracks are also mixed in analog studios, which means that those individual recordings are all being processed by another layer of analog equipment. So let's talk about each of the layers that we have to emulate with our plugins in order to create that style of saturation that we're looking for. So imagine with me that you are sitting in an analog studio, a professional studio. You're out in the tracking room and the engineer is inside in the control room, and you're about to sing a song. After you begin to sing, the sound goes through the microphone into the control room. Now, the first thing that sound hits is the preamp of that studio's channel. Now, what a preamp does is it turns up the gain that's being added to the microphone. If you've done any recording yourself, you've used these before. Any audio interface is going to have some kind of preamp to turn the level of the microphone up so that you can actually record. But really good preamps tend to add a little bit of this saturation. Now, the next thing it's going to hit is the actual track on the tracking board. Now imagine just those giant boards that you see in control rooms and studios. Each one of those individual tracks has different components on it that add this saturation that we're talking about. So we're going to need to emulate that. Then the next thing that this sound is going to hit is the tape machine. It's going to go through the preamp, through the board, and into the actual tape machine that is being used to record this session. So we're going to need to emulate tracking tape. Now, after the session's been recorded, then it's going to move on and go to the mixer. Now, that mixer is going to have his or her own mixing board and is going to run that sound into it. So we're going to get another layer of saturation. Now, that sound is going to go from its own channel into the mixing board's summing channel, which is basically where all of the different sounds of a mix flow into. In a DAW, it's known as your stereo output. That is going to add another layer of saturation. And then finally, it's going to flow into another tape machine. It's going to flow into what's known as the master tape. This is basically the end goal of every single sound that's being recorded. Once it's recorded onto the master tape, nothing else is going to be added to it in the mixing process. So that means there's 4 stages that we need to emulate before we start to mix, and then 2 stages that we need to emulate after the mix. The stages that we need to emulate pre-mix are the analog preamp, the analog tracking board, the tracking tape machine, and the analog mixing board. And then we also have the final 2 steps, the analog mixing board's summing channel and the master tape, that we need to be putting on our own mix bus so that we're making sure that we are constantly mixing through those 2 sounds. That way we are going to get a full picture of what it would be like to actually record and mix this song in an analog studio. So how would we actually go about doing this? Well, the first thing that I'm going to do is add 4 plugins to each of my different sounds here. These 4 plugins are going to emulate the 4 initial stages of saturation that happen in the analog studio. Once I put these 4 plugins on, I'm going to bake them in using what's known as a bounce in place, which basically just means exporting each individual audio file and making sure that all of the plugins are being processed so that we have a fully finished, processed, saturated sound, and we don't have to go back to the original digital sound. So before we get into the how-to, let's actually look at what this does to the sound. So I actually have a little before and after. So first off, we're going to listen to the before track. Now, this is a completely unmixed track. All I did is just add a little bit of volume balancing and a little bit of panning, but that's it. Everything else is just the raw digital tracks that were all done in someone's bedroom. They were all home recorded. And then I'm going to show you what it's going to sound like after we do all 6 stages of analog saturation. So here's before.
And when I die, you make my tombstone out of number 9 diamond jewelry. Turn my body into gold and shape it into chains and rings.
Okay, and here's after.
And when I die, you make my tombstone out of number 9 diamond jewelry.
Now I'm going to go back and forth for you because it's going to be a lot more obvious there, but you are going to hear a lot more top end, you're going to hear a lot more low end, you're going to hear a little bit more compression and consistency. Let's do before and after. So here's before, then here's after. Before. After. And I didn't change any of the volume. All of this was gain staged, so the volume of each one of these instruments is the same. But because there's been so much added into the top end and the bottom end and so much subtle compression that's been done just because of all of these different stages of saturation, we get this almost mixed sound, even though there's been no mixing actually added to it. So let's look at the 4 plugins that you would use to get these 4 stages of saturation. The first stage, as we talked about, is the analog preamp. That's the thing that turns up the gain of the microphone. So there are tons of different emulation plugins that you can use to actually emulate this sound. For me, I'm going to use a Neve 1073 from Universal Audio. So you can see it literally looks like a tracking board. So what I'm going to do is I have a little preamp up here, and I'm just going to turn it up a little bit. I don't want to absolutely kill it. I don't want to clip it or overly distort it or anything. I'm just wanting to add a little bit of extra gain. Now, when I do that, that means I'm going to be turning the volume of this up as well. So I'm going to want to make sure that I go down to my output knob right here and compensate. I want to make sure that I'm gain staging the whole time. I want to try to keep my peak levels around the same area. Doesn't have to be perfect, but pretty close. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to solo this kick drum, and I'm going to bypass this plugin, and let's see how loud it's actually getting. So it looks like it's peaking around -8.4. So I'm going to turn this on, and you'll see that the volume is going to be turned up quite a bit. Okay, so now I'm going to take my output down until I'm getting around the exact same amount of gain. Take that off. So we're shooting for 8.4. And it's just got to be in the ballpark. You know, I got exactly 8.4, but as long as it's within like a decibel, it's totally fine. I could listen right now and see what the actual before and after is of the tone, but the beauty of multi-stage saturation is that each stage doesn't really add that much to the tone. It's just the combination of all of these tiny little additions that's going to actually create this new sound that you're going for. So the next step is to emulate an analog tracking board. Now, I'm using the Neve primarily for its preamp. I'm not really using any of the tracking board stuff on this. So I'm actually just going to go in. I'm going to use Slate's virtual mix rack. I'll get out of all this. And they have a wonderful set of plugins, basically called their virtual channel collection. And this is specifically emulating a channel of a tracking board. Obviously, there's a lot of different options. You would have to do a little bit of research and like reading the manual on your own to actually figure out like what each of these different options did to the sound. But as I said, overall, it's pretty subtle. But I'm going to stick with Brit N because that's actually their emulation of the Neve, which is the same thing that I'm doing over here. And same thing as before, let's try to get to an 8.4. And I want to increase my input so that I'm getting, around sort of 3 to +1 in the VU range. That's usually where the best saturation usually lives. So we're adding about half a dB. It's really not that bad, so I'm not going to worry about turning the output down. Like I said, you're just trying to get in the ballpark. The next thing that we want to emulate is the tracking tape, the tape machine that's being used during the tracking session. So I am going to use the Oxide tape by Universal Audio. It's a great emulation of a tracking style tape. And there is a difference between tracking tape and master tape. They're just made differently. They usually have different kinds of sounds. So you can use the same plugin for both, but if you're trying to get a little bit more of an accurate sound to what your mix would sound like in an actual analog studio, you might want to invest in 2 different kinds of plugins. So I'm going to add just a little bit right here. Okay, so it's peaking around -8. And then finally, we need to add an emulation of the analog mixing board. So I'm actually going to go in here and add another virtual mix rack because we want another channel, get out of all this stuff. And this time I'm going to set it to Brit 4KG because that's basically an emulation of the famous SSL 4000 G series. That console is legendary and I honestly really like the tone of it, so I'm going to just leave it there. Cool. Okay, so let's do a quick before and after. So here's before. Here's after. Now we've had hardly any increase in volume, and yet all of a sudden it sounds way more thick. It sounds like there's a lot more top end and a lot more low end, maybe a little bit less mids, but ultimately it sounds thicker, it sounds more exciting, it sounds more like the kind of kick that we're used to. Now, I could go through and do this on all of these different tracks, but honestly, like I said, the point of it isn't just to get the kick sounding good. The point of it isn't just to get the guitar sounding good. The point of it is to create consistency in the entire mix. It's to create that glue that analog usually gives to all of these different instruments. It's to make it easier to mix. So ultimately, I really only want to see what it sounds like on everything, not just on one track. So now that we have our 4 stages of saturation, we want to bake that into the audio. We want to be able to move on to our mix without having all of these extra plugins cluttering up our entire session. Plus, this is going to save you a lot of CPU power. Honestly, if you were to have all 4 of these plugins on every one of your audio tracks while you were mixing, your computer would probably start to crash by about halfway through your mix. So we want to bake it in because if this was recorded in an actual studio, it would already be baked in. So every single DAW is going to have a different way to do a bounce in place or a track export, it might be called. This is how you do it in Logic. So I'm just going to click on the audio file, and I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go to bounce and join, and then bounce in place. And I'm going to make sure that bypass effect plugins is unchecked. If it's checked, all this stuff won't actually get baked in. So we're going to leave it unchecked. Hit OK. It's going to take a second and export this region. And now suddenly we have our new audio file. But you can see it doesn't actually have any of the plugins on it. But if I was to unmute this and hit play and switch back and forth, you wouldn't be able to hear any difference. So basically, I would want to do this throughout my mix. I'd want to put all 4 of these plugins on all of the tracks, get them gain staged. I wouldn't worry too much about the tone, but get them gain staged, and then bounce them in place. And then all of a sudden, you have bright, shiny new tracks with some fantastic analog saturation on them. So now that we've bounced all of our tracks in place, we want to add our final 2 stages of saturation, which are the analog mixing board summing channel and the master tape. Now that's going to go on our mix bus or our stereo output. And we're basically just going to start the mix with that on, just like you would in an actual analog experience. So I'm going to go to my mixer. I'm going to scroll over to my mix bus. Now, I have my own one set up over here, just labeled mix output, but this is the same thing as the stereo output on your particular DAW. Now you can see I've got my final 2 stages of saturation right here. One of them is another instance of Slate's VCC, but this is actually their virtual mix bus. This is their summing channel. It's actually has a different sound than their regular channel plugin, which is why it's colored separately. And it's recommended that you mix through it. So I made sure that I had the same console selected as I did in all of my mix channels, just to create some level of consistency. And then I wanted to play the mix and tune in my input and output to get sort of that sweet spot that I'm looking for. And I'll turn off this tape machine. So it would be here. So this is too much, because then we're getting some pretty aggressive distortion and compression, and we don't really want that. We want subtlety. Cool, so now that we have that, we are going to add our final step, and that is adding our master tape. So I have an Ampex machine right here from Universal Audio. This is a really famous master tape machine that was used in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And I've got my settings how I like. All of these plugins are going to have different settings and different options that you can use. So I'm not necessarily going to go through a tutorial on how to set these things up, but ultimately, the manuals in these plugins are honestly really, really helpful. So let's hit play and make sure that we're sitting around our sweet spot. There we go. Great. Now I want to turn up and down my volume just to make sure that I'm still getting around the same peak level. So before, getting about -4.7, and then after. Okay, so we could probably lose a dB. That's probably good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's do a quick before and after. So here's before. Here's after. It's subtle, but it manages to kind of glue everything together. It makes it sound a little bit more like a record, and it gets rid of some of the harshness that's up in the upper mids, while still adding a little bit of top end, a little bit of bottom end. So that's it. It's honestly really simple to get this kind of sound. All you have to do is add those first 4 stages, bake them in using a bounce in place, and then make sure that you're mixing through the final 2 stages of saturation, being the summing channel and your master tape. And if you're able to do that, you are going to get such a better sound from the get-go. It's going to be a lot easier to mix your song to sound more like a record, and ultimately, it's probably going to have the vibe that you're going for. Now, a quick disclaimer, you don't have to have this to make a great sounding mix. You can get a pro mix without all this stuff. There are tons and tons of amazing songs that were made without any of this special analog equipment. So don't think that going out and blowing hundreds of dollars on some really nice analog emulation plugins is all of a sudden going to make your mix go from crappy to amazing. This is just going to add a little bit more on top of the quality that you already have. And it's going to make mixing a little bit faster and a little bit easier. Hi, it's me again. I'm back in the present. There's a few things I want to cover just about what you learned in that video. You obviously learned a lot about analog, why it sounds good, what it does to your tracks, and you learned that basically saturation, which you already knew this, saturation does add that thickness style compression as well as adding some distortion onto it. So adding the signal flow of an analog studio, well, basically we're just doing a lot of really, really subtle layers of thickness saturation. It's part of the reason that it sounds so warm, part of the reason that it sounds so thick, part of the reason that it's a lot easier to mix because it's just a smaller dynamic range. Now, before I tell you how this works with the system, just so you know, and I did say this in the video, but don't think that this is a necessity. You know, I didn't show this during the course. And in fact, I didn't do any of my mix with this stuff during the course, specifically because I wanted you to see that you could get a great compressed mix without having all of the fancy bells and whistles, even with using a recorded at-home track. It's possible. But this is going to help to improve the quality of your mixes. So if you already have this stuff, I'd absolutely recommend doing this on every mix you record at home. If you feel the need to go out and buy it, I would really recommend that you spend all of your time learning how to use what you have to the best of your ability and then go out and buy this stuff. It's not going to improve the quality of your mixes by like 1,000%. It's going to just add a little bit on top and make it sound just a little bit more professional. So that said, let's talk about how to implement this. So the first 4 analog plugins we talked about, which were the preamp, the tracking channel, the tracking tape, and the mixing channel, all of those would be added during phase 1 of your compression mix. Basically, during the premix, before you actually start, you just want to get those sounds going because those are sounds that would be baked in at a studio during the actual recording phase. Now, obviously, the mixing plugin isn't, but it's just a lot easier to add that at the very beginning and then mix through it than it is to add it during the actual mixing portion. Now, the last 2 plugins, which were the analog summing channel and the master tape, those are going to go on your mix bus. You're going to mix through them. Now, again, I didn't include those on our mix bus just because I didn't want to muddy up the process by thinking that you had to have this stuff. If you were to add it, here's what you would do. You would put the summing channel at the very beginning. So before you put any EQ, any mix bus compression, any saturation, anything else, you're going to put the summing channel. Then you would add your compression, which is the thing we already did during phase 2. Also, you'd add any EQ, all that other stuff I just talked about. And then the last plugin that you put onto your mix bus is your master tape. Everything is flowing into that. That is the final stage before it gets sent off to mastering. So if you have these plugins and you want to integrate this system, that's how you do it. It's going to be really, really helpful. So now that you've learned how to compress any instrument and you've learned how to actually do all of these different goals of compression in your mix, a common question that I get is just where should I put my compressors in my plugin chain? Now, obviously order does matter, sort of, when it comes to your plugin chain. If you put certain things before other things, it's going to affect the sound of the overall instrument. And the reason for that is just because audio flows linearly. Like it starts at the beginning and then it flows through one plugin and then it gets processed, and then it flows into the next plugin, and then it gets processed, and then it flows into the next plugin, and it gets processed, and by the end of it, you have a chain of processing, a plugin chain, as they call it. So the order that you select these different processors to go is going to affect the sound. Now, one quick thing, with a few exceptions, plugin order is not as big a deal as a lot of people make it out to be. It will affect the sound of your instruments, but I don't think it affects the sound that much, at least not in a way that's going to affect the overall quality of your mix. So we'll go over some exceptions to this, of course, but don't stress too hard about getting it right every single time. As long as you can just internalize some of this workflow, I think you're going to be just fine. So let's go back to those balances that we talked about all the way back at the beginning of this course. You know, the 3 types of balances that you need to have in order to get an incredible mix. You have to get a tonal balance, a spatial balance, and a dynamic balance. So we've been working on dynamic balance for the most part throughout this entire course, but we still have to get a spatial balance and a tonal balance. So in order to do that, we have to use EQs for tonal balance, and we have to use reverbs and delays for spatial balance. And we also have tons of different effects that we just want to add to our mix. You know, I might want to add a chorus plugin to my guitars, or I might want to add some saturation to my drums. There are things that you can add that don't fit quite so neatly into those 3 balances. But ultimately, those are the main plugins you're going to be using: an EQ, a compressor, and reverb and delay. So where should you put all of those plugins in this entire process? Well, you're going to be doing a lot of different EQ at different stages. You're going to be doing compression at different stages. So it gets a little bit murky as far as when you should do what. For me personally, I tend to do a lot of my my cleaning EQ before I even start the mix. So you know how we had a prep phase, a pre-mix phase for compression? I have that for EQ as well. You know, I'll go in and I'll do some cleaning. I'll take out some resonant frequencies or some room resonances with some surgical EQ. I'll use a high-pass filter to get rid of some of just like the muck, the room sound and the buzz and the traffic outside from the low end. Stuff like that, that's going to just affect the overall quality of the mix. I'll usually take that out before the mix even starts. Just that way I have the best possible instruments, the best possible tracks right when I start. Now, I'll also sometimes use some tonal EQ in my pre-mix. And that's just because I'm a pretty big believer in pre-tape processing. You know, being able to make an instrument sound the best it can during the recording phase so that you go into the mix with just the best possible tracks that you can. When you're recording in a studio, the engineer is running back and forth between the control room and the tracking room, getting all of the mics ready. But whenever he's inside of the control room, he's working on the board, on the tracking board. He's got the EQs going. He's maybe got some of the compressors going. I don't do a lot of pre-tape compression myself, but he's working to get the tone exactly where it needs to be. So doing a little bit of tonal EQ in your pre-mix section, I think is totally fine. So that said, you might actually get tracks that have already been EQ'd, and that's totally fine. That's not gonna mess up your compression. If you don't though, here's what I would recommend. If you do any cleaning, so like I said earlier, you take out any room resonances with some surgical EQ, or you maybe take some stuff out of the low end, I would do that before the compressor. And the reason that I would do that is just because it's not changing the tone of the sound, but it is going to be lowering the volume. It's going to be taking some just like muck out of the sound. And that's going to change how the compressor works. Ultimately, cleaning EQ doesn't take out anything that really matters to the sound of the instrument, but it does change our dynamic range. And it's important that we have an accurate depiction of what our dynamic range is whenever we start compressing. You know, the compressor is going to listen to that. And so if you compress it and then do all that stuff, your sound really might not be all that good, because you might be compressing maybe some of that low-end gunk that you immediately take out with cleaning EQ afterwards. And that's just going to mean that the compressor is maybe going to pump in areas where it shouldn't pump. Maybe it's going to spike in areas where it shouldn't spike. So I would definitely do that before compression. Tonal EQ, could go either way. You could put it before compression or after compression, especially if it's subtle. If you're just sort of making some general broad cuts and general broad boosts, I don't think the order is really all that important. Now, if you're making huge cuts, maybe you're taking 15 decibels out of the mids just because there's such a buildup in the tone, I would probably do that before the compression, because a cut that large, or a boost that large if you were boosting it, that's going to change the dynamic range pretty significantly. Whereas the subtle cuts and subtle boosts that we're talking about, the 3 decibels here, 3 decibels there, I don't think that's going to matter enough to really change how your compressor is working. Now, that said, if you're using any effect EQ, maybe you are using, a band pass filter to get kind of like that cool radio sound, I would definitely put that after your compression. I know that that is something that's really dramatic, so in theory that should go before compression. But if it's an effect, it's usually put on top of the instrument rather than becoming a part of what the instrument actually sounds like. Now, you can obviously experiment with putting it before and after. It's totally fine, but I would definitely put it after. So that's dealt with EQ. Well, now let's talk about reverbs and delays. So 98% of the time, I would put your reverbs and your delays on ascend, like you would be doing with parallel compression. This allows you to send as much as you want of any instrument to that reverb or to that delay, and just mix it in subtly to the whole mix. If you have it directly on a channel, you're basically getting rid of the possibility of having any actual dry, unreverberated sound that you might want to use for effects, stuff like that. So as far as order goes, just take it off the channel. That's going to take it out of the order regardless. But if you need to put it on a channel, maybe for a creative effect, definitely put it at the very end of your plugin chain. So do any compression before your delays, before your reverbs. All that stuff should go at the very end. The same is true for effects like chorus, for example, or phaser, or stuff like that. That's also going to go at the end of your chain. Now, I would recommend doing that before your reverbs and before your delays if you are putting your reverbs and delays directly on the track, just because, again, you'll get a more accurate sound. If you are chorusing a reverb, that's going to sound a lot weirder than if you're just chorusing an acoustic guitar and then you're putting that acoustic guitar through a reverb. But all that being said, again, it's just important to think about the fact that all of that is happening after your compression. So you've got your pre-mix EQ, your cleaning EQ, then you have your compression, then you have your tonal EQ, which could also go before your compression. That's fine too. And then you have at the very end all of your effects. Now, if you can just follow that general path, you're not going to make any mistakes that could seriously hurt your mix. You'll be just fine and you won't have to worry about it. So let's talk about a really common problem that tons of mixers have, and that is compressing the low end. It is the bane of so many beginners and intermediates, and even us experts and pros struggle with it. It's tough. And there's a lot of reasons as to why compressing the low end is so difficult. And a lot of it comes down to acoustical physics. So in this video, we're going to be talking about all of the problems with compressing low end and how to get around them. So there are 3 main reasons why low end frequencies and compressors just don't play very well together. Let's go through them one by one. So the first one is that humans hear low frequencies actually more quietly than they hear the rest of the frequency range. We've already talked about this during the course. You understand by now that different parts of the frequency range actually are perceived differently, like at different volumes by the human ear. And just the low end is the quietest out of all of them. And what that means is that we have to turn up the volume a lot louder for bass and kick and other low end instruments in order to actually hear it at the loudness that we need to hear it so that we can feel those frequencies. Now, obviously for a compressor, that's a problem because now the loudest thing in the mix or the loudest thing in the drum bus or whatever is the kick or is the bass, just because I've had to crank the volume just so that it sounds like it's as loud as the snare. Now, the best way to deal with that, which we've learned earlier on in this particular course, is using the Compressors sidechain filter. So if I was to go over here, you can see I've got a little filter right here that I can set to high pass. That's what I would want to do. So that's a low cut filter. And then I can just cut basically frequencies out of what the compressor is listening to. So not actually cutting stuff out of the tone itself, just what the compressor is listening to. And really what I'm shooting for is just turning up this filter until the kick and the snare are both compressing the same amount. Basically, we see the same amount of gain reduction for both of those drums, or for the bass and the electric guitars. The same works for that as well. Now, let's talk about the next reason why low-end frequencies are so difficult to compress. And it's because most of the microdynamics of a low-end instrument actually don't live in the lows. Different frequency areas have different levels of dynamics. And that's because peaks, all of the energy from a peak, tends to live in the highs of a sound, not in the lows. The lows is usually where the valley is. That's part of the reason why after you hit, let's say, a guitar chord, the moment you hit it, it's at its brightest. And then as it sustains, it gets darker and darker and darker. And that's because bass frequencies last a long time, but high-end frequencies tend to die off pretty quickly. Now, the weird part about this is that even though the low end doesn't really have that much of a dynamic range, you know, a bass guitar still does, or a kick drum still does. It's just all living in a different part of the frequency spectrum. But the loudest part of the frequency spectrum is the low end. So what do you do with compression? Because a compressor is just going to look at a bass and is going to say, okay, well, you know, it's got a super low dynamic range. There's very little for me to compress. When it might be a really dynamic bass. But because it's all dynamics in the upper end, it sounds really weird. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to solo this bass, and I'm going to put an EQ on it. I'm just going to cut out all the low end. And you're going to be able to hear the string sound. You're going to be able to hear the movement way more. And I want you to literally look at the volume meter right here, and I want you to look at how much it's bouncing around. I'll turn it up so it's easier to hear. See how it's just bouncing around all over the place? Now I'm going to do the exact opposite. Let's grab this, and I'm just going to cut the top end. Now you see how it's still bouncing, but it's staying pretty much exactly around the same area. So even though the bass is technically going all over the place and it's getting loud in some parts and quiet in some parts, the low end frequencies they're bouncing, but they're always pretty much peaking at the same place. They're just bouncing around a similar area. And so a compressor is going to listen to that and is going to say, okay, it's not moving much, so I don't have to compress much. So how would I compress more accurately by focusing in on those upper frequencies? Well, I'm going to go back to my sidechain. I'm going to go back to my sidechain filter. Now, instead of just cutting out the sub bass, now I'm going to pretty much cut out the entirety of the low end and even maybe some of the low mids. I'm just going to turn it up until I start to see my gain reduction meter be a lot more dynamic, just move around a lot more. It'll also be easy if you put on the listen function, which any sidechain filter is going to have, just because it's going to allow you to hear what exactly you're doing to the compressor's detection unit. You see how all of a sudden it got so much quieter? Let's turn that on. I'm going to have to turn the threshold down quite a bit. And now we've got that dynamic compression we were talking about. So let me turn this off. So that's after. Here's before. Here's after. It just feels a lot more accurate. It feels a lot more like it's pumping in time with the bass. Now, the final thing we need to be aware of when we are compressing low-end instruments is that bass frequencies, bass sound waves, they are huge. They're super big and super slow, which means they're usually slower than our standard fast attack times. So, we've said before that a fast attack time is somewhere between 1 microsecond and 1 millisecond. So 1 microsecond and 1,000 microseconds. Well, most bass frequencies, usually just one wave, one sound wave, is somewhere between 3 and 10 milliseconds. So if our attack time is that fast, we actually end up cutting the wave off before it can finish. And that will cause what's known as modulation distortion. It's going to not only just start to sound kind of, a little wonky, a little weird, maybe a little bit of a loss in quality, but also it's going to suck away low end. Basically, it's going to be the same thing as if we took an EQ and put a low end shelf on and just started to cut out frequencies. So whenever you're compressing low end instruments, you want to make sure that you are being careful with your attack times. You usually want to stick somewhere between like 3 milliseconds and 10 milliseconds if you are trying to do a fast attack time. So basically, try not to do fast attack times. If you're going to do a fast attack time for a low-end instrument, stick with a medium attack time, somewhere between, like I said, 3 to 10, maybe 3 to 15 milliseconds, so that you don't lose any of your low end, which is really the thing that you're trying to get loud, the thing you're trying to be the most present in your mix, so that you have a solid foundation. Now, as for how to compress low end, that's totally going to depend on your genre. Every genre treats low end differently. Some genres like EDM just have it crazy loud. Hip hop has it crazy loud. Other genres like country or folk tend to have it a lot quieter. Rock tends to have it very quiet. And then everything else is sort of somewhere in between those two extremes. Pretty much all genres are going to call for consistency, for balance. You will usually see some consistency style compression done on your low end. Again, for more natural genres, like folk or like jazz, you're going to have just a little bit of compression. But for more aggressive genres, aggressively processed genres like pop or like hip hop, you're going to see a lot of compression. They want just as much control as possible so that the low end is consistent in the mix, so that it's not popping in and out, since it's basically the foundation upon which all of the other frequencies sit, all the other instruments sit on the kick and the bass. So just find some reference tracks, take a listen to what is happening in your genre, and then just make sure that you're taking caution with compressing your low-end instruments. If you follow the stuff that we talked about during this video, you're going to be just fine. So are you using compression perfectly and yet your tracks are sounding worse? This is something that so many beginners are confused about. They are learning all of the processes for compression and they are figuring out exactly how to do it, and yet after they finish compressing a mix, they're confused to see that their entire mix is just sounding washy and unfocused and amateurish. Well, why is that? Well, if you're recording from home, the problem could be your tracks, not the compression. So if you're recording from home, which I do it too, you're recording in a space that was not designed for acoustics. It wasn't designed to sound good with really any particular instrument. You're recording in a bedroom or a closet or a living room, somewhere with 4 parallel walls and a lot of reflective surfaces. So when you're recording in a room that was not designed for recording, you're going to be picking up a lot of room reverb or room sound, basically. All of the acoustical vibrations that are bouncing off of the walls, all the sound waves that are vibrating around your room, those are all going to make their way into your microphone. And even though they might not be that loud in the raw recording, you might listen and you might even think it sounds pretty good at its level. What happens after compression is going to basically keep it from being under your control. It's going to turn up the sound of your room reverb. If you're using the thick style of compression, or maybe you're trying to push stuff back in the mix using the farther depth style, well, that is decreasing the dynamic range of your audio. It's decreasing the microdynamics. Now, if you remember, what that means is we are turning down the peaks and then using our makeup gain to turn up the valleys. Well, room reverb lives in those valleys. The sound of any room that you're in lives in those valleys. The sustain is where we hear reverb, because reverb is so long and it takes time for all of the vibrations to bounce around the room and get back to our ears and back to our microphone. So if I turn those valleys up in volume, not only do I turn up the valleys of the instrument themselves, but I'm also turning up all of that room reverb. So something that might have sounded good by itself, uncompressed, well, now that you've compressed it and controlled it, it just sounds really crappy. That room reverb sound is just mucking up your mix, and it's causing it to sound kind of amateurish. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I've got a song here that was recorded in a pretty large room. The band that recorded it, it's an awesome song, but they weren't really trying to get the best sounding recording. And after I mixed it, they were confused why all of a sudden it sounded so lo-fi, even though the raw track sounded so nice. Let me show you a few examples of what I'm talking about. So I'm going to solo this lead vocal, and I want you to listen to it. You're going to hear a little bit of room reverb in the background. It's not necessarily going to sound bad. It actually sounds kind of nice by itself.
For I made plans to fall in love this May. Go away.
Not bad sounding, right? But let me turn on a little bit of thickness compression, which is something I'd probably put on my vocals anyway.
All the day. For I made plans to fall in love this May. Go away.
Let's listen especially to this loud bit.
I made plans to fall in love this. I made plans.
Now listen before. I'm going to make this a little bit longer.
I made plans to fall in love this.
It's still there, of course, but all of a sudden it's like 5 dBs louder whenever I turn it on. Here's it after again.
I made plans to fall in love this.
Like on fall, after fall, that room reverb just completely takes over. Now, by itself, that's not that big a deal, but here's the problem. If every single track has this really heavy room reverb and you do a lot of compression to every track to get it to, professional standards, your track is going to have a lot of room sound, and you might not be able to place your instruments where you want them to be. That's one of the biggest problems with this, is that, if I want a really upfront vocal sound for this particular song, well, no matter what I do, I'm not going to be able to get it because the reverb is baked in. The more I compress it, trying to get it to sound super upfront, the more the reverb is just going to be turned up. So no matter what, there's going to be instruments in here that are probably going to sit in front of the vocals. Let me show you another example of what I'm talking about. So let's listen to the drum bus. So I've got some thickness style compression on here. I'm going to take it off. Listen to what it sounds like before. Right? You can still hear some of the room, but it sounds kind of pleasant. But if I add this, listen to how much it gets turned up. Now, again, like that thickness style compression is a really common style to use with drums. It's how you get just like that big, cool drum room sound. But again, if there's so much room reverb baked into these tracks, and me as the mixer, I don't have control of what it sounds like, then I have no control over where this particular instrument gets placed in the mix. If I do thickness style compression, I'm just going to push it farther back and farther back and farther back. So what's the solution to this? Well, obviously, it's not to stop recording at home, because people do it all the time. And like I said, I still do it. Obviously, recording at home is an incredible thing. You can get unbelievably creative when you have the time that being in a room with your own stuff allows you. But there's a few things that you can do to make room reverb just less of an issue. You're never going to be able to make it sound like a studio level room sound, but there's a lot that you can do to just minimize its impact to the point where it's just not going to be that big of a deal. So your first line of defense, pick a better room. Whenever you're tracking, try to find a room that is, medium sized. It's not too big so that the reverb is super long in the mix, and it's not too small so that the reverb's really quiet, but really powerful and really loud. You don't want that either. It's part of the reason that recording in closets tends to make it sound worse after compression, even though it sounds so good before compression. If you can, pick a small to medium-sized room without parallel walls. Sound waves hate parallel walls. They get trapped in between them and they just get louder and louder, making the reverb inside even worse. So if you have any sort of oblong-shaped rooms, that might be the best choice for you to record in. Also, try to avoid recording in rooms with a lot of windows or mirrors or highly reflective surfaces. It's part of the reason why bathrooms sound so rough in the mix when you record in them, is because when everything around you is tile, just sound waves bounce off of that like crazy. So the room reverb in there is already loud, and by compressing it, it's just going to get louder. Now, your next line of defense is to invest in good acoustic treatment. Now, I actually recommend people invest in really good acoustic treatment before I tell them to invest in hardly any gear. I'm serious. If you want a high quality sound, not only high quality sounding recordings, but a high quality sounding mix, then getting solid, really, really solid room treatment is going to just add leaps and bounds to the sound of your recordings and to the sound of your mix. And the reason for that is that these acoustic panels, they soak up sound. Basically, all of these different vibrations that are going on around us, they're going into these panels and they're getting absorbed. And so they're not reaching the microphone in quite as high of a number. So they become very manageable. And the same happens with speakers. If I'm doing any mixing with speakers, if I'm in a room that's boxy, that's going to be going everywhere. All of the sound is going to be bouncing off and going into my ears after bringing along with it a ton of room reverb. But if I have some really, really good acoustic treatment up, it's going to absorb the sound of that room reverb, and I'm going to get a way more accurate sound. So it's the best thing to do for your recordings and for your mixes. Now, if you can, I'd really recommend avoiding acoustic foam and going specifically with acoustic panels. Acoustic foam, they can make things sound good to the naked ear, but they only really get rid of stuff in the top end. And so whenever you compress your tracks, all of that room reverb that exists in the low mids and the lows and the mids, all that still comes up and still muddies up your tracks. So try to go with acoustic panels. Those are much more broadband. They absorb way more of the frequency spectrum, and you're going to get a much better sound. Also, if you do purchase anything, make sure to look up how to analyze your room, because you're going to want to make sure that you place all of your acoustic panels and your bass traps and anything else that you get in the right spot. Trust me, you're going to get such a better sound if you're able to pick a better room for your recordings and acoustically treat it. Now, if you can't do that, your third line of defense, record in an actual studio. It's okay. They are literally designed to keep this problem from happening. You'll be getting some really, really great sounds. There's no shame in recording in a studio. I record at home, and sometimes I record in a studio as well. In fact, for me personally, I record drums almost exclusively in a studio because you get so much room sound in drums, especially in the overheads and in the room microphone. So sometimes it might just be necessary. especially if you're recording an instrument where there's a pretty large distance in between the instrument and the microphone. Recording electric guitar at home is not that big of a deal because you've got your microphone so close to the amplifier, so it's a lot harder for that room sound to get into it. It still will, just not as much. But if you're recording drums, like I said earlier, a lot of times those microphones are 3, 4, 5 feet away from the drum set. That's going to soak up a lot of that room sound. So if you want to get a professional sound and you don't want to blow a ton of money on recording, maybe just record those instruments at a studio and record everything else at your house. Now, another option, use MIDI or record direct in. Basically take the room out of the equation. A lot of times I'll make sure that I have my electric guitar and my bass going direct into my computer so that if something happens to my microphone, if I feel while I'm mixing it that I just got way too much room sound in it, I can just get rid of it, use my direct in sound instead. And a lot of people have started using software drums to replace the actual drum set because it's so hard to record without getting all of that nasty room sound inside of it. Software drums, especially if you can get some really good samples, those usually sound just like the real thing recorded in an actual studio, especially if you can get really good at mixing them. So my final solution is this. If you can't pick a better room and you can't invest in more acoustic treatment and you don't want to record any of your tracks in an actual studio and you don't have anything to record direct in or MIDI, then be okay with having a really, really punchy mix instead of having a thick mix. We've talked about before that one of the styles of compression is actually turning down room sound. It's basically the style that you use to turn down the volume of the valleys. Now that's usually used to fix, maybe an instrument here or an instrument there, but if you are going to be using all of these instruments that you recorded in a large room or a really tiny room in your own home, you're just going to have to be okay with using that style of compression on a lot of your instruments. And it will change the tone. If you're using it aggressively over the course of the entire mix, you're going to get a pretty dramatic tonal shift. It's not necessarily going to be a bad tonal shift, but it will be a tonal shift. That said, it is going to make your mix a lot easier to do simply because you won't have all that room sound in it. So if the other solutions aren't going to work for you, then this is going to be what you want to do. Focus on that turning down room sound compression style and do the rest of your mixing based around that style of compression. So here's a question I get all the time from my students. How do I compress different genres? It's a very, very important question to ask yourself simply because every single genre of music has its own norms. It has its own way of balancing its sound. The EQ and reverb and compression that you'd use on a pop song is not the same EQ, reverb, and compression that you use in a rock song or a classical song or a jazz song or a hip hop song or anything like this. It's so important to understand what your genre is looking for with compression. Now, one important caveat I want to put in here before we even get started in this video is that I'm not necessarily saying that you need to change up how you are compressing. Everything you've learned in this course is going to apply to pretty much any genre you're working on. All we're really talking about is how much compression does this genre need versus this genre? Like what parts of the genre need to be compressed and what parts need to be left alone? So let's start off with the most popular genre, pop. Pop is obviously a really amorphous genre. It has existed for 100 years and it shifts constantly. Every single decade of pop sounds different from the decade before it. But what we have had is a trend in pop towards perfection, basically. I don't want to say perfection, but that's essentially what we're talking about. A trend towards having everything in its right place. So it's a little bit less concerned about musicality or vibe, and it's a little bit more concerned about consistency and making sure everything is exactly where it needs to be. It's kind of that professional sheen that we're used to seeing. So what that means is that it's more concerned with controlling dynamics than it's concerned with shaping tone. So with pop, you're going to use a lot of level control. You're going to use a lot of that consistency style compression just to get a dynamic performance to sit really nicely as just kind of a nice block of sound that you can mix in to your specific song. Now with rock, it's sort of the opposite of that. It's more concerned about shaping tone than it is about controlling dynamics. Rock is all about the vibe. It's all about the color that you can get from your compression. And it's not quite so concerned about making something super consistent from moment to moment. If a singer gets loud one moment and is a little quiet the next moment, well, in rock, that's okay. Rock is a really broad genre, so I'm not necessarily saying that if you are doing like pop rock or something just like really shiny or like metal, metal a lot of times has a lot of control in it. Well, this advice might not be for you. This advice, you might want to take more of the pop route and deal more with control and a little bit less with tone. But for most rock, you're going to be caring more about vibe. So what that means is you're going to be using the enhance goal and the glue goal way more than you're using the balance goal and the fix goal. Whereas in pop, you might use the balance and the fix goal a little bit more often. Now with rock, you also see a lot more use of slow attack times. You usually are going for more punchiness, more in your face, more aggression, and slow attack times is what usually creates that. That's how you get either your groove or that punchy sound that we've talked about so many times so far. This is especially true with the most popular instrument in rock, the electric guitar, especially the distorted electric guitar. Because with distorted electric guitars, that distortion has basically just added thickness style compression over and over and over again, until if you look at the waveform of a distorted guitar, it just looks like a sausage. There's almost no microdynamics in it at all. So what that means is that you're not really going to want to do any thickness style compression on it. It's thick as hell at this point. You only are wanting to either, maybe create a little bit of consistency or maybe create a little bit more microdynamics with some punchy style compression. But that's probably going to be it. Whereas for everything else, increasing that punch is going to be what you are going for. So now let's move on to hip hop. Hip hop has two eras of compression. Older hip hop tends to be mixed a little bit closer to rock, and newer style hip hop tends to be mixed a little bit closer to pop. This is mostly because hip hop has become such a popular genre in top 40 radio. You started to see a lot more rap thrown into pop songs. You started to see more just straight up hip hop songs on top 40 radio. Basically, if that's the sound you're going for, then you're probably going to want to go with controlling and less with tone. Whereas if you're kind of getting that old like jazz hip hop style, then you probably care a lot more about vibe. So you probably want a lot more punchiness, a little bit less loudness. Now with drums, it's pretty much punchy across the board. A lot of hip hop producers have basically competitions to see how upfront and in the listener's face they can get their snare drums and their kick drums to sound. So even though you're going for consistency with a newer hip hop style, those drums you still want super punchy if you can get them. That said though, whatever fits your sound is what you should go with. I'm only giving you what is the trend right now, not necessarily what you have to do. So now let's talk about acoustic music. And when I say acoustic music, I mean classical, I mean folk. I don't necessarily mean country right now, maybe old style country. New country is mixed pretty much exactly like pop. But acoustic music is music that is meant to sound natural. It's not necessarily meant to sound larger than life. It's meant to sound exactly like life. So what that means is very little compression is added. You primarily only see consistency style compression with this. You're only trying to do some subtle level balancing just so that stuff isn't popping in and out of the mix. You're not trying to change the tone of the instruments really at all. You're not really even trying to create much glue either. All you're trying to do is just get the instruments to a place where they are balanced in the mix, but they don't sound any different from what they sounded like before. Now, just like in all of these genres, there are exceptions to this, especially in folk right now. There's a lot of folk that is still that very, very acoustic, very realistic sounding folk music. And then there's also music like, for instance, Mumford & Sons, which is a little bit more pop style. You know, it doesn't sound like a pop song, but it has that hugeness and that larger than life quality that you don't see in a lot of acoustic music. And so for that, you want loudness and you want thickness. You want that wall of sound. So for that, you might want quite a bit more of the thick style of compression and also a lot more of the glue style of compression. You just want everything to be one unit so that when that breakdown happens and there's like the kicks on the floor and the banjo's going and there's, you know, vocals rising up above it all, you want it to just feel like one hammer that is hitting the listener in the face. But if you're not going for that genre, maybe lay off the compression, at least a little bit. So finally, I've got one genre left to talk about, and that's electronic music. Electronic music is a bit of a weird beast. It's a little bit difficult to give you advice on how to compress electronic music just because there's so many different styles out there and there's so many different sounds that you can make with a computer. Synthesizers, not only are they just infinitely creative, but also none of them are natural. You know, they're all created digitally or analog, but you know, they're all created just from a sound, like a sine wave, that doesn't really exist in nature. And so because of that, there's not really a compression style that you need to use to make it sound a certain way. In fact, compression a lot of times in electronic isn't necessary. Your synths and samples are pretty much going to hit at the same level every single time. So having some sort of dynamic control, especially macro dynamic control, is unnecessary. It's going to be at the same volume every single hit. Now, you will use compression for any vocals, you know, and those are usually processed more like pop. And you might use compression to get some enhancement going. Maybe get them a little punchier than you did inside of the box, or maybe create a little bit more thickness. But, you know, the standard style of compression, that making loud sounds quieter, making quiet sounds louder, outside of vocals, you don't really see that often. So all this being said, the best thing that you can do is get a few reference tracks in your genre. You know, a few songs that sound like how you want your song to sound like. Then listen to them, internalize them, and just start to think, okay, how controlled are these songs? You know, like how large are the dynamic ranges? Does it sound like they're super punchy? Does it sound like it's super thick? Does it sound super controlled like pop? Basically, figure out what that sound is, what that shape is that you're going for, and then model your compression style after that. Of course, easier said than done, I know. But hopefully with these guidelines, you'll be able to get a good start. And the more you practice, the easier it will become. So here's a common question. What are the most used types of analog compressors? That's what we're going to be covering in this video. But before we start, I want to give a quick warning. You don't have to have any analog compressors or analog compressor plugins to get a great sounding mix. You just don't need to. It's not a necessity. Can it help? Yes. But you're going to get 90% of your quality from being good at compression and 10% of your quality from having good compression gear. So ultimately, I personally would care way more about you just getting really, really good with what you have and then investing in some nice plugins or nice outboard gear or something like that, than I care about you going and blowing $1,000 on these cool, flashy new toys and still not knowing how to use them and being confused why your sound isn't really getting any better. And partially it's because these types of compressors, you know, they only sound better if you know how to use them. And how to use them is pretty much the same as everything we've been doing, but if you don't know how to compress, it's just not going to improve your sound. All that being said, let's talk analog compressors. So there are 4 main types of compressors that are out there in the world. VCA compressors, FET compressors, optical compressors, and very mu compressors. And each style of compressor, like the makeup of each of these different types of compressors, is going to change the tone and the color that you get out of that compressor box, which is part of the reason why you see so many producers use different kinds of compressors for different things. And that's just because the back end makeup changes the sound quite a bit. So one compressor might sound pretty dramatically different from another one just because of the way that it's built. So that said, let's talk about the attributes of most of these different makeups of compressors. So the first that we're going to talk about is a VCA compressor, and that stands for Voltage Controlled Amplifier. Now, VCA is the most standard type of compression. If I go over here to my session and I open up a compressor, this is a VCA style compressor. Like if you use digital compression, it's modeled after VCA styles. So VCA styles have thresholds, ratios, attacks, release, knee. It's got all of it. It's the most versatile type of compression just because you have so much control over what you can do. So because of that, these tend to be the jack of all trades compressors. You tend to see them used on the most stuff. They're great for compressing drums and other super transient material. They're great for adding punch and transparently smoothing out peaks and bus compression and pretty much whatever. Now, they're not great at adding warmth and color. That's really what you lose with VCA compressors. They're great at compression. They're not great at saturation and just making it sound super nice and analog-y. Now, that might not be what you need. And like I said, VCA compressors are used on like 80% of what needs to be compressed. For example, if you go into a studio and you look at the tracking board or the mixing board, the compressors that are on each channel, those are all VCA compressors. They are the workhorse of the compression world. So a great example of a VCA type compressor, that would be an API 2500. You can see that it's got all of the standard stuff that we've got in our compressors. We've got a threshold, attack, ratio, release. It's even got a few extra stuff all its own. It's got its knee control, a little bit more tonal controls with its detector thrust and tone type. Overall, you see this used all the time on instrument buses, drum buses, mix buses, anything that you're wanting to use to glue multiple instruments or mics together. Sounds great on that. So let's talk about the next type of compressor, and that is a FET compressor. So FET, which stands for Field Effect Transistor, these are usually really, really fast compressors. They tend to have hyper fast attack times, down into microseconds. They're great at adding aggression and excitement and for limiting because of that super fast attack time. They're great on vocals and guitars and drums. But the downside of them, and I'll bring one up for you, the downside is you usually only have control of the attack, the release, and the ratio. You don't really get control of the threshold or the knee. Most FET style compressors only have an input and an output. So just however much volume you put into the compressor, that is going to go into a fixed threshold. And then you just have to turn the volume down using the output. It's a little tough to get used to, but once you do, it's a really powerful, really colorful type of compressor. A great example of the FET style compressor is the 1176. This is a super colorful compressor that's used in tons and tons of studios all over the world. It has a crazy fast attack time. It's wild. It gets into the smallest bits of the microseconds range. So now let's talk about optical compressors. Now, optical compressors are the simplest of all of them. They have, and I'll bring it up right here, they have two knobs. They have the gain, which is just how loud the output is, and they have peak reduction, which is just how much compression is added. Now, the cool thing about optical compressors is they are pretty much always program dependent. And what that means is that the attack and release completely depends on the shape of the sound that's coming into it. So the attack and release on a drum set going into an optical compressor is going to be totally different than on a distorted guitar that's going into an optical compressor. It's just going to change up how it works. Now, it tends to have a pretty slow response. The attack time is still fairly fast, maybe a little bit towards the medium side, but the release tends to be pretty slow. It tends to be very gradual and let things get out of the compressor without changing the shape all that much. Overall, it's got a very polished sound. It's great for transparent compression or adding some like warmth or sheen. And honestly, it's great for controlling the levels of a sound. The way that this deals with a particular sound, it kind of works like a consistency style compressor. It's really, really good at, keeping the microdynamics unaffected and just shifting the macrodynamics so that you're getting more consistency across an entire performance. That said, they're not very good for controlling transients. If you have super dynamic stuff like drums, for example, or acoustic guitars that have just super choppy peaks, and you're wanting to control those peaks, maybe those peaks are way too loud, this style of compression, this type of compressor is not really going to do that. It's going to let those peaks pass through to a certain extent, and it's more just going to focus on the entirety of the note, getting the note to sit at about the same area as the rest of the notes around it. You're also not going to get great aggressive sounding compression out of this. If you want aggression, a FET style compressor is going to get that for you. But if you're wanting smoothness, optical is definitely where you're going to want to go. A great example of optical compressors is the LA2A, the Teletronics LA2A. It is in every studio, every huge high-budget studio in the world. One of the most used compressors for sure. And finally, we have our Verymu compressors. Now, these are tube bass compressors that usually are really, really colorful. There's a lot of saturation that comes out of these, even when not a lot of compression is added. Now, Verymu compressors are another example of a compressor that doesn't really have that much in terms of controls. For example, this one you can see we have access to the threshold, and we have access to what this compressor is calling the time constant, which is just different combinations of attacks and releases. So different attacks, different releases. But you can see we don't get control of attack and release, just these 6 different combinations. That's all we really have access to with a Verymu style compressor. That said, because they are so good at saturation and color, they tend to add a lot of warmth, a lot of depth, a lot of thickness and fatness. They tend to have either really hyper fast attack times or super slow attack times. So they tend to be great for some more stylistic styles of compression, maybe your punchy style or your thick style. They're also great at mix bus glue. They're great at kind of bringing everything together, adding just that nice amount of saturation, as well as some mastering stuff. You also see them very commonly on vocals. That's just because since these are the most colorful of compressors, you usually see engineers putting them on whatever the melody is, whatever is the most upfront, just because they want the vibe that it has. Now, the downside of this style of compressor, obviously you do not have precise attack and release. In fact, you got to look up in the manual what each one of these numbers means. And it's also not great at controlling super hard transients. Those peaks, if you're trying to get peak control, if you're trying to bring stuff like that down, it can do it a little bit, but it's going to struggle to do it fully because this style of compressor doesn't do a lot of compression. Even when you are taking the threshold super far down, because you don't have access to the ratio, it's doing just very, very low ratio compression. So even if you have the threshold down beneath, both the peaks and the valleys, it might only be doing a few decibels of compression. And the other reason for that is just that the release times don't tend to be super fast. They tend to be either medium or really slow. So even though you get a lot of saturation color out of this, you don't get a huge amount of tonal shaping, just like as far as thickness goes. But because of the saturation, you still get fatness. Now, that's up to your own ears to decide what the difference is between those two. An example of the very new type of compressor is the Fairchild 670. This was literally what the Beatles used on their vocals to get them to sound just so golden and so rich and full of depth. You see this used on vocals all the time. So those are the 4 types of compressors. And if you have some example of all 4 of those types, then honestly, you're going to have a compressor for just about any situation that you could need an analog compressor for. You're going to have a lot of different color options, a lot of different tonal options, and a lot of different glue and control options. So if I could give you a piece of advice other than practice with what you have and master what you have first, it would be to invest in some type of compressor plugin for all 4 of these styles. If you can get all 4 of these different types, you're going to be golden. So you've now finished up the entire peak and valley technique course. Congratulations! You now understand compression better than 99% of the people who do this. This is a major milestone in your mixing journey. You're going to be able to mix with confidence. You're going to be able to compress with confidence. You're going to be able to get that professional sound that you've been trying to get because you're going to be creating consistency and tone and glue and all of these things that we've covered throughout this course. But I wanted to make one final video for you. This is kind of a video for you to come back to 6 months from now if you're doing a mix and you feel like you've just sort of lost a lot of the information that we've covered throughout this entire course. This is your recap video. This is your overview video. I'm going to rapid fire cover everything in this course that you would potentially need to know for a mix. Now, I'm not going to cover it in super high detail. If you want detail, go and check out the actual video on whatever topic you need in this course. This is just going to be a general overview of why do we use compression, how do we use compression, the peak and valley technique, and compressing a mix from start to finish. So with that said, let's get into it. So let's start with the basics. Why do we need a compressor? Well, we've learned that mixes without compression just end up sounding too inconsistent to sound professional. Now, not necessarily true for more natural genres like jazz and maybe folk, but genres like pop and hip hop and rock and everything in between, they need a lot of consistency. And that's because whenever you have an instrument's performance that's very dynamic, well, that might sound great in solo. It might sound so musical in solo, but when there's tons of instruments that are all happening at the same time in a mix, if there's certain notes that are too loud, they're going to pop out of the mix. If there's certain notes that are too quiet, you're going to lose that instrument. Ultimately, the reason we use compression is to make our volume balance better. It's to keep us from having to turn down these loud sounds, which is going to turn down the entire instrument, or turn an instrument up because maybe there's a few notes that are too quiet, which is going to make a lot of the notes that are just fine too loud. We are creating consistency in our instruments. We're also going to be gluing them together. We're making them sound larger than life with different styles of compression. But before we get into that, we need to review dynamic range. What is dynamic range and what are the peaks and valleys? So though every single sound is completely unique and has a completely unique volume envelope, they all basically have 2 parts to that sound: the peaks and the valleys. The peaks are the part of the sound that happens right at the beginning. It's usually the loudest part of the note. It's super fast. It's basically whenever something is struck or picked or begins to vibrate, it's the thing that causes the sound to happen. It is the sound of the sound beginning, basically. Whereas the valley is the rest of the sound. Sometimes the valleys are super tall and very thick, like with electric guitars. Other times the valleys are very small and very short, like with snares or kick drums. But ultimately, we are using compression so that we can control not only what we call the macro dynamic range, which is the dynamics of an instrument's performance, which we talked about just a second ago, but also to control the microdynamic range, which is basically the volume difference between an instrument's peaks and an instrument's valleys. If we can use a compressor to control both the macrodynamics and the microdynamics, we are going to get not only a consistent mix, but a mix that is larger than life. So before we could use our knowledge of the peaks and valleys to start to compress an instrument, we need to go over the different parts of a compressor. We need to go over the anatomy of a compressor. And we have a chart that does exactly this. So rapid fire, the different parts of a compressor are the threshold, the ratio, the attack, the release, the knee sometimes, and the makeup gain. The different combinations of how you set these knobs is going to create the different styles of compression. So let's quickly review what they all do. So the threshold determines the volume level where the compressor turns on. So when the instrument gets louder than where you set the threshold, then the compressor is going to kick on. And when it gets quieter than where you set the threshold, then the compressor is going to slowly turn off. We use our threshold to target either the peak of a sound or the valley of a sound. That's why it's the most important setting on a compressor. Then we've got the ratio. The ratio determines how much volume is reduced when something goes above the threshold of a compressor. So the higher the ratio, the more aggressive the compression. Basically, think of it like a squeeze control. If you have a very low ratio, like 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1, you're only going to be turning down the volume by 25% or 50%, whereas a higher ratio, like 4 to 1 or 8 to 1, 12 to 1, you're going to start getting up into higher, more aggressive levels of compression. You're going to start turning down the volume by 75%, 88%, 90%, all the way up to infinity, which is what a limiter has. That's basically where it will not allow audio of an instrument to go above the threshold. It's going to turn down everything that goes above it. So next, let's talk about attack time. So attack time is the amount of time it takes the compressor to apply the full dose of compression after the audio gets louder than the threshold. So it's basically just how long does it take the compressor to fully kick on once a sound has gotten too loud. And it does take a little bit of time. Now, compression starts immediately. We've already talked about the fact that this is a rate, not a delay. But this is how you are going to set whether or not you want peaks to be able to pass through the compressor unharmed, or if you want to grab the peaks as fast as possible. Then next up, we have our release time. This is the amount of time it takes the compressor to fully recover from gain reduction. So basically, once a sound goes back beneath the threshold, the release time is going to kick on, and it is just saying, okay, if it's set to 100 milliseconds, it's going to take 100 milliseconds for this compressor to stop turning down the volume of the track. Simple as that. The faster the release, the more you're going to be changing the shape of the waveform. But the slower the release, the more natural the waveform is going to look and sound. Next up, we've got knee. Now the knee is not as important as the rest of these knobs, the rest of these parameters, but it's still worth going over. So basically, it turns the threshold from a single number into a range of numbers. So a hard knee, which is around 0, is basically making sure that when something goes above the threshold is a single point. It's one number. So if a threshold is set to -10 and a sound goes above 10 dBs, it's going to get compressed. Now a soft knee turns the threshold into a large range. It's like a fog cloud full of compression. So rather than the threshold being a single point, like -10, it's now a range of points, like -15 through -5. And the louder a sound gets, the more it becomes compressed. This is a great way to get more subtle compression, even though it's less accurate. And then finally, we have the makeup gain. This is just volume. That's all it is. We are compensating for all of the volume that we've taken out of the sound using compression. This is how we make the quiet sounds louder. So now that we've reviewed the anatomy of a compressor, we're ready to review how to compress any instrument. This is the meat of the peak and valley technique, and it's only 5 steps. So step 1 is to figure out your goal. So before you start compressing, you need to ask yourself, what am I trying to accomplish? And there's 4 different goals of compression, 4 things that you could be accomplishing with a compressor. And that is to balance, to enhance, to glue, and to fix. One of those 4 things is going to be what you are doing with your compressor. So once you've decided on your goal, then you can move on to step 2, which is to decide on a compression style. So remember, there are both goals and styles of compression. The difference being that the goals are kind of the big idea of what you're trying to accomplish, and the styles are how you want to accomplish it. Now, different styles can work for different goals depending on what you're trying to do. We actually have a chart that teaches you what styles go with what goals. So after you've decided on your goal, then check out this chart, look at the styles that go with the goal, and think, how do I want to accomplish this? Once you've decided on a style, then it's time to move on to step 3 of the peak and valley technique, and that is to find your style's settings. Because each style has its own unique combination of settings. That's what makes it sound the way it sounds. So to find your style's settings, you need to open up this chart, the How to Create the Styles of Compression chart. With this chart, you can see all of the different combinations of settings that each style has. Like, for example, you can see that consistent style has a high threshold, a fast attack, and a slow release. You can also see a few styles that you want to avoid, like splat and brick wall. These are just going to give you the sounds of overcompression, whereas the nothing blocks down at the bottom are just going to get you very little compression at all. So once you've found your style settings, then it's time to move on to step 4 of the peak and valley technique. That's to use your compressor to find the peaks or valleys in your sound. The process of this is basically just setting up your compressor so that you can set your threshold accurately. So first, set the threshold to 0 decibels. You want it as high as possible. Then set the ratio as high as possible. We're going to be getting really aggressive compression with this, but we are going to back off in just a little bit. Next, set the attack and release as fast as possible. And finally, if you have a knee control, set it as hard as possible. Now think back on the settings for your particular style. Are you trying to target the peaks or are you trying to target the valleys? Basically, if you're targeting the peaks, you're going to have a high threshold. And if you're targeting the valleys, you're going to have a low threshold. So if you're targeting the peaks, turn down your threshold until you're getting short spikes of gain reduction at the beginning of every note. If the compression doesn't return to 0 quickly, you've probably gone too far. But if you're targeting the valleys, you want to lower the threshold until you're getting gain reduction through at least half of the note. If the compression never returns to 0, you've probably gone just a little bit too far. Now that we've placed our threshold, we can move on to the 5th and final step of the peak and valley technique, and that's just to set up our compressor. So first, adjust your attack and release time to match the settings of your compression style. So if you're doing thickness compression, for example, you're gonna want a fast attack and a fast release. But if you're doing punchy style, you're gonna want a slow attack and a slow release. It's totally going to depend on what style you picked. And remember, the settings that we gave you in the style chart, those are just good starting places. They're not going to be the exact number that you're going for. They're just the place to start, but you still have to tweak your knobs. After you've done that, then you want to adjust your knee to make compression more natural. I'll usually make it hard if I'm working with percussion, and a little bit softer if I'm working with something that's sustained. Next, take your ratio and turn it all the way down to 1:1, or as low as you can go. Then just slowly turn it up. Stop once you have the amount of gain reduction that you want. This is the part where we're making the compressor sound more natural. And finally, you want to adjust your makeup gain to match your compression style. Now, if you remember back to the videos in the course, every compression style sets its makeup gain either to the peak level or to the loudness level. And that's because the peak level is literally targeting the peaks with its volume metering, and the loudness level, the loudness meter, is more targeting the average sound, which is basically the valleys. So all we're saying here is, do you want to turn up the peaks so that they're the same volume as before, or do you want to turn up the valleys so that they're the same volume as before? So make sure that you think about that whenever you're setting your makeup gain. And that's how we compress any instrument. If you follow those 5 steps, you're going to be able to compress anything that you come across. But you still don't know how to compress a mix and get that professional sound. So let's go over the 6 phases of mix compression. By the end of it, you're going to have a fantastically compressed mix. So phase 1 for mix compression is the pre-mix. Now remember, we don't actually do any compression during this phase, and also this is all happening before the mix actually starts. This is just getting everything ready so that it can sound the best it can once we actually start the compression. Now there's 3 steps to the compression premix phase, and that is setting up your routing, doing gain automation, and getting your volume balance right. Setting up your routing is simple enough. Just route anything that has doubles or harmonies of a single part, or anything that has multiple microphones to one bus. And then you're going to be using that bus to do your glue compression. And make sure all of those buses are routed to your mix bus, because we're going to be using that in the next phase. So next you're going to want to do your gain automation. And gain automation is like your secret sauce for professional compression. You can think of it like doing some manual compression before the compression even starts. Now what gain automation means is you either are turning up and down entire sections so that whole sections of different instruments have the same kind of general loudness, or you're turning up different phrases of an instrument so that each phrase has the same loudness. Now the reason we do this is to create more consistency with every single instrument. We want our compressors to be going throughout the entire mix. We don't want something to be too quiet to be compressed in the verse and then too loud for its compression in the chorus. You're never going to be able to get a balanced sound that way. Now the 2 ways to do gain automation are either to split things up into different regions like this, or to literally automate a gain plugin, like this one. Now using each technique is really simple. If you're splitting things up into different regions, all you have to do is find the parts of the sound that just look too quiet, split them into a region, and then turn up the gain. Now for Logic, that's up in here. So you can see as I turn this up, the volume on the region literally goes up. Now different DAWs have different ways of doing this, so just figure out how your DAW does it specifically. But if you don't want to do it that way, all you have to do is automate a gain plugin. Now you want to make sure it's at the very beginning of your plugin chain, because this is going to be setting the gain for all plugins to come. And doing this, again, is super simple. Just make sure that you have the gain plugin selected on your automation channel. And whenever you see something that's too quiet, just grab it and turn it up a little bit. And you can see when I do that, it turns up the gain on my gain plugin. Super simple. The final part of the premix phase is getting your volume balance. And this is technically part of the mix, but in order to get good compression, you have to have a good volume balance first. To set up a great volume balance, just use our volume balancing cheat sheet. It's just 10 super simple steps to teach you how to use height order to get the best balance that you possibly can before you do any kind of processing. So after you've finished your premix, it's time to move on to phase 2, which is mix bus compression. Now, all that is just a compressor that you put on your mix bus. Now, this is definitely something that you're going to want to use the glue goal for, because it's gluing everything in the mix together. Now, if you remember, glue goal has 3 different styles: consistency, groove, and depth, specifically the farther away depth style. You want to make sure that you're setting up your mix bus compressor first. You don't want to do any other processing before you set up any mix bus processing. You should be doing your mix into your mix bus processing. If you put it on at the end of a mix, you're just doing some mastering, and I'd much rather you leave that for the mastering engineer. Once you've set up your mix bus compression, then it's time to move on to phase 3, and that is balance. So this is the first phase where we start to get into the actual goals of compression. Each phase from here on out is going to focus on completing one goal. So from here, it's balance. So all this is listening to your mix and thinking, okay, what's popping out sometimes and getting lost in the mix sometimes? You know, what has notes that are sometimes too loud and sometimes too soft? Those need some consistency compression, or maybe even some depth compression. You are basically wanting to create consistency during this phase. Not really change tone, just create a balanced mix. And remember, when you do that, you're going to be doing it for the most part on the individual audio channels. You're not really going to be doing it on the buses, unless you have multiple microphones running to one bus. Then you might want to do it on that. But if you have potentially, different takes or different harmonies or doubles, you definitely are going to want to compress each harmony separately so that you can get that harmony consistent before you do any kind of glue compression. Speaking of which, next we're going to be moving on to phase 4 of compression, and that is glue. This is the phase where we begin to do our glue goal of compression and begin to create some kind of oneness with the mix. We're making this feel like one big performance rather than a collection of a bunch of random tracks. Now you're going to primarily do glue compression on the instrument bus, and you're only really going to do it if there's more than one microphone or more than one take. If it's just one acoustic guitar and one microphone, doing glue compression is unnecessary because you're not gluing anything together. But for example, let's look at these background vocals. Now all these different harmonies are just different versions of the same melody. So I wanted to make sure that I routed all of them to a bus and that I compressed this bus to make it sound like, rather than it being 6 individual harmonies, that it was one large choir of harmonies. And remember, you can even do glue compression in parallel. If you wanted to send multiple instruments to one specific compression track, that's absolutely something you can do. On here, you can see I've actually done that with my background vocals and my vocals. I wanted to glue them together a little bit, so I sent both of them to their own bus. And I'm compressing this bus together and mixing it in just ever so slightly, just to create a little bit of consistency and glue between the two of those instruments. So once you've done that, then it's time to move on to phase 5, which is the enhancing phase. This is where we're going to be doing the compression goal of enhancement. This is where we're going to be making the mix sound larger than life with compression. We're going to be changing the tone of different instruments. Now, our main 3 styles of compression that we do with this phase are thickness style, punchy style, and groove style. To do this, all you need to do is sit and listen to your mix and think, what needs to sound cooler? What sounds too boring? And then pick your instruments with care and go and do your compression. And remember, you can also do parallel compression for this phase. In fact, this is a phase where I recommend parallel compression because you can get really, really aggressive with the compression you're doing, get a lot of color coming out of that compressor, and then mix that color in subtly to the original track. That's going to allow you to get more saturation, more color, more control, but without losing the dynamics of your track and, making it sound too digital or too overcompressed. And finally, we have phase 6, which is to fix. Now, remember, this isn't really the last phase you do. It's more something that you intersperse throughout the mixing process, just if you see a need for it. Now, remember, there's 2 different styles of compression that you can do during this phase, and that is to either turn down room sound or to create headroom. Creating headroom is just making sure that the peaks, the transients, aren't so loud that our consistency compression and our glue compression is really struggling to actually clamp down on them. It also can be helpful for creating a more loud master. Whereas on the other side, if you're really struggling with room sound, maybe if you recorded at home in a room that wasn't very treated, you're going to want to use that turning down room sound style of compression. That's going to help you to, keep from compressing a mix and it sounding even worse after you finished. And that's it. You've done every phase of compression. Now all that's left to do is to sit and listen and think, what can I tweak? What can I improve? And then send it off to mastering and let the mastering engineer put on the final layer of compression, which is limiting. And then your track is done and it sounds amazing. So I really hope you've enjoyed this course. It's been a labor of love for me, but I am so unbelievably proud to share this information with you. Hopefully you're going to be able to leave from this and release music that sounds professional and radio ready for the first time. Now go out, get some practicing done, and make better mixes.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. Massive kudos for making it to the end of a 10-hour long course. There aren't many people out there willing to put this much time and patience into their music, so I really admire that, and you should give yourself a pat on the back. So it's obvious that you're serious about this and investing in your craft, and that's exactly the kind of person we're looking to work with inside our comprehensive year-long program called The Reverse Engineer. So here's what I want you to do next. Go to the description below and click the link that says book a free call. And this is going to be a free 45-minute Zoom call with one of the admission officers on our team who will break down our methodology, ask you some questions, and share what's working for our students right now. Then, if we can help, we'll show you how all of it works and you can decide if you want to be part of it. Of course, there is a financial investment required to join our community, so please don't book a call if you're not prepared to invest in yourself and your career. But either way, we'll just be straight with you, because in order to protect our reputation, we only want to work with people who are going to actually complete the program and get results, be a positive addition to the community. Because trust me, it's extremely frustrating working with people who aren't reciprocating the effort that we're pouring back into them. So we don't just let anyone in. But if you are serious about this, let's hop on a Zoom call. It's completely free and you can get a game plan for the next few months and just see how all of this works. Again, the link is in the description below where it says book a free call, and that will take you to a page where you can select a day and time to speak to somebody on our admissions team. Okay, that's all for this video, and I'll see you again soon.